so like 12 hits durability for a pickaxe, and we're good to go.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard. Arctis Nova 7.
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart. Hi guys, it's Bella here sitting here with Twisted Minds to play a Guess Who. Hi guys, hello.
Hello,
Everybody.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Now we're going to show you pictures of the PUBG players that are actually here, and you have to guess 7 of their names in a row. Are you ready?
No.
No? Are you confident?
No.
Shall we start? I'll time it. Go!
Kraken. Lagza?
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
We need to guess?
Yes.
Baron?
Good try. Oh,
Batulin.
who's that?
Хуёпта.
What did you say?
Хуёпта.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Luke. Ralph.
Yeah.
Levanta.
Uh-huh.
Easy example.
Oh, 40 seconds.
40.
Yeah. Well, good job, example. You got 2 correct.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Batulin's an example. Easy. That was fun. We learned a new game or 2. All right. Thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you
you.
for inviting us.
Yeah. Bye. They're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Hi everyone, welcome to the shooting challenge. Today we'll be having some fun with Team Vitality, the whole gang. Hi guys, hello.
Hello.
I'll be giving you guys 3 bullets each. The small bottle is 2 points, big bottle 1 point, and the winner of this challenge gets to tell the loser of the challenge what to do during today's match. You can make them dance, you can make them do push-ups. I don't know which one it would be. We'll see who wants to take the honorary first shoot.
I am a lawman, a lone wolf of justice.
Чё она не стреляет, блядь?
Whoa, he's oh. No. 1 point. Gedrox, okay.
Примерно.
Gedrox wants to dance. You guys all shoot with 1 hand. You can shoot. Oh. Okay, might as well have fun.
Damn.
Whoa, 2 points. You're currently in the lead. Yeah, you.
What's the problem?
Так вы все лузеры, блядь.
That was crazy. You're just cool like that?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Who was in the 0? So the trio over there, they're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah. Thank you for joining me, Team Vitality. That was really good. I hope to see more Macarenas from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
AMD touches the lives of billions, powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device, automotive to automation, curiosity to creativity, business to breathtaking, AI to awe. And we're just getting started. AMD. Together we advance.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well, today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, но надо будет по очереди называть, что это.
Alright.
So yesterday, Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah,
Damn.
if you finish before them, then you win, and they're like,
We won't. We
oh,
won't.
wait, you won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Purdy Corty. Follow my bet. Baron pick.
Oh.
Patulins.
Okay.
Куёта.
Okay.
Bimi. Draft King.
Oh. You did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who Challenge.
Nice.
It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
See, oh, and correct C is gone.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today's game of Guess Who is going to be by Virtus Pro. Hi guys. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Well, you have to guess 7 players in a row. We'll show you pictures and you have to get 7 in a row correct. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going. I'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kedrox. Luke 12. Levante. Halo. Uza.
Ooh.
Luka. Krakic.
That was it. That was 7, right?
Yeah.
Wow. What would you like to say for coming in first?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know who will be playing this next, but do you think that they'll be able to break your record? Yeah. Really?
No way.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Oh, and correct C is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Say bye. Bye. Thank you.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No, I don't know how to dance, but they know it.
Hello everyone, welcome to another day of shooting challenge here with me. Today's guest is Twisted Minds. Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, we have the chap joining us for a special edition today. Well, we will give you 3 bullets. Smaller bottle is 2 points, big bottle is 1 point. Okay, and the winner of this challenge gets to decide what dance or what ceremony the loser has to do. All right, are you ready? Here, I grant you the... Right. Oh. Oh, he's ready. Okay. It's harder than it looks.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, close.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay.
Definitely dancing. Okay.
Who's next?
Who's next? Oh.
Оно так заряжается? It's random.
Whoa! Yay!
I aimed for small one.
He is currently in the lead with 1 point. Oh, that was close.
I lost the
You
bullet.
lost the bullet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whoa! Whoa! 3 points. Good job.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No, I don't know how to dance, but they know. Тектоник все танцуют.
Twisted Minds, thank you for joining me today, and I'll be looking forward to that surprise dance. What is it called again?
Тектоник.
Tectonic? Okay. I hope you guys win today so that I can see the dance.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Hi guys, welcome to another day of shooting challenge, and I'm sitting here with Navi today. Hi guys, good to see you.
Hello.
Looking jolly as always. You get 3 bullets, and the one to knock down most bottles wins and can tell the loser of the group what kind of dance to do for the chicken dinner. Sounds good? Yeah. Okay, well, who's gonna go first? Hey, you need the gun. Haka, how many points do you think he's gonna get? 0? Whoa! Nice, 2 points. He's not even phased because he knows he's good. Oh, small bottle is 2 points. 4 points. That was good. You're so nonchalant. Oh, we're borrowing glasses now? Nice. Okay. Whoa! 1 point. He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Next up. How many, Spyro? 6? Oh. There he goes. Oh. First, what dance are you thinking?
15 push-ups.
15 push-ups? Okay.
Bustik 10, me 5. No.
Pustak, is that good with you?
Давай.
Okay, all right. We'll be looking forward to the push-ups. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you guys at the next one. Bye.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
They can't see shit.
Oh.
What?
Hello everyone, welcome back to another sit-down game time with Bella. Today's shooting challenge guest is none other than Team Liquid. Whee! You guys made no noise.
No.
None at all. But hey, we're here to play some games. You're gonna get 3 bullets and you need to take as many bottles down as you can. Who's confident? Who has the best vision?
Nobody can see.
Nobody can, oh no. Here, I present to you. This is gonna be fun.
These are my bad glasses.
Oh,
What's shortfall?
Yep. Oh no.
Where's that, man?
Oh,
GG.
good hustle. Oh.
What? Was he even cocked? Do I get a retry?
No, that was beautiful though. Oh.
This game sucks.
Halo, let's
Go
go.
Halo. Oh, he's got the positioning.
Whoa. Halo, 1 point. Let's go.
Shoot guns for a living back home. Nom.
Oh. Oh, that was great. 2 points.
Yeah.
Whoa, 2
Man.
points.
Take a tie.
The
Take a
tie.
tie.
So you and Halo can decide what Luke and Cowboy has to do.
I don't know if I trust you with it.
What?
What do you want him to do, Ayla?
You can dance.
I think you guys got to slow
Yeah?
dance again. Oh, Ayla.
When you win, get up and slow dance. Luke, you down?
Here you go, Luke. It's cocked. Just pull the trigger.
You're not down? Cowboy, are you down? Here's to hoping that we see Luke and Cowboy slow dance, waltzing away. All right, thank you for joining me today. Wave with me. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard. Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's PO. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions he wanted to know.
Why won't he let me drive his BMW? 일단 면허가 없을 것 같아가지고 그 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
And also, he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what PO has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next? And what is the question that you have for them? 하나인가요? 또 궁금하신 거 없으신가요?
다른 거 없어요.
Well, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right. Well, thank you, PO. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you. 안녕.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next. Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my turn away. Take me to the front line, put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. We have had to wait just a little while to get to beautiful Shanghai for PGS7. The new circuit kicks off today, where we start with the group stages and work our way forward from there. My name is Todd. I'm going to be joined by Gibson, Porosaurus, and Matchroom to break down all of the action as usual. We got an NA crowd here today, gentlemen. Let's get this thing kicked off. Matt, how you doing?
Oh, great. I mean, full NA crowd. So it's like 11 p.m. the previous day for all of us except for Gibson.
Yeah. Look, it's 4 a.m. here. 5:40 a.m., something like that. I'm not too sure. But look, it's an NA takeover. Like I said, I'll just pretend I'm in the same time zone as you guys for today.
I respect that. Poro, I don't understand why I look so much taller than everybody else with the framing, but that is fine. Poro, how are we doing here today? I gotta lower this.
So I've been muted this whole time. I was complimenting your, you had the delts going, like, I don't know, like what you've been doing in the gym, but it's been working for you. But yeah, no, full NA crowd. Hopefully we get to see some America's success here today, but that feels like those moments have been kind of few and far between, to be honest.
It has been a tough time for Americas, Matt. It feels like it has not been the times that I thought it would be when we merged with the South American region and we thought dominance was coming. It hasn't.
We've come close. We're very
That's
consistent in that 3rd to 4th place range. I will say
Consistently.
that. But what I'm kind of worried about with this is we're talking about like times and everything else like that. This is probably going to be the most jet lagged I think that we've seen PUBG players in years. Because coming off of EWC into Games of the Future and immediately to this, I mean, that's 3 pretty different time zones, pretty much back to back, and walking straight from each one means the fact that a lot of these squads are going to be a little bit sleepy coming into it. So see how this first day could go. It might be a little bit wild. It might be a little bit slow. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all kind of pans out.
I mean, I think that's a great point that you bring up, and that's something, Gibson, that the players were talking about when I ran into some of them over at EWC, was this idea of, like, they're on the road for 8 months this year. Like, genuinely, if you're on a good team who doesn't struggle to qualify, I have to imagine 8 months away, like, that's, I mean, at that point, stop paying your mortgage, right? Like, sell the house. It's just got to be tough for these players.
It's going to be really hard. Like, you guys even had it last year to a lesser extent, that how long you are away from home, how difficult that can be when it comes to just being around family. Some of these people have pets at home too. You know how tough that is, being away from them from extended periods of time. But look, I think at the end of the day, if you're on a top team, you're getting the opportunity to play for a lot more money than you might have had in previous years. But if you're one of the teams that are trying to get to 1 PGS, maybe 2 at most this year, it is long when you look at the breaks between events.
It is, and you're right, insanely long for those who don't qualify, and then empirically impossible to make the transition for those who do. Like, I think you brought that up, Poro. This coming from Games of the Year, this coming from EWC, international trips on international trips. Like, those guys coming from, was it Games of the Future, I'm sorry.
Sure.
GOTF. The teams coming from this debacle just landed in Shanghai. Like, there was not a lot of turnaround time, and the time transition, like, I have to imagine that there might be some advantage for players who took a little bit of time off after EWC or the last PGS cycle instead.
Maybe. I mean, look, nobody's going to feel sorry for anybody, right? Like, I mean, you're out there competing for all this money. You're competing. Like nobody's. There's no other teams are going to be like, oh wow, man, it really must suck for the Falcons that they've been playing all these games and having all these opportunities to win all this money. Like nobody's cares, man. Like you just got to buckle down. Like this is the job, and those guys know that. Like they know, like it sucks, yeah, but you just got to put your head down and go through it. And that's why you have coaches there to kind of keep you kind of in line and in focus and keep the mental high. And I know those guys are going to be ready for it.
All right, so we're live from Shanghai. I'll be honest with you guys. We're kind of, today, a little more laid back. We've got 3 sets of games here for the group stages, and we're going to be kind of rolling with whatever Shanghai throws to us. So settle in, grab yourself a cup of coffee if you're from the North America region officially, or a cup of coffee if you're also, just like Gibson, from across the pond, because it's still stupid early over there. Schedule starting off today, group stages, very long day of broadcast. We should, by the end of this, know who's going to the winner's stage. Now, how does the winner's stage transition work, Matcham?
Oh, man. Okay. So first off, you got to look at what we've got going on with the group stage. So we're going to have roughly 3 games per group pairing, and we're going to rotate that 3 times a day. So 3 games, break, 3 games, break, 3 games. Then through that, our top player teams are going to move on to the winner stage. So they're going to compete there. Through the survival stage, you'll see it's going to try to bottom back down the day afterwards, and we're going to have a couple of squads that are going to have to fight their way, try to make it back through it with the teams that didn't really manage to make it through the winner stage from the group stage. And then finally, we get our final stage, and that's going to be the setup that we're going to start using that has an implementation that is going to affect next week. So everything kind of tailors into being a constantly growing schedule of events.
It does, but it feels like you really got to get off running in a lot of ways, Gibson.
Yes.
Sure, the point system is exactly the same, but like today is a really important day to set yourself up for next week, even to a certain extent.
Well, the problem is, I mean, today is super important, but you got through 6 games? Like you don't have time to kind of figure stuff out. So if they are jet lagged, if they are kind of dragging a little bit, they better hope that everybody else is too, because we got some heavy hitters in this lobby that have been on absolute fire, coming from from the PGS Circuit 2 Series 3 or Series 2 Circuit 3. I'm
words I know.
Whatever the last one was, Myth ran away with. Whatever the last one, Myth ran away with, and then obviously EWC, and then the games, the other one, the one that shall not be named, I guess. But there's people that are on fire right now. You look at Virtus Pro, you look at Myth. I mean, those 2 teams obviously kind of head and shoulders above everybody else coming into this, but you don't have the time to really get yourself sorted. You have to come in and kind of put yourself into those high risk, high reward kind of positions and really just hope for the best.
Yeah. So you bring up some consistent teams, and I like that, but I got to ask about one team, and I'll go to you on this one, Gibson. It's the team that won EWC, absolutely dominated there, actually took a victory lap on the final game. Then they go to this other event a week later, and they end up in 15th place after all of these interviews saying, hey, based on what we just did, lads, we're probably going to win PGC this year. Do you think that takes a toll on a team mentally, or is that to be expected to go back-to-back and have performances like that?
I think a lot of the top teams, the coach is there to keep them grounded, right? Outside noise doesn't really matter. Like if you started this year off, would you have looked at the likes of Pero having a huge bounce back in the first PGS circuit? I don't know. They weren't really as impressive as you would have expected. We saw teams like T1 who've always been in a weird place having good events out here. So I'm not quite sure if the outside noise is going to be as big. I think in the old system, the way we used to play with, 18 game finals and, played in a different perspective, I think it was a lot easier for some of the teams. But I think when we go to the way things are done now, 5 maps, TPP, I think it is so much harder for teams to find consistency now than it would have been last year.
And even going back before that, consistency is the exception rather than the rule. I mean, every tournament that we have, we see somebody wins and then they come in and they underperform. Look at Full Sense from PGC, right? The Expendables, or even going back earlier, 17. getting the win, Pero getting the win, as you said. But like the only exception to that rule, really, it feels like, was Twisted Minds when they had their crazy run. And then even then, they kind of fell flat in PGC. So it's really, with things the way they are now, it's all a question of, can you get hot at the right time? And Full Sense was able to do that at PGC. Myth was kind of getting hot, and then it kind of slid away for EWC. Right now, Virtus Pro, probably the hottest. You know, it's tough to say how much you can take away from that other tournament, most recent one. Just I don't know a whole lot about it, but it seems like there was a lot of outside factors that were kind of influencing performance in that one.
I agree with some fashions in what you guys are saying. Like Twisted, of course, was hyper consistent. But VP has also been very consistent throughout this year. Like, there's been a couple of weeks here down and back and forth and stuff like that. But whenever we run as many that we do, like, I don't think that we've necessarily seen anybody step into the same category that we saw Twisted with their dominance, and then they managed to pull it up. But I do feel that VP is in a very consistent fashion right now. And when we look at games of the future, it's kind of hard for me to look at that and say, okay, well, VP's on a downturn because of this. You know, there were long delays. There was a whole bunch of different stuff that can happen. And I know that coaches and everything else like that are supposed to be brought into it. But like, to me, VP hasn't necessarily been winning everything, but man, they've been up at the top and playing very consistent for this past year. And it hasn't really turned the same way for some of these other teams yet. Like, I do agree that Myth can be a bit spiky back and forth by comparison.
They missed the first two finals. Like, I mean, it's like I said, like, you can get hot and kind of, and that's where they were. Like, but that's the question, right? Are they getting hot at the wrong time? And are they going to cool off? Now that's remains to be seen, right? But it's got to be a concern. It's got to be a worry in the back of Ibby's mind. It's got to be a worry in the back of all the boys' minds. But, you know, Ibby's job is to just kind of say, like, don't think about that. Just focus on the next game in front of you and, you know, play each one out. But, you know, I mean, numbers don't lie. Like, I mean, Twisted hasn't really done much this year. Full Sense, I mean, their best finish, they've missed half the finals. Their best finish was 12th. Like, it's tough. It's really, really tough. So, and then, you know, that's without even getting into the fact that we're now playing in Shanghai. China's coming off probably their most embarrassing performance at EWC, and they have a lot to prove. I mean, look, they fielded 5 teams. 4 of them didn't even make the final. Only 17 did, and when they got there, they finished, like, I think, at 11th. So, like, China's coming in here with something really big to prove. And remember, at the beginning of the year, they looked really, really good. So I expect to see a come up from all our Chinese teams this time around, which is going to make things harder for everybody else.
That's kind of the other side of it, too, is like whenever we look at games of the future, 17 won that, right? But so they do need to bring some momentum off of it. But you're 100% right. Off of EWC, that was a incredibly rough performance for the region as a whole, even including 17 inside of that category. So that does kind of lead back into the streaky conversation that you were talking about with specific teams. And it feels like with me, 17, I feel like now it's back on home turf. You're 100% right. This is where you can't use games of the future because of kind of the weird things that were going on as a statement game, right? Whenever we look at this Toffees, it's got to be a bit more like, okay, now we've at least got something back. Can we make it happen again?
Yeah, I think it'll be a question for a lot of these teams. Take a look at the regional stats here. I also wanted to point out, I thought it was interesting that of the previous PGS winners this year, Gibson, only Na'Vi isn't playing in the first group today. Every other winner of PGS is going to be taking the field on game 1. Do you think that adds a little extra stress, or does that mean we should be more excited about A versus B?
I don't even really know what to think about it when you consider the fact that they'll not play in the first 3 maps, and then they're going to play, you know, they're going to wait like, what, 4 hours till they play? So they have a lot of time to kind of sit back and think about what happened. Then they got the 2 groups back to back. If I'm being honest, Toffees, I'd rather be in Group C, so you do play kind of 6 maps in a row rather than 3, and then a break, you know, a really long break. Let's not forget the fact they could be away for, you know, 6 hours between the Tego and the first groups, and then the Ergo at the end. Yeah, like if you're Group A, you've got a rough day today. I'd rather be in C than A every day of the week.
Yep, that makes sense to me. It sounds like we're getting ready to kick off the show over on the stage in just a minute. Excited to check in, get an update on who's running this thing from the ground over there. But you guys see that rotation. Let's check in now with the stage. in Shanghai. Let's go live.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Global Series 7. I'm Yingxi, coming to you from Shanghai, China. To every fan watching around the world, welcome to our battlefield. The first half of the season gave us 6 unforgettable champions. Patricia Road set the tone by winning PGS1, Navi followed with victory at PGS2. Virtus Pro claimed the PGS3, securing the Circuit 1 championship. Made in Talent broke through at PGS4, 17 Gaming answered back by taking PGS5. And at PGS6, Made in Talent returned to the top, capturing their second title and sealing the Circuit 2 championship. But that was only the beginning, because right here, right now, the second half of the season begins. And this is where the road to the glory gets even tougher. From PGS7 to PGS12, 6 more champions will rise. And this time, PGC points are doubled. A single victory here can completely change the team's fortune. One final win could be the difference between watching the PGC from a couch and standing on the biggest stage of them all. Every match matters, every kill, every point counts. To all 24 teams competing here at PGS7, this is your battlefield. This is your moment. This is your chance to change your destiny. So I only have one question for you. Are you ready? Yeah, all right. PUBG Global Series 7 starts right now. Let the battle begin.
我觉得那时候拿到这么好成绩，是可能当时对我的状态比较好吧。失误我当时其实也是稍微会少一点的嘛。我觉得我们后面打不好的原因，可能会是因为有一些外界的压力吧，就2个新人会受一些影响嘛，然后我们解决就行了。
Навіть не знаю, напевно, перемога зміцнила команду на PGS2. Не знаю, більше впевненості з'явилось в команді. Історії так не згадаю, але ось нещодавно почув від спайра таку фразу, що треба прислуховуватись до тімейтів і більше слухати те, що вони тобі кажуть. І от вважаю, що ця історія мені допомогла.
ผลของการแข่งขัน PGS1 นะครับก็รู้สึกว่าเราค่อนข้างเสียใจครับเพราะว่าเราจบที่ 2 มาแล้วเรามีโอกาสถ้าบทเรียนที่ได้รับคงเป็น PGS ที่ผ่านมาครับผลงานได้ไม่ตรงตามเป้าสักเท่าไหร่ครับอยากทำให้คนไทยดีใจด้วยครับ
I'd like to say we're a calm team that makes calculated decisions. It's been pretty smooth and pretty slow. Just learning every day about each other and working things out, whether that be personality fits or just simple what you call compounds, just learning about each other and growing every day. And hopefully we're going to hit our stride before PGC and for these PGSs.
A gente não tem dificuldade porque a gente já se conhece há muito tempo, é uma equipe nova, a gente já se conhece há muito tempo, então não tem dificuldade nenhuma, a gente se dá muito bem e tem um entrosamento muito bom. Acho que o nosso estilo de jogo brasileiro é bem agressivo e a gente vai com certeza mostrar isso nesse campeonato.
I would say like this tournament for us is like I would say first one, so we can practice a lot. Because of lack of practice, we couldn't get the full potential of us. But we already get a lot of like mistakes and stuff, and we are like looking forward to fix it here on this tournament.
ก็ควอลิฟายขึ้นมาก็มั่นใจครับในฝีมือของพวกเราครับเพราะว่าเราก็คัดเลือกกับ 16 ทีมที่ดีที่สุดของประเทศไทยขึ้นมาจนติดท็อป 3 ครับแล้วก็ได้ตั๋วมาที่รายการนี้น่าจะเป็นตั้งแต่แรกที่เริ่มเล่นเกมนี้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าเกมนี้ทีมไทยมีโอกาสเป็นแชมป์ได้หรือว่ามีโอกาสไประดับโลกได้
中国赛区从几年前开始都是比较靠前的嘛，然后这几年有点开始下滑了，然后不想让观众们失望，就是想把这赛区水平打回来。
저희가 한국 대표로 이제 참가하게 되어서 좀 이런 좋은 기회가 저에게 생겼다는 게 큰 운이라고 생각을 하고 그 운을 이제 좀 잘 사용할 수 있도록 제가 노력해야 된다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Well, you heard from the teams. Their expectations are high, and exhaustion probably is as well. They've got a long travel ahead behind them. They got a long journey ahead of them here in Shanghai, China for the next 3 weekends, and we are ready to kick off a very long day of group stages. Again, this is Toffees joined by Gibson, Porosaurus, and Matcham as we break down the action. That was interesting. There was a lot of opinions in there. I heard at least, I think it was 17 saying we have to represent China because the region's been so strong lately. What, Face? And second,
hasn't been strong lately.
Right? And then also, like, my favorite was Team Liquid. You heard Kurt be like, it's a journey. We spent a lot of time right now. Like, we're working on getting to know each other and understanding each other's calls. And I'm like, bro, 3 of you have been together for like 8 years now.
It's
but on the other side of that one, though, Gustav taking over IGLing has had an impact on the way that the squad plays.
Well, that's Falcons.
And I will also say, Falcons, yeah, that's what we were talking about.
No, Kurt.
Oh, yeah, okay, look, it's
Dude,
midnight.
we're not
Leave me
even
alone.
at 4 a.m. Come on, man. We gotta wake up here. Wake up. Come on.
Fine.
Speaking of 4 a.m.
yeah.
Okay, let's double back to this China thing, all right? Because, yeah, it's fun that Kurt said that, and that clearly puts a little bit of the onus on Cowboy, I think, for where their situation is. We'll follow up on that in the future. China has not been strong, Poro. It has been, EWC was a debacle outside of 17, and I think they did so bad because all their friends got sent home on the first day.
I mean, yeah, like... It's going to be hard to shake the narrative that Chinese teams only do well when they're playing in China. But right now, it kind of seems like that's the way. But, they're in Shanghai now. So, once again, and again, you saw Petroglyph Road got a win when they were playing Korea. So did 17. So, 4 a.m. looked really good as well at the beginning of the year. But for whatever reason, I don't know if it was everybody else caught up or they just kind of slipped away a little bit. But they definitely... It feels like they've got something to prove here.
All right, it sounds like game number 1 is about to get underway, so we're going to turn it over to the quintessential casting duo to kick this off in big way. It's Matcham and Gibson.
Thank you so much, Toffees. Gibson, you and me are going to be kicking this off, and we're going to have a ton of fun diving into what is going to be a very interesting day. The pace setting day. I guess you could almost call this trying to set like a pole position in comparison to F1. We often do the comparisons to like racing whenever we look at point systems and everything like that with PUBG. Well, this is trying to set yourself up for the rest of the week and the rest of the race to go well. It's all about getting good position today.
And this is qualifying is what we're at today. These group stages where you got 6 maps to try and make it into the top 8, which gets you the chance to play tomorrow. If not, you go to that survival stage. And Matt, we've seen the players joking. Like, you go to the survival stage, like, yeah, got the privilege of playing a best of 5 to see if I play all weekend. But they're not wrong. Like, the opportunity to go to the upper bracket and at least get double the chance to qualify for the finals is a big difference than just playing on Friday.
2 things to watch. Looks like we might have some friends right at the tail end of the plane path, but we also do have a couple people stretching over in that Novo direction. So it looks like a little bit of, fighting for dominance on the stretch over here. Is like Twisted is going to stay committed into their Novo push and start to pull off for 4 vehicles. And ooh, that circle is going to suck by comparison. You're pushing a Novo, now you got to go all the way to Severny area. Woo!
This is really funny because we saw the warm-up scrim before this and the circle wasn't too dissimilar. We were like, hey, that would be a fun circle to kick off PGS. We're not far off it, Matt. Severny, completely vacant. Nobody dropped there. Falcons actually have an incredible opportunity now going and dropping in Stalber to take really good control of center circle. And, somebody with a lot of love from NAD has dive bombed for Gen G right into the middle of the zone as well with their drop and Roshawk, giving them a really good opportunity to get into the center circle early too.
Yeah, you mentioned D. It's interesting to see how that team is working out because there was the MVP potentially even happening for their squad, even or for one of their players at EWC. But I mean, it's just when we saw a VP at the tail end of it, just that extra survival time and other stuff stacked up. So Gen G's got something else that they've got to fight for themselves in this one. They got some, statements that they want to make. It does feel like they're starting to find a little bit more of a footing in their firefighting where it was a bit dicier beforehand. Early rotates, like you mentioned, are going to be easy for Gen G coming off the start. Tyloo we can kind of see heading down into that Primorsk area, but most of our other squads pretty content right now. No big movements happening as we do have a little bit of a weird thing that's going on with EA very far to the east over in Kameshki, and then Falcons that's going to be in Stalber. So a couple of easy paths coming in for them.
Yeah, and then you look at, like, I think Tyloo, they've got a really good opportunity to rotate all the way up that western coast on that western George Bridge, make their way into the circle. There's a strange mix, though. Like, if anyone has the map feed open and you keep an eye on the very southern west of Millie Island, you've got Destroy from AL, who is completely isolated from the rest of the team, and he's actually got Simon not too far away. So you've got yourself a strange job. So I don't know whether he was... You know, can we really say to someone like Destroy, who's from Vietnam, is jet lagged and hit that jump out of the plane button late? Like, I don't know, but he's really isolated from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, that's what I was saying kind of off the get-go, is that it felt like he was at the tail end of plane path, so I don't know. He's fine, I guess. Maybe just doing some light looting over there. Team Liquid, looks like they're going to be bumping up against Gen G and Petrichor Road as a fight for control over the center of the circle has already started. That's been the name of the game so far. This meta this year has been get into center as fast as you can, dig in, and just try to hold out while everybody's going to be fighting up on top of you. Having shooting range in the middle of all this is going to make it a bit dicier, as it looks like Petrichor Road is going to try to go for this position. Is Bean going to be able to scare him away is the question, as it's just Bean taking the shots. Maybe the one can be enough.
Yeah, they got him to turn tail. Want to point out, it looks like there's a bridge camp that's going to happen down by Millie Island as well. VP have set themselves up to hold out anybody coming from Millie. So just keep an eye on the kill feed a little bit later on when those rotates begin to happen. But Perro have got themselves in that bowl overlooking shooting range. And I'm going to be honest with you, Matt, I don't like that position. It's a position that I feel like you can get pushed from above way too easy. Like, it's a good position to be in if you have to go south and kind of down the hill, but I'm not the biggest fan of their spot.
It's a better like circle 4, 5, 6 spot than it is a circle 1 spot, to say the least. Whenever we look at mortars and everything else like that, that's kind of scary, but I don't think that really they want to stay there for too long. It looks like we do have some of the Petrichor Road guys that are heading a bit further north, maybe trying to go up next to Severny to see if any of the buildings over there are going to be more open, try to scout this out. Outside that, we do also have Twisted that's going to be doing an emergency pickup. Falcons have already moved in from Stolber, so they're going to be playing the warehouses over into the east. Lots of cluster really starting to happen around the center, but also congestion starting to happen over in the west as a couple of rotates could be bumping heads. Most notably, it looks like 17 going to be creeping up back behind JDG.
Yeah, Baron was a little bit wobbly behind the wheel there for a second in the Dacia, but we're watching Myth, who've had a really good year so far, making their way into the circle as well. They'll running towards Geek in a little bit. It's still weird to me seeing Geek switch regions. You know, when I think of them, I do think they're an EMA, but I have to remember that they're not anymore. We saw that bridge camp that's set up by VP, but something else I kind of want to point out is the fact that Perro have decided the 2-2 split. So 2 players have gone into Severny. They left the 2 up on that plateau, but the main thing for me, Matt, is they've gone to the western side of Severny, so they've given themselves that exit plan if they needed to get out of the city.
You mentioned GK a second ago. It breaks my brain that technically the org is United Arab Emirates that had a, what is it, CIS roster that now has a Korean roster. This has got to be the most PUBG org that we have seen in a while because they're a little bit of everything, man.
And it's disappointing. Like, someone says, oh, GK did well. Like, oh yeah, that's good for you, mate. Oh wait, no, actually not. But we kind of spoke about that. I think this is a big event for them too. Like, when you look at the way that the standings are for PGC points in Korea, I think we'll talk about it a lot more as the weekend progresses. But if I'm not wrong, Matt, PGC points have doubled from this point on. So some of these teams have a real chance to kind of secure their way inside a PGC nice and early as we watch EA going. And I think EA are one of the teams that are kind of on the bubble. I think they're on the outside looking in when it comes to the Thai PGC points.
Yeah, this is going to be, and as we look into these next few weeks, a lot of pace setting for a lot of different reasons. Most notably today, just to set up for your weeks. But as everything stacks up, so much pressure is going to start mounting. The tail end of the year for PUBG always starts having escalation as far as points go in qualification. Shots coming out from Cowboy. Runs out of ammo, has to step away, but doesn't get knocked. Rest of Myth starting to look around. Cowboy does end up getting knocked on to Scappy, but he's got a lot of duress. Some friends coming from range up in the northeast. It's going to be Luke 12. Well, right up on top of Kiss. Jumps out, loses cover, but doesn't matter. Kiss just goes for it, man. That is absolutely crazy set of shots.
He's in the open though, he's completely standing there. If Cowboy can get himself outside of the smoke or even take from a third party, get an angle, you can see a knock coming in onto Scappy. So Scappy in a ton of trouble. You'll see him getting flushed out as another run from Cowboy, but there's a great angle from Kurt with the M249. He's going to get Jacob and Myth in a world of trouble now. Looks like they're going to try and pick up their teammate in the smoke, but Kurt trying to get closer to Halo here.
There's the bridge camp that has all been set up. VP just absolutely trying to farm it right now. This is coming up big as everybody right now in Tycon starting to go down. APG in a lot of trouble. So old school bridge camp paying off in the end. But I think that there's also an Anyone's Legend player at range down there, and the rest of Anyone's Legend might be coming over to participate in this. I'm curious to see how long VP wants to kind of sit on it though.
Yeah, Myth did get eliminated. VP, we spoke about it. This bridge camp, they've been waiting for a while. It's, you know, the way that the phases work out, they can sit in phase 2, they can rotate in, but Sololze looks to be holding them out. So watch for AL now, trying to cut them off when they rotate into the circle. They try to follow that main road inside of Pachinki. Circle did move over towards that no-lean compound as we watch another drive-by here by Severny. Pero, we'll see. Oh my, he jumped out, he took some damage there, and that's going to allow a big opportunity for Sharper to get some points on the board.
I mean, these fights to your first couple of circles are not quitting right now. Petrichor Road in a lot of trouble. Another player already down. Severny becoming the focal point for Sharper, and it's coming up pretty big for them. Petrichor Road having to actually lean to that external road that runs out of Severny, just try to use it for some cover. Are they going to crash back in? At least one of them. Is this a hunt for blue chips, or is this a hunt for safety? I don't know what Petrichor is wanting over there, but Sharper better be careful. They also have Twisted Minds that are coming up back behind them, so they're about to be pinched from 2 different angles if they don't actually take control over this fast enough.
I think they're going anchors down. I think they're going to go into Severny, pop down the anchor, get inside a building, and just try to hold out inside of it for a little while. Twisted Minds, they're making their dive through the south side of that pizza point that is Pachinki, or it's Pachinki, it is obviously Severny as well, as Batu will kind of lead the charge for this roster. But real estate, Matt, it's really hard to find in this section of the zone, right? He'll feed the information of VP going past, but like, there's not a lot of real estate in the zone.
That's big because now Destroy knows that he can go across the road. So Maiden Thailand, that was the end of them. Looking over into the east, it's going to be Geekay that's got no lean under control, and then nobody else really playing in the foothills of Stolmer down into the warehouses is really even. It's much more focused onto the center, and Twisted's trying to get through that gauntlet. That's going to be Falcons on one side, Gen G on the other. If they can at least crest this hillside, they might be able to find something down in the lower recesses, but if they go too far, they'll bump into that very aggressive early game team Liquid that just likes to scrap and was getting that fight with Myth just a little while ago, but Shaq looks like it could be enough as Gustav is going to get the knock onto Lou, and oh, well, it was fine for Sololze, but there you go, it still ends up being fine. Destroy's going to go ahead and take it, and Anyone's Legend now starting to regroup. They're just going to be south of Pachinki with Delwyn and Himas, so that's going to be taking a little while, coming in the circle pretty late.
Might actually suit them coming in late as well, because you look at the positions of a lot of these teams, I think that there will be some space on the southern side if they stay on the main part of the area, like Rozhawk, Yaz, and then kind of see where the circle goes from there. But I just feel, again, it is going to be so tough for a lot of these teams when that next circle shift, particularly if it does go over towards Geekay. You'll have a mass migration. But Batu, we saw him making a dive for Shaq a little while ago. Now he finds himself going for a swim. So what's Batu's play from here? Because that peninsula is very, very open.
Dude, Batu just does Batu things nowadays. He's starting to, like, invest in it. He's a solo player that knows how to survive. Circle doesn't pop Geekay's side like you're talking about. It actually goes into the west, though. So that's going to give us shooting range hillside, as well as the God compounds down the south. Great for 17 Gaming, as they're going to have a plethora of targets to shoot for. Also great for VP. Just now touching that circle, so they're going to have at least a foothold coming into this. Geekay is going to be collapsing in from the east. The west looks like it's going to have Tyloo, Petrichor Road remnants, as well as Irvina and Sharper all coming in from similar angles. It's going to get pretty feisty there pretty quick, as Vitality also going to make a crash right up on top of Twisted. That's a problem for Twisted.
Yeah, Vitality just going in and out of their little dip. A nade bomb coming in here now from Twisted Minds. They try to get one back. One is found. Levante actually gets caught out by D from Gen G as they're putting pressure on from that junkyard aside. They're going to go for the res, but Matt, one really good nade from Twisted Minds here could cause a world of pain for the guys in Vitality, but they do open up the bunker for now. With Twisted Minds, like, I think they're just going to have to play the Shack. Like, I don't see any way Batu's able to regroup, so they're kind of stuck in the open.
There's nothing that they can do. Gen G's got a great angle and is oddly enough kind of defending Twisted right now. So Vitality can't really do too much on it, and this Twisted can't really step up and drop the nades onto Vitality that they wanted to get. So a little bit of referee going on with the 2-2 split for Gen G, holding down Crossroads and the compound just to the south of it. Petrichor Road also going to be pretty close. If you throw enough blue zone nades on top of them, it'll eventually get, I guess, slightly painful, is that tingling sensation is going to start to reside.
They just found a little corner of the bunker that wasn't really touched by all of those BZs. They got one doing a little bit of damage, but that's a lot of utility wasted. And Vitality still alive and in the fight. You can see they've got a couple of BZs themselves. Looks like Sharper will see Susie get the knock on to Jedi as Sharper are just trying to get on the move. Tyloo looking for something here as they move in from that northern side. Remember, they need PGC points as well going in, and I think the JDG, they'll give up the comp point to Sharper, and I think they'll regroup all together a little bit closer to the circle.
The high ground control from this hillside can give you a lot. Sharper and JDG are kind of fighting for it. You can see anyone's legend kind of looming on the outside of it. Good shots coming up from Thunders. Gonna go ahead and try to retaliate back for the loss on a Jedi. But now they have to be careful. Sharper's kind of got their backs to anyone's legend that are going to be coming up back behind him, while JDG has to be cautious into the north and how much this duo for Tyloo might want to get invested. Sharper, though, going to stay more active. It's going to be running right up into the face of this, making sure that they can secure this flush, but this is also going to kind of put him in a little bit of a crossfire position if they're not careful. Sharper coming up with some big strategies that could pay off big, but oh, that's what I was afraid of. Delwyn's going to go ahead and get the knock.
Yeah, watch that whole time they pushed in and it allowed AL to get in. Anyone's legend, big chance to get some third-party action in the back of this fight. Player goes down. Sharper Esports eliminated as Tyloo and JDG are able to pick some points in that battle, and AL have got themselves a good spot now after holding out by the bridge for so long. Falcons, they've got one member of Twisted Minds left to work with. Tig still playing anchor way off to the northern side of the map, feeding information in, and it looks like Liquid have got Luke and Halo back in the fight now as well, so the Americas team's both up to 4 players alive.
This is a very interesting split coming up from Falcons, having Tig back behind all of this, taking their shots at Team Liquid, trying to hold them out. Falcons have moved kind of close to that cluster that we were watching with Twisted just a moment ago, with the exception, of course, Tig that we're referencing. Arena is not going to be inside this new circle, nor is Tyloo. Anyone's legend's also going to have to make a move. Down to the south, 17 has to regroup. JDG has found pretty much the center of the circle, but this bit of a ridge could be enough. They're going to bring down some Doritos as well. You can see if you dig into it, there's a little bit of I guess a mini valley, ravine, whatever you want to call it, in the hillside right here that can give you some survivability. It is going to kind of put you in a dangerous spot, as guys from the top of the hill can easily roll nades down into those holes if you dig them up, but we'll have to see how it goes. I'm just getting a bit afraid because I haven't seen any mortars really popping yet, Gibson, and that was kind of the name of the game at EWC.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of these teams had the time to do it. I've also noticed that GK have got Xiongjiang very close now to Team Liquid, who've spotted out Tig a little further north of them. So there's a good nade. That's going to get tossed in. The coop will not explode this time, but another good nade from Kickstart could really cause some problems for Liquid. That nade should get one, and Halo is going to get knocked. And does he have any more nades? He doesn't. He has a BZ, so he's going to try to get closer and drop it in.
GK is just going to make the run in. They saw the knock. It was Songjong at the range that spotted it. Wimbo is also going to be taking some shots at a VP while this is going on. But Falcons, they need to keep control angles specifically from what GK is trying to set up. Nades continue to roll down on top of Team Liquid. But Akan actually getting more pulled in the direction of watching what was happening on the other side of it. It's opened up the Falcons just to continue to rain down nade upon nade onto Team Liquid. There is nothing to be done over here as everybody's now starting to cluster around. Akan now retreating back over this angle, but it's too late. The BRDM can't take anything. Falcons get them all.
Yeah, that's great from them, and I think we actually have a listening available to Falcons to see what their next move is after cleaning out Liquid. So let's jump in with the Falcons to hear what they have to say.
I'm only 3 bullets. Can anyone hook me up? Or the buddies here?
I can, yes.
I'm putting AP down just as I can. It's retarded.
Real quick, guys, the info, I need all of you to hear me. Twisted solo above you guys. Vitality is 3 guys in...
Yeah, we should have the Can I have the molly? If you had picked up,
I have 2 mollies. Yeah.
I have the line up for Secret Room. Can you just give it to me?
Kick,
if I get there, they die.
Yeah, Kick. GK has orange line.
Yeah.
Give me the mollies, Kick, and I'll drop you my
nades. Can we speak, please? Like.
Coming right into the explosions as Tyloo in the face of the arena. Explosions galore happening. The BRDM just trying to run over what it can. But with the position of the new circle as it's popped, Jin G is going to have an angle onto it. Anyone's Legend also going to be high ground back behind what's going on with Tyloo. They can find themselves in a pretty bad spot if they're not careful. E-Arena still just getting punched from every single direction. There's nowhere for them to go. As it feels like everybody got a piece of them.
Yeah, AL pushing into Tyloo as well, though, as this one's not done just yet. Gen G have sent Bean a little bit further away, back towards D, who's still holding that anchor line. The BRDM, as you pointed out, will provide a ton of cover for Tyloo as they drop that smoke to try and get players back up on their feet. But I'm looking at this circle, like 17 Gaming, they got to work their way in. VP, the same. GK, just about getting some ground on that eastern side of the circle, but the center point, you can't really play it yet, Madison. Road in the middle of the ground, like, no team can dive for center yet. You got to fight around the edge to clear up some space.
And you can see that there's a lot of crossfires starting to come in from these high ground positions, specifically the ones that are going to have to be abandoned here in a little while. Anyone's Legend are going to find themselves with a pretty decent angle on most of this circle. Going to be kind of taking a couple of pot shots as they can, as VP, the slow roll in seems to be the strategy that they're going to be going for, to try to dodge out as much of the action as they can. Do spot out Geek K. You heard Falcons also saying that they knew pretty much where Geek K was positioned at, so Park Pro going to be holding down a little bit of the compound that they're going to be at, but looks like VP in their positioning going to try to go for a couple of shots, get punished for it. Nixie loses his helmet.
Yeah, Levante gets a knock on a Housker as well. That's still kind of happening, where Tyloo find themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place for now. Gen G, as you pointed out, they're coming under a lot of pressure from the likes of Falcons, but Falcons still have example ahead of them for Twisted Minds, and we know how dangerous he can be as a solo if Falcons overstep things. A big nade barrage dropping in towards VP now. All of them dropping just a little bit short, but remember, Matt, every one of these nades that go off provides that little bit of cover for VP as well, as those bunkers start getting created. So you might even be giving VP an opportunity to push towards you if you're 17.
Well, it's also cutting out their vehicles was one of the big things I think that VP might have been afraid from. A lot of those nades seem very focused on it. Ooh, though, but it rains. It's going to be everybody going for backstabs onto 17. They walked into a corridor and instantly regret it. Everybody else on the high ground starts punishing. VP just going to come up and put the finishing touches onto him. Nixie's going to get it. That's going to be 17 getting eliminated. Opens up more movement for Anyone's Legend, who are trying to get right above JDG and feels like they've got a new target. Also opens up more maneuverability for Tyloo, who have their eyes set a bit more onto that Gen G side, while everything into the east is a lot more quiet, as that road running right through the middle of everything kind of being the line of demarcation between all the firefighting.
Yeah, it's all quiet, but there's a matchbox over there waiting for just something to strike a flame, because the east will kick off pretty soon and it will get very, very loud, very fast. Hemas looking downrange towards Gen G, still beside Tyloo on the other side of the circle. The next circle shifts and it goes over towards the east, and that's actually really good for Falcons.
Yeah, Geek also have been kind of trying to find somewhere just to survive. You can see kind of hunkered down in these little dips that they've been digging for themselves in the, I guess, the little, what do you want to call them, mole hills that kind of rise up out of the field here. That'll give them something to work with. VP's going to have to make a big move. JDG, as well as Anyone's Legend, Tyloo, and Gen G. Gen G's going to finally have to make some type of movement. Now, here come the mortars. I knew that they were bound to start coming sooner or later. This is just too open of a field to not have somebody try to use it.
What do you think of the Vitality spot now, though, inside that secret room, that bunker? Like, they are center of the circle. It's not like the old days where you couldn't get into it. Of course, they can fall all the way back. That also leads to the opportunity to get trapped, but it's just a little bit harder, Matt, to clear Vitality than it would have been a few months ago. So I think they're in with a really good chance of getting a bunch of placement points in this one.
I just want somebody to park a BRDM on top of it. I'm a simple man. That's all I want to see is now VP, where are you going? They're going to start running down the hillside. And it's going to be straight into the Geek side of it. It's pretty punished. They haven't even managed to make it into the circle yet. They just had to stop at the rock, and Geek is going to be using the BRDM and a nice angle on the hillside. VP, though, just wanted to get space away from what was going on with Anyone's Legend as well as JDG, but JDG has a much easier path, just slow rolls down the hillside with near on nobody shooting at them. Seems like VP stole a lot of the aggro from these guys, and Nixie does just barely get in the circle.
He's got something, but Sololzi's tossing nades this way, so you got to be careful. That Panzer could have something to say a little bit later on as well, and one of the teams that could be the target is Tyloo, as they send it in towards the circle. And where do they go from here? They've got a tree, they've got a chance. It looks like they're going to park it up in this dip, Matt.
I thought that they were going to go a little bit too close to Vitality. You saw that Panzer just being readied over and over again. Feels like Falcons and Geek at range are just taking shots at anybody that rolls down the hill. New target's going to be anyone's legend, and yeah, it's going to be a hard rotate. They're going to go ahead and get demolished as well. Genji, congratulations. It's your turn. Would you like to try to enter the circle? It's been going so well for everybody this whole time.
Yeah, here's a nade barrage toward JDG. A ton of damage dealt. 1 HP in a dream now for the last player standing. He's going to go into the dip, but here come Tyloo. They've got some great weapons as well. One player's going to hop on out. You get 2 knocks, and that leaves just 1 player left alive on the edge of the circle. Cold. He manages to find one, but this should be a simple enough res here. Map nade gets tossed on in, but they should be able to hold out this solo. Surely.
Well, it's thrown off the timing, really, and that did let Genji kind of sneak their way in back behind this. So the longer they're having to commit into this res, that's kind of allowed Cold to kind of hold down this angle and allow some harassment. Luckily, Vitality can't go for too much more out of it. But how much more can Cold get out of this? BRDM in front of him, I mean, it's enough.
Okay.
That's going to be Tyloo eliminated. Cold manages to get him before going down. Vengeance, I guess.
Yeah, Genji, though, really clever for them to third party into the action and pick up those extra points. GK, they're going to move with a BRDM of their own now. Nixie does have a Panzer, if I remember correctly, but Akan's going to run them over. He's going to get one. Is he going to back up and find the other? Nixie's going to go prone. They're using the BRDM to get the nades in there, and EJ will find Nixie. Down go VP. Akan will be able to pick up that loot, but that BRDM is such a powerful bit of utility now. As we move on, and Falcon still up, Genji the same. Vitality just focused, flourishing in their lanes, unbothered as things stand.
I mean, yeah, they're popping up just enough to get the kills as they need to, but GK, they got to be absolutely loving the fact that they saw the other BRDMs taking so much damage, getting exploded, everything else like that. They now have a roaming fortress on this circle. Also, shout out to Twisted Mind's Example, who has managed to stay alive for quite a while. Making it in, trying to find some placement points for his squad. Falcon's starting to move in a little bit more aggressive, right on top of Example, but I guess Tiggleton ends up right on top of him, quite literally. So Gustav should have time to get rezzed. No real big focus happening yet, but that's allowed GK to take more control over the south, now starting to loom over into the west.
I'm really surprised GK didn't push in on Falcons after Gustav sustained that knock, but I think that Tig should be able to get that res. Instead, they're bringing the fight over towards Genji. Akan will get himself a quick double salute and beam dealt with as he uses the BRDM to get in a flank position. And that BRDM, I can't quite tell how much health it has left as Akan's got himself in front of it, but Falcons still haven't got Gustav on his feet. Park Pro will get that kill on the beam, but look at GK go.
Yeah, they just charged in on that one. The BRDM did enough work. They're just flooding into this point. 9 kills and climbing. Falcons at 7 right now. Genji goes down with 6. So Vitality, you've got yourself a pretty nice little hidey hole to survive in, but the only benefit that you've got going for you right now is that Falcons are on one side of it and GK are on the other, so nobody can really commit into trying to go for you. But hey, you know, a Panzerfaust, Levante will make something out of that, and Kickstart's going to get knocked. GK, though, seems focused on Vitality, not on Falcons.
Yeah, they've smoked off the flank now so they can push directly into the Falcons. GK should be taking advantage of this and flooding in. Nade toss now towards Tig, and he is in that little dip. You see a bunch of stun grenades being thrown in, and well, Tig, he's spotted. He's dealt with. Falcons fall in 3rd place, and that leaves GK and Vitality. And GK have sent Seongjang on the other side. They've retaken the ground that Vitality held, and Vitality double. Akan 2 for the price of 1, and GK take the first map of the day.
Just rolls in BRDM right into the face. No fear, just coming out on that one. Such a crazy set of plays coming out from GK. As, I mean, they just had control for so long out of everything that was going on externally. Well, I mean, Vitality, you mentioned it, they got themselves a little hidey hole and they just lived there.
Oh, it was so good for them. And Vitality looks 2nd place, but we're going to bring back the other 2 Toffees. How good were GK in their decision making in that one? And the BRDM came in clutch.
I think the thing that summed it up for me is the BRDM boop at the end really nailed it for GK's entire game, right? It's like we see him. I feel like I watched half of that match with ACAT just sitting in a BRDM from his angle as he drove around causing ruckus. So good for them. They come away with huge points. But for me, I think Yeah, I was just that ability to survive in the secret room, Poro, and last as long as they did for Vitality to kind of come out and just put the stopper on Falcons. I mean, it wasn't easy to live down there. They had to dodge a bunch of stuff. It was tough.
Yeah, Twisted Minds is going to be like so mad when they go back and look at the replays, how close they got to actually taking them all out. Like it was really well played by Vitality, just to be able to hold on to that as well. But yeah, I mean, top 3 RDM still remaining undefeated. If you can get your hands on one of those, unless you're Tyloo, of course. The RDM seems to be pretty much a pretty good indicator of how far you're going to make it into the game.
Tyloo, bro.
Well,
you're right.
You gotta know how to play around it, though, right?
Also, think about it for Levante. It's got to suck a little bit because he used the Panzerfaust onto kickstart. If he'd held on to that for a little while longer, he could have had it for what was going to be going on with GK. But I mean, it's also did secure them the second place position. It's a little bit of if it woulda, couldas, right?
Well, and I think coming out of that hole is a tough one, right? Because the upside is they got to live through the chaos of a field ending with not a lot of choice. The downside is you get F all in terms of information while you're down in that hole, right? Like you're trying to do a little bit of jiggle peeks here and there and figure out where everybody is. And so I think that spending investment to get the guarantee wipe on the Falcons and then hope it works against EK was actually a really smart call on their position to get those additional 2 points and make sure they get the placement point to go against it. Because I don't know, I could be wrong, but I feel like Gibson, when you choose to go into the secret room, basements, you're kind of committing to like, this doesn't feel like a win scenario, it feels like a survival scenario.
It's a bunker, and it's exactly what they did. They bunkered in for the end. I gotta agree with you, like yes, you could have used the Panzer on GK, but they secured 3 more points by taking out Falcons, and there's no guarantee if you saved the Panzer for GK that you would have gotten the same result off the back of it. So I think, look, they'll be happy with it. They find themselves in 3rd, Falcons with a big 7-kill game, but shout out to GK, those kills, and just the way they use the BRDM to just harass the lobby and, you know, take down the guys. I think especially from Gen G, they deserve that win, and they're in a really good spot now for playing tomorrow instead of playing on Friday.
Yeah, it felt like a good, strong start from Korea as we looked at that end game and how it developed, Poro.
No, absolutely. I mean, you get that one win, that's pretty much your set, right? Like it just with your only 6 games to kind of get yourself into that finals. It goes a long way. So, but yeah, no, Korea starting off really nicely here. Love to see JD Gaming kind of step up there. 8 kills. Like it feels like all year long we've been kind of expecting JDG to start showing up. Like that roster is just too good to be as kind of middle of the pack as they have been. So maybe this is a good indicator of things to come.
Yeah, it's a fragging squad. That was the thing. Those are kills, man. That's what we wanted from JD. It felt like they were trying to play for like placements for so long. Finally getting them kills up is what you love to see.
All right, so that is JDG only missed the finals at EWC by 1 point to Shadow Esports, and that's one of those arguments that if they had made that 1 point difference, they could have surged up because we saw them improving in subsequent things. Now, let's talk about the man of the match. That makes more sense. Akan, who drove the BRDM, put in a ton of work. You know, sometimes I see these photos and I think, man, these guys all look so much older than when we started doing this, but let's Akan's all grows up as he played that really well. 6 kills, and it wasn't just the BRDM. I feel like he was really managing placement, rotations. Like it looked like he led that team very effectively, Matcham.
Yeah, I mean, they did have to navigate a couple of weird things that were happening around that Severny area at the start, if you remember. Of course, they did end up with the BRDM, but in a very open circle like that, it's sometimes a little bit hard to keep the BRDM up and alive because it can start to get focused down because there wasn't a lot of cover. They chose the right angles of approach to try to keep it as alive and healthy for as long as possible. And if you manage to make it into the last, like, 2 squads fighting, you got a BRDM, yeah, okay, life's going to be really great then. It's keeping it survive and healthy until that stage is the problem.
You know, in hindsight, that's probably also why Vitality ran out. I guess if you knew your last team was inside that hole and you just drove the BRDM into the stairwell and let them blow it up, they're cooked, right? Like, they spend the rest of their time. Yeah, you park on top and stand on top. And so them surging out kind of makes a lot more sense in that context. So that was a really fun game. I think that seeing some of these teams, GK in particular, they finished in 12th when it came to EWC. It felt like this was a team that we had some expectations for, but maybe not. How do I explain this? we know they could be good, but they don't have the overwhelming weight of the world's expectations on them. I think to a certain extent, Gibson is like they can kind of play their game. No one's sitting there watching every single move they make, like say happens with Virtus Pro or the Falcons or Twisted Minds, which I think is a boon to a team who's on the grow.
Yeah, 100%. You're going into this event and everyone's always talking about Team A, Team B, like everyone in the West always like to talk about the likes of Falcons, and I think they're in a really good place. No one's looking their way. I think after that first map, I think some attention's going to get drawn out, but all in all, let's see what they can do. Like, this is all about getting to PGC.
Look, I mean, it's half of Begopop whenever we look at it, right?
Yeah.
This is a squad that came in with just expectations of having fun and trying to succeed, now signed and trying to find more out of it after that, bringing in a couple other players, trying to become a little bit more of a synergized team. And so whenever we look at it, the Khan, the rest of the crew now, combined in with Park Pro and Songjong, as well as EJ, this is a team that it could have some potential to it, but also, you're right, Toffees, you hit the nail on the head. They're not T1, they're not Gen G, they're not where everybody is just waiting to hit them with sticks if they mess up because the fandom is just that, like, powerful back behind them. If they succeed, great. If they fail, they'll learn from it and just try to succeed again.
Now you talk about fandoms. Let's bring it back around to our Chinese teams, because I think the first game, having even Tai Lu, who Tai lost their BRDM way too quickly, got a good amount of points on the board. JDG shows up there. We know 17 is getting a little bit of love because of what happened at the last event. I mean, it's got to be hard to go to EWC and get sent home so early, Poro, knowing how mean the fan base is, right? I mean, they literally, every Chinese team got sent out except 17 before we even got to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, you get used to it, I'm sure, if you're those guys, but, it still sucks, right? Like, there's still expectations, and you still want to deliver for the fans, and I know that that's top of mind for all those guys. So, through one game, there's only so much you can tell. Like, there's still, obviously, like, the pressure that's coming from that poor performance at EWC. But it's tough to really turn that whole tide around in 6 games of groups. So fortunately, they do get the survivor stage, even if they don't get top 16 here in groups. So we'll see. The jury's still out.
Also, I just want to go on the record and say I have the same headphones that Martin got, and I don't feel like I look like Princess Leia. So I don't know what's going on there. I can't wait to see it.
We're saying that Martin's just got a significantly tiny head.
Yeah, I think that's what was implied there, which now I'm trying to figure out if that's true or not.
I feel like it's not, though. Like, I've sat behind him in movie theaters. Like, he does not have a tiny head. So it doesn't make any sense to me.
He just gives off big head energy.
Big head energy. Super. All right, so let's get back into talking about some of these games. That opener, the bridge camp, the Inception bridge camp, where it was like a camp inside of a camp. That was kind of fun. Virtus Pro had what? I think 2 sides of the bridge, and then it was Alpha Gaming got caught up in that. That was pretty wild. But should we expect that to continue, or is that just a attack of opportunity, Gibson?
I think with the circle that was given so far north, they said with a couple of teams dropping in Millie Island, it's worth wait to try to bridge camp. And you got to give credit to AG as well, because they decided, or Anyone's Legend, they decided to camp VP. So you kind of had a camp on top of a camp down by Millie Island, and both teams managed to find some points off the back of it. But I think it is just an opportunity of the circle. Like, if that circle had been maybe more centered in the middle of the map, they wouldn't have held that bridge camp as long. So just watch for that over the event. Anytime the circle goes north, particularly in Erangel, watch for VP taking advantage of it.
Okay. Let's talk about another team that we saw a name change on recently. It's this Alpha Gaming, previously Vicious. Matt, we saw a little bit of them in that game. The Vicious. Do you have high expectations for them in this event?
Oh, man. Would it be cool because it's Tycon? Yeah. But I don't know. Like, Tycon is so, like, when you were kind of talking about this, like, some of these teams that go hot and cold, that's like the Tycon special, right? Is like, he'll go and get 5-8 kills, something like that crazy by himself. And then the next series, we'll see that they just can't seem to find a kill. I feel like they're going to be as consistent as their name is right now. I would love to see them pop off again like at EWC, because I think that there is the capability for it, but I just haven't seen something to show consistency for that team yet. And once it does, great, they're going to be terrifying, because that's Tycon, man. But it all comes down to who's going to be the next guy after Tycon whenever he's not hot. Is it going to be Sapao? Is it going to be Simon T? I mean, Ducklight could do it, but that's not necessarily his role.
I also like that Duckmy found another chance to change his name. He was like, "Oh, new brand. I'm
New
dying
team,
now." Right, new team, new me. But as far as we know, that is still Duckmy. So we'll figure out how this continues to go. But I think this is a team that I was actually shocked to see them come in at second place at EWC Poro, because it felt like they sort of they popped off that last day or two. Day 2, I think it was exactly, almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like where APAC is right now. Like we talked about how back in the day, like it's almost like APAC is going through reverse what everybody else did, where like every other region, it seemed like there was really good players on a bunch of different teams, kind of all spread out, and then over time they all congregated together onto the same super teams, and that's when we started seeing some success. Well, Thailand and Vietnam seem to be going the opposite direction. They had the super teams, and now they're spreading out and going into multiple teams. So it's really, really hard to kind of like get a bead on exactly what my expectations for these squads should be. Like, I feel like expecting top 8 grand finals is probably where they're at right now. And if they get a couple of, like, a little bit of circle luck or get a couple of good games go their way, then they can just make a run at the whole thing. But that's high expectations, probably the highest expectations for any team in this lobby.
I want to jump in on that when we talked about the back and forth. Like we saw originally, APAC was the squad, like they were the region that would run and gun in like circles 1 and 2 and go for the kills and then bomb center. That's the meta now. Everybody else back then was playing a very, I guess, like edge control, safety play, trying to keep 4 players up mindset. And everybody else, all the other regions has switched off of that to kind of what APAC was originally doing. And now APAC is kind of doing what everybody else used to do, where they're just trying to play a lot more safe, which is kind of mind-boggling to me.
What do you think, Gibson? Do you think this is another year where we have an APAC PGC champion, or do you think this is finally the year that APAC releases the reins a little bit?
I think they might release the reins. I think that this year's not gone the way that maybe some of these teams would have wanted, particularly a lot of those Korean teams. But you know what? We can pick up that conversation a little bit later, because we got to turn our attention towards Miramar Toffees, and we're going to see some teams really make strides towards playing tomorrow.
Yes, sir. It's time for game number 2 to see who's dusty doomed in the Dusty Dunes. As we get ready to kick this off, it's myself and Porosaurus bringing you guys the action in a map that I think feels comfortable for us, Poro. Like, if there was a place where we could slap on some cowboy hats and yell yeehaw, it's this map.
I mean, you know that I'm always down to slap on a cowboy hat and yell yeehaw.
Amen, brother.
No, this is home. This is the Dusty Dunes. This is where we cut our teeth. Well, actually, no, that'd be Erangel. But this is where it's close enough, man. This is what I want. I like this.
But it is. I like it because we learned Erangel in an era where there was no competitive, right? It was the only map. We spent hours grinding, but playing Banana Man dying, like press F2 to honk, like. It was gimmick and fun, and we learned it through the memes. Miramar, for me, was the first map that was competitive. It was the first map where teams spent hours driving it, learning it, memorizing it. It's the first map where there wasn't wide open spaces for incredible end games that sort of just swam into the ending. Everything here had a reason for existence, and it only has gotten better as the changes have come through. So for me, Miramar will always be, for lack of, at risk of sounding like a boomer bay, right? This is my map. I adore it. And I think for that reason.
Been worried about the risk of sounding like a boomer?
Well,
it's like your whole brand.
It's both of us. You're the drunk uncle, and I'm the crazy dad. Welcome.
Oh, speaking of drunk uncles, look at that circle.
I think you're going to say, look at Shrimzy.
That's listing slightly to the left. Well, look, Shrimzy is rapidly approaching Unk stage, if we're all being completely honest. He used to be a young little hot boy, but now, he's like settled down. He's getting more mature, and he's definitely getting into Unk stage. Going to be talking about all the 3-pointers he used to hit.
Yep. No, he got married and his card was sent to him in the mail, so respect that. I also want to talk about the comms. That last game that we saw, man, like the comms at the end game, sure they got to 3rd place, but I was a little bit, I don't know, man, that felt kind of stressful to me. No, it didn't, but I have so much faith in them. Maybe that's just the way they function, but having Shrimzy open with, guys, you have to hear this information, and then people just talking over it anyway was kind of shocking to me.
Jeez, Chad, calm down. He just called him an unk. It's not the end of the world. Like, it's a good thing.
I don't understand why you guys hate Unks so much.
I know. What is it a bad thing? I didn't think it was a bad thing. If it's a bad thing, then I've been getting lit up for like the past like 10 years. It's crazy. But yeah, no, I think Gunnar will be a little bit displeased with how the comms are working out there. And you know, comms kind of been one of it's one of those issues that a lot of teams have. Like it's that thing that is going to separate the great teams from the good teams, and that's what's going to end up getting championships. And honestly, comms are so much easier to do when things are going your way. Obviously, like it feels like a very nice thing to say, but oh, never mind. Cowboy already inside Pozo is going to spot out 04MB, get him down to about half HP, but he will maybe escape. No, he's got the line. Great driving there by 04MB.
Pekchakor, very good at driving, not so good at finishing these games. So we'll see if this transitions. They make a nice move around Cowboy here as he plays in the Dusty Dunes. Also, I just want to go on record and say his Cowboy Howdy walk that he did at EWC may have been one of the hardest things I've ever watched. But it was rough, man. But I love every interview. They're like, so are you a real cowboy? He's like, no. But I have a hat.
I've never seen somebody's going to regret their... Like, I know that there's a lot of, like, IGN regret out there in the world. Probably a lot of you in Twitch chat probably regret your name choices. He's probably been sticking with that one for years now. Now that he's gotten like this relative degree of you know, real, PUBG man. Fame, he's like, how everybody thinks I'm cowboy, so I gotta really like put it on.
That's how it happens. I picked my name on a whim. You think I wanted to be a fat guy named Toffees? No, it was an accident. It happens. If you're in the chat and you hate your screen name, let us know because it happens. It happens.
One's in the chat so we can also see what your stupid name is.
All right, so let's get back. We're watching the Falcons making a nice rotation here. I did like that there was overtalk, but a lot of the communication, a lot of the stuff that was being relayed was all relevant information, and then it was still being processed.
That's the thing, though, is it can all be relevant, but it's not always necessary, right? Like, especially when you're in a high stress environment like that, where you kind of need like, okay, like let's keep the primary goal in mind. Let's only relay information that is currently relevant to achieving that primary goal. All this other stuff, while it could possibly, like, I think where a lot of teams get bogged down is they start relaying information about things that could happen or like worst case scenarios, and that's very negative thinking, and it kind of it infects, man. It gets in there. So I'm talking like a guy who's got a master's degree in communication, but like it's just kind of how it is. Like you've got to, and you don't always have, like when you're having success, you don't have that. You're not doing this like communications out of fear, right? Like and worrying about like what the worst case scenario is going to be, because you're not worried. You feel like you're in good positions. You feel like you're rolling. But when you're trying to fight yourself out of bad spots, and I'm not saying that's what happened to the Falcons. Like, look, let's give them a little bit of grace. Like they're still figuring out ways to fit in Gustav. Like they've just moved over to the Gustav IGL role, all that stuff. So like they're all still figuring this stuff out, and they're gonna get more reps in here. As long as they're hitting by the time PGC rolls around, all will be forgiven.
Yep, and I do think you bring up a great point that is they only made that transition to the new IGL about 2 weeks before EWC started. There's a learning phase, and there's not a lot of downtime. Also, I got to be honest, getting put in that role and then having the pressure cooker of a quick prep to an EWC to another $1 million tournament to this has got to be harrowing. That says, we know Gustav's got that history. We saw him do it on FaZe. I expect them fully to get this linked up, and to be honest, it might be good news for America's fans because maybe they peak at the right time. Traditionally, peaking right before PGC is your best option. Peaking at EWC doesn't always result in the World Championship that you hope it does.
Yeah, I think given the way that the game is playing right now, I think every team should come in here with the stated goal of like, let's make grand finals, 1, let's make top 8 grand finals, 2, and then number 3, let's put ourselves in a position to where we have a shot at getting the win on the final day. And I think if you accomplish those 3 goals, then I think you got to be happy with how your team performed.
All right, let's take a look at a team that performed really well, that I think they can be happy with how they did, especially EWC, and cash that big old check. Nixie was the MVP at EWC, and then we cut to the second place team from EWC, Alpha, once the Vicious, on top of the hill. This is a great spot. They should be comfortable here. I don't think you'll get a ton of kills, but you just have supreme knowledge of everything around you.
You do. They are only 3 here, though. They did leave one behind. And,
Someone had to bring the car.
Well, and this is the other thing, is that they're up here right now, and now I see it. I see actually Gen G has popped an E-pickup as well, so they have to be prepared to defend their territory, because if any other E-pickups kind of come through, then there's always the concern of getting dropped on. So we'll keep an eye on that as we check in with the arena. Over here on the west, they've got Falcons just off to their north. Looks like they should be able to avoid each other right now. Falcons, they're being aggressive. I like this. They're flexing out. They're not staying right on top of each other. They're going out and they're trying to figure out where everybody is, exactly what they're playing with. They know their backs are clear on the west, but just trying to figure out where everybody is if the circle does move away from them here.
Yeah, I think that's been my favorite takeaway from the change in leadership is I don't think Kickstart was a bad leader, but he reminded me a lot of like, to put an metaphor into soccer, of like a sweeper or a goalkeeper, whereas Gustav strikes me as that striker, that center forward, who's just kind of thinking aggressively about those rotations, about those fights on a regular basis. So I'm curious to see if that style really works for them. Twisted Mind's another one that is a team that is one of the best to ever do it. Example, arguably, you could call him the GOAT. He's on this roster, and yet PGC has been so elusive, and their results this year, Poro, have me worrying that may just continue.
It's been a slow start to the year for them for sure, but you know, at the end of the day, I think they've made it. They've made every single final made every final this year. Their highest finish was 3rd at Circuit 2's Series 1. But that's the thing, is like when you mentioned like the expectations are so high. If they were any other team in the lobby, their performance thus far this year you'd be happy with it. But it's Twisted, like we're used to expecting so much more, and but I don't worry about them, right? Like at some point, everything's going to click for them. The games are going to go their way as well. It might be here. It might be this tournament right here. You never know. Like you never feel safe counting Twisted Minds out.
No, you never can. But that's also because how many times though have I seen them start slow and they come back and end up in the top 5? And I do think that the change, right? Like the Batula interview we heard where he said it's just been chaos. Like the way that things have changed and how fast and rapidly the game is evolving has been difficult for a lot of teams to sort of keep up with in terms of managing consistency, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. And you know, they're going to figure it out. And to be fair, I don't know if I could say with any confidence that any team has really figured it out, so to speak. Like, I feel like it's a combination of different factors that are leading to success. But you know, you look at Virtus Pro, you look at Myth, they've obviously got something, and whether that's just internal or if that's like I don't think it's any strategy that nobody else has figured out. I think they've just got that internal chemistry just boiled down perfectly right now, and that's what's separating them from everybody else. Same with Myth.
Myth is fascinating, though, because I thought that. I would have said that prior to EWC, and then I saw the group stages there and was like, Myth is God. Like, all the teams were talking about them. But I feel like coming here to this event, if you give the same interviews to the players about who do you fear, I don't think they would say Myth like they did 6 weeks ago. And to me, that's really worrying if you're on the Myth roster.
I don't know. If they're not worried about it, then that's on them. Like, I would be terrified, honestly. Like, you know, like Kiss has proven time and time again now how just insane he is. Let's see where this circle goes. Actually, I want to pop. Hey, hard shift west. So of course, good news for JDG. Yeah, Monta Nuevo. And you can see Myth just sending it through. They're going to run right into Falcons, and Falcons is going to pick off Scappy. And this is kind of the problem that Myth kind of does tend to run into in the mid game, is that they will lose a player here or there by trying to send for a high prio position. And they might lose 1 or 2 here, but we'll see if they can rally now that they've lost Scappy.
The rally they must. It's been a really slow start to the game. Everyone's mostly very much alive or kicking as they go into this small circle. Not a lot of space or real estate as it starts to go off. Lyrics explodes on his own, and the chaos breaks out.
Oh, Petrichor. That is, well, they ran into the same problem. 2 going to go over the way of 17. 1 will go to Team Liquid, and 1 will go to Simon T from Alpha Gaming, as now they have themselves the hay bale. They've got a little bit of cover, just not wanting to commit to the city proper, and I can't say I blame them. A little bit late, and now Vitality, they're going to run into a duo from Team Liquid, as the other duo is going to desperately hop into vehicles, try to make their way over here as quickly as they can. Alo and Cowboy just trying to slow things down long enough.
Collapse! Collapse! They scream. Let's see how Vitality does when they cannot hide in a bunker. This is a head-to-head fight. They're going to have to go up against Liquid, and the backup has arrived.
It's a tough compound to push with any real quick aggression if you're Vitality, so they've got to be measured in their approach here. And I think they definitely heard the vehicles arriving, so now they know that the full squad is there, and they'll slow things down even more. They've got a good spot to play here for the time being. They can share this if they want to, but the problem's going to come when if and when the circle does push away, and they have to leave. Now, Vitality, as long as they keep their north side clear, they should have an escape path.
Meanwhile, we jump over to Virtus Pro and Falcons facing off here. Nice Molotov to spread right into the middle of the fire. Shrimzy dashes through it. Shrimzy has been on a Gustav rescue mission for 2 games in a row.
What are we doing? I don't know what happened there. I don't know if they just weren't able to pick him up. He's going to have to run to the wall. And Gustav, once again, in a spot where he gets knocked and they just can't seem to go for the res safely. Tig will see if he can maybe go for it, but Kickstart going to get knocked now by Songjang. That smoke should keep him alive long enough.
Yeah.
Falcons kind of putting the pieces back together. Looks like they should be okay, though. Yeah, you see how far away Songjang is.
Yeah, I think the key was getting Gustav over to that sidewall. And then I don't know if it was a flash that got sent, but there was that clinking sound of utility. They landed in the smokes, which I think caused Shrimzy to fall back as quickly as possible. Now we go to Sharper as they face off against Tyloo. 2 mammoths of the game, head-to-head in this 2-story.
Tyloo not in BRDM this time, so maybe they have a shot. Sharper, given what they were able to pull off in that tie qualifier, kind of had a little bit higher expectation from. There you go, Kekong. We'll get the knock on Earth Zapalui. Spotted out another player, and I think that's Tanawat. Range, Tyloo, they both, neither one really want to fully commit to this fight, but if you're Tyloo, you get that knock, you feel like you kind of have to, and that's what they're going to do. Lee just going to try to go for that side position. He's got 2 frag grenades. See if he can maybe find something here. That's a good one. Nicely done there from Lee. Gets the knock on a Thunders.
That does knock them down to 2, so they should keep this push going as Lee enters the building, gets Thunders on the flush, and they keep pushing forward. Lee's got that grenade cooked up, wants to go for a second. Does look like he misses the window, though.
Yeah, just missed it. Or I think he was maybe thinking that it was going to bounce off, so the Blue Zone grenades will come through, but Zapalui gets the heal off in time, so should be okay. Sharper now having to reset once again. There you go, though. The combination of the Molly and the Blue Zone grenade will take him down. Now Tyloo, they're down to a duo. Get a replay there of what Petro Road, or what Petro Road had done to them. A combination of 3 different teams, but Sharper Esports does go down in the end. So nice hold there from King Kong and Lee.
Beautiful hold, and again, that replay was nice to see how Alpha did get that crash there on Petrichor, killed it nicely. So Tyloo comes out ahead. We saw a little bit of a connection with VP over on Anyone's Legends on the side, and the Liquid fight with Vitality has sort of floundered a little bit. It looked like there was that opening knock where Vitality lost one, and they had to stop down and look for the reses. So let's cut back over to town as Twisted Minds prepares to get in cars and leave, not push through the troublesome 17 and Myth in front of them.
Yeah, it's fortunate for Twisted that they were able to hold on as late as they were, because Monte Nuevo was very stacked full of teams, and we saw a lot of kids get lost on the way out, so they managed to just take it all the way to the end as Gen G will go for the res onto Salute before they make their way in the zone. I don't know where they're going to go there. Cowboy, look at that, through the window, through the wall.
Oh, buddy, get a little header.
Look at this. You see the Blue Zone is getting there quickly, though. So they do get Salute back up, and now they got to hop into vehicles. But where do you go? I mean, it's just open field down to their south.
And Cowboy would say, I'll take a little bit of damage prepping if I can, put some extra bullets down range. Going to jump out and get a little cocky with this play. And now Gen G is going to underfill. They just went for Alpha.
Oh, Simon T still alive. He goes down in the end, though. And Gen G will take 1 knock there, but they should be able to get the res. Look at the damage that they took.
Wow.
Toying with danger there as Cowboy had the range. Former teammates taking shots at each other, and Luke 12 can hit that. That would be huge. It's not going to go far.
What a bounce!
Will bounce and take down Bean. But what do you do off of that? They just took a knock on a Purdy Curdy, so they can't even capitalize.
Yeah, I think we have to just sit here and wait it out. See, maybe 17 makes that move as we watch another crash over here. Twisted Minds decides they're going to go for the Falcons, and the Falcons is eliminated as Twisted Minds tries to grab their grotto for themselves.
Oof. Yeah, it's a tough hold, and Twisted Minds might not even be able to reset off of this as Geek is instantly back on their way. CJG still haven't been able to fully reset. Cowboy will get the knock or flush on a beam, but going to go down to D. As Team Liquid trying to take them out 17, and oh, they're just in perfect position to steal all of this away as Alo will take down D in the end. Genji will go down, but now Team Liquid is in a lot of trouble as Tianchan will get that flush on a Purdy Curdy, and now it is a 4v2. 17 just perfectly biding their time, playing edge here coming out of the north side of Monty.
Yeah, I still think Liquid saw that shift and was like, listen, we got to go try to get these alpha points at the very minimum, and then we'll see what happens after that, right? Because they were so far out after that shift away from the compound. 17 saw it coming, held a good spot, but Alo and Luke might be able to just kind of hold ground for a second. Oh no, is this a C4 attack? Yes, it is.
Yep, Jebs, very well.
It was nice knowing you, Liquid.
Well, he's up on the top of the hill too, so this could be a fairly easy send. He's getting shot at from range by 17. We'll see if he commits as a little ghost can send mortars down onto him. So everything's going bad for Liquid right now. Is the C4 truck will get there? Yeah, Luke, you're not making it out of that. Oh, he is!
Yo.
Oh, he just barely survives.
Here comes the mortar, though.
Oh, God. No, not the mortar. Oh, the flushing mortar.
I mean, hey, great. His second one was dead on target. Great job surviving an explosive manifest as they came after him in every way that they could. But somehow one still lives, and Liquid will continue in the match.
We've been watching all this happen over here on the east side. Meanwhile, that western side is pretty interesting. Arena and Virtus Pro have a good position on the high ground here as we see Vitality trying to finish off Alo. Fortunately, he's got a lot of defense there. So unless he just gets a bad bounce like that, yep. There you go. Team Liquid going out in 10th. Nicely done there by Vitality. That's going to be our first kill picked up, and they've still got to make their way in the zone.
I mean, that was, again, Vitality kind of following the same process Liquid did of like, listen, there's not a lot out here. We got to just take this, try to restock off of them, and then maybe make a move. 17, the grace for Vitality is that they haven't been as nearly aggressive.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It's coming from every direction. That one will take one down. Solo's going to destroy going down. Him as the last player left alive is Geek. Starting to be the aggressor. Park Pro, I love that for Park Pro. He realized he saw him, and he fed that information over to his teammate before making that peek. Actually, EJ, he just said, look, if I peek this, him ass is going to light my ass up. So, EJ, you come over here, you take that one. But GK looking really strong here to start off the day.
I miss the old Himass, right? Like, there was a time when I would have expected Himass still wins that 1v4.
That's tough,
Those
man.
days are long
so many
gone.
grenades sent over there, though.
I know. One day he will rise again. One day he will be great.
It could be next game. You just never know with him, as that's
true.
That's kind of the what you sign up for. But this will be interesting to see what 17 and Vitality do now that they have to make their way across the road. JDG still holding down to that compound, and Vitality and 17 both know. There you go. Little Ghost going to take that knock from VP. You see where VP is on that high ground. Arena are going to make their way over there eventually.
There's not that much time, though, because you got to get moving. I mean, the fact we haven't even cut into this. We're changing positions in one more game, so you have to try to put Robert Rowe to get some points on the board right now. Vitality making a desperate cross, trying to make the send here. First car up in the air, absorbing every shot it can. He was playing screen as the man goes down. Quizzy lost, but it does manage to get the rest of his crew at least a little longer on rotation.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, we thought it was clear. It wasn't clear.
No.
Delwyn gets out of my bad. Now it's a 1v1. Nice run by Levante, but he's going to probably go down too. Yep. Mutually assured destruction there in the end as Virtus Pro looks like Arena has finally arrived.
Even Arena's here. So beaming up onto the high ground, looking to make a play here. Made in Thailand, eliminated elsewhere on the map. He goes back here. Actually should be able to get this res, as I think EA will just keep tossing grenades over, but it's just such a hard spot to land that correctly.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? 6 kills for Virtus Pro right now. Beamy holding the line, waiting to see if anybody peeks their heads through that smoke. Arena, for their part, really good at being cautious in their approach. They know who this is. They know that they can't just be extremely cavalier. Virtus Pro will eat them alive. Opons and Nuren's going to go for the wrap as Patampong tries to keep them distracted, but Beamy just beams Nuren's right in the dome. It's an instant knock, as now Corexi will get traded out by Opons. So 2v2. Beamy going to find another one. Can he get all three? No! Opons wins that 1v1, but Luca Rux might be in a position to trade it back as the battle for the high ground commences.
All right, Lukaruk's got to make the play here. Opans looks like he might try to slip around and get that res. He sees the pops going off, going to throw the grenades out there. Goes for Lukarux instead of the flushes. Ooh. I like that proactivity here as Lukarux decides he's going to have to just make this push. Come on, man.
Yeah, he doesn't have time. He's not in a position where he can get the res, and he knows Opans is. And he's actually going to get one back on his feet now. Nons has an angle, so he can't be too reckless and playing around the smoke's actually going to go for that res on a Corexy, but meanwhile, Arena's gotten everybody back on their feet.
Yeah.
And Opans immediately heading over here to see if he can spot out where they are, but good on Lukarux for dropping that smoke, trying to slow things down, and now immediately going for this flanking angle. And he will get flushed out. Patapong will get spotted, but nice trade there from Patapong. Takes down Lukarux, and it's all down to Corexy.
Corexy with 10 points, 10 hit points and a prayer, but he doesn't prepared for the flank as Virtus Pro goes down to a nice, honestly, textbook quality high ground management by EA.
Yeah, that was really well played by Arena there in the end, and it was always going to be a tough fight. And taking down Virtus Pro, that's a feather you can put in your cap. And now they have the high ground. We'll see what they can do with it. As Xiaowu, suddenly the last player left alive for 17. They had a hard time making their way in from the south between JDG and Geeke. There was just not really much they could do.
But Geeke's got such a good hold position, Poro, and if they can get rid of this last 17 threat, like they are in an overwhelming win position for this map at the moment. JDG has a shot, but with Park Pro so far forward, this is really good for them.
Oh, good knock there from Patapong. See if they can get Cole back on his feet. Geeke going to try to go for the move, but yeah, this is the Arena just with the high ground. There's so much they can do with it, and it looks like they're still sitting on a fairly decent amount of ammunition. I think Xiaowi's just going to donate him myself over to the blue. Yep. Knew he was dead to rights. Don't give Geeke another point. Can't blame him for that one, but I think you're right. Geeke in a really good position here, especially considering that the Arena has pretty much got JDG on lockdown.
Well, it also depends on the shift, right? Because Geeke can just hide here. They've got Park Pro hidden up front, which means if the shift favors them, and EA has to jump off the high ground, they're landing on top of Park Pro without them even knowing about it. All Geeke has to do, though, is survive the next 2 minutes or so, which is going to be an onslaught from above because they are going to get picked at a lot here by E Arena. JDG, though, does collapse onto the hills next to them, and that will take a little bit of Pathampong and the rest of the guys' focus off of Geeke for just a little while.
I also think if we got to look in the bags, I would imagine that Geeke has probably got a lion's share of the utility. Like, they've been fighting a lot on that south side, so they've been able to hit loot boxes and stuff, where JDG has been holding the compound, so they've got whatever they came with, and we saw with Arena's situation that they burned pretty much everything they had in that fight with VP. But that high ground, though, is so dangerous, and you can see how split up they are, spread out they are, and Geeke knows it. They know to avoid those lines of sight as best they can, but if this circle pulls away, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble as they try to make their way through. Hopefully they've got enough smokes.
I mean, hell, Geeke is on track to qualify for the winners bracket.
Oh, they're good, yeah.
By now, right?
Yeah, I mean,
34 points in 2 games is wild.
The cut line for the last 2 of these were, I think it was like 27 or 28 points. So yeah, Geeke is golden. Like they're playing with house money now. They can do pretty much whatever they want. But I think whatever they want to do is to try to get a snowball rolling here that they can take into the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely. And they are looking very good. If they can pull off back-to-back chicken dinners here, it would be a coup for them and a continuation of their improving at every event so far, as they've been continuously getting just a little bit better every single time. And honestly, that's what you want. Is we are now on the road to PGC. It's about watching teams peak at the right time. Now, talking of peaking, nice moves by E Arena trying to peak that cross, and they do manage to knock down Songjang.
Yeah, should be able to get him back on his feet. But how much damage he's done in the process, who knows? Right now, Akan, the only one who can really trade, and he's trading against 2. So, I mean, Arena, they are going to have to move down here eventually. Geeke is just kind of playing a game of chicken with them. I mean, if you look at the mini-map, you see they're both pretty much the same distance from inside. But yeah, this is exactly what I thought. Geeke is going to have a boatload more utility than Arena does. So, fortunately, they should be able to make their way in, and Songjang will lead the way.
Playing very tight on the top. JDG has been quiet, almost like mice trying not to be noticed there on the left side. So, Arena, don't you want to fight GK? Isn't that a better deal for you?
Yeah, JDG just digging in as best they can. And I think they realize, oh, nice grenade from Park Pro. How does that hit? Goodness, the arm on this guy. Well, that'll start things off. Let's see if we can follow it up with another one. Opan's going to go for the res. Oh, just over the top, but the blue zone force him off the res. But the blue zone has arrived as well. He can at least get him on his feet and maybe... Oh, he's just inside. Okay.
Yeah, he's just inside. But the beauty of that blue zone grenade is that it pushed them back off the hill and let GK continue to push forward just a little bit. That P90 from EJ looking very, very good. And now they have to fight JDG.
Yeah, I mean, JDG's just been waiting for this, right? Like, they're in the better position here. And nice Molotovs already from Cold One will now get the initial knock on the Nurens. Opans, Patapong just keep on keeping down. But while this is going on, GK is just taking over the rest of the map. They are taking everything that they want. They'll come from the high ground. They'll come from the low ground. Park Pro gets one. He's going to get Patapong as well. And look at the nice 8 kills now for GK as JDG has just been sitting in a smoke cloud, surviving. And Opans, Cold 119, can go down as well. The arena does get eliminated.
Literally, that's wild. Songjang up on top says, I'm sorry, Pathampong, we've taken the high ground, and they eliminate them. Geeke comes down the pipe. One JDG player left. Geeke was a wrecking ball, Poro, as they just hunt down the last man. Easy peasy.
Lights work.
Right? Like, but the proactivity of them to aggressively use that blue and that smoke to push 2 up, to send 2 out to deal with JDG. You're right, they knew they qualified, and they played that endgame with atrocious levels of confidence.
I mean, they look really good. Conversely, on the opposite side of that coin, I'm really surprised that JDG would just let them do that. Like, they just were dug in there. Like, they had no interest in getting involved in anything. They trenched themselves in, they hid behind hardcover, they popped smokes and didn't move, and just kind of waited for Geeke to do whatever they wanted to do, and Geeke got it. So like, they are definitely secure for the grand final. We'll see if they cause any trouble for anybody here in our remaining games.
Let's check it out. Let's also get our casting, or our casting duo from game number 1 back in. It's Gibson and Matcham. Gentlemen, Geeke is looking good.
Bego pa, bego pa, bego pa. I mean, somebody had to do it sooner or later. I mean, 2 high kill count games. Ah, so good.
I could use some Gibson insights right now. Gibson, what do you think about Geeke?
Do I like rewind the tape there? So rewinding the tape, basically what I said was, in our virtual green room, we said Geeke are playing the circle perfectly. They had so much control on the north and south, and genuinely, I think they're playing at a different level. I know it's only the first day, and you got to be consistent for the next 5 to get some real things going, but I'm impressed.
I mean, how can you not be, right? And I guess the good news for everybody is they're going to be taking a break after the next game, and maybe they'll cool off during the 3 hours off before the final set, because right now, honestly, Poro, I'd be worried if they were going straight through 6 in a row, because they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like they were sitting dead center circle in a compound that just got low, right? Like, they were holding on that south side. They were taking fights. They were being aggressive, going high risk, high reward. Like, they were just... they just looked really good, man. They looked really, really good. And we'll see what they do now that they have that pressure of having to make the grand final removed.
All right. It is a long night tonight. For those of you guys who are watching at home, who are hanging out with us, get your coffee, settle in. It's going to be a long day. Now, there is a unique aspect to the group stages, Matt, and that is after the next game, we take a break, right? We swap out the teams. There's like 90 minutes where the players get to sort of live with themselves and talk about strategy. This is kind of unique to what most of our other formats look like.
Yeah, this specific day, the very first time we come into PGS for each series is a little bit, it'll throw you off because you kind of get used to the run through of 5 to 6 games. Nope, it's 3 small break, 3 small break, 3. And that can kind of throw off, you guys were mentioning, with like Geeke can sometimes maybe throw off like, you know, that momentum that you built off, the timings on it, but also like give you a second to kind of sit down, eat, and really formulate ways to go after whatever it is that Geeke is trying to bring. Because yeah, I mean, these guys are just kind of fragging out right now, and you got to figure out, if you're in the lobby with them, how do you deal with it?
I want to add to that. I just want to add that quickly. Like, you think about the way your adrenaline works as well. Like you said, it was a small break, Matt. It's like 90 minutes. That's a long time.
Yeah.
You think these players, they get so locked in and the adrenaline gets up and they're so hyper fixated, and then they get this massive crash. Like you've got a lot of waiting around. Like if you're one of the teams that play in back-to-back groups, you've got it. You know, it is a 90-minute break. Your PCs are already set. Your hard drives are there. You're good to go. You're going to get such a crash, whereas the other team are kind of going getting themselves ready. I think that is something you got to consider with these performances too. Don't be surprised if you see teams have completely differing, you know, sets of 3 maps. Like you'd have really good 3, and then you have a crash, and you're back. Whereas on the other side of the coin, teams that might be really bad in the first 3 maps, they have so much time to sit down, have a talk about what went wrong, and kind of regroup for the next set.
Yeah, I do think most teams will say that split shift is pretty brutal, which AB, I think, is B that's doing the split shift, if I remember what the schedule said earlier. Because that is 3 hours. I think a lot of the, like, if you're on the second shift, you don't even have to come in for the first 3 games, right? Like, you can sort of have your breakfast and make time and come in and just play your 6 games. I think that the split shift guys have it really, really hard. And so if you are a split, having a good opening League GK is absolutely huge. Because we go down from there. Second place, Poro, is it's 18. 46 for first, 18 for second. That makes me feel, that feels silly to me.
I mean, look, if we're being completely honest.
Oh, do it. Right? I love honesty.
We're being completely honest. These games are warm-ups, right? Like these are just kind of like getting you your head right, getting you into the flow of things, because like at the end of the day, top 16 goes to the winner stage. And then even if you don't make, if you get top 8 or bottom 8 in winner stage, then you go on to survival stage. So it's not the end of the world if you don't make top 16 here. But, you know, it's great for teams like EK, the teams that are finding success. But if you're having a little bit of a hard time, if the wheels are spinning, it's not the end of the world just yet, because you still have the rest of today, obviously, and then you have multiple opportunities still to make that grand final.
Also, I do want to shout out to Chad, everybody hanging out here throughout the night. Lemon Chips, we do hear you. And if you guys want to throw questions at us or topics you'd like to hear us explore during some of the podcast segments that we're going to be having tonight, because again, format is unique. There might be some long delays here as the players make their transitions. So anything that you guys are interested in looking back over the year or going forward, we'd love to hear from you, because obviously we like hanging out with you. We want you to enjoy what we're talking about at the same time. So once the players are ready, I can assure you we will always be jumping into the game as quickly as humanly possible. But it is going to be a very long night, so bear with us as we run through all of this. All right, Geek has looked good, Matcham. Is there any other team, and I know it's hard with the point totals as they stand right now, that has caught your attention or sort of looks good here in game 1 and 2?
Oh man, it's hard to say, because whenever we're looking at it, you can't really just go off of point totals right now, right? I mean, like, you kind of want to say Vitality, but again, they were just kind of in a secret room surviving off the first game. Falcons did make a little bit of the best of a bad situation, playing from a no man's land in game number 1, and couldn't really capitalize off of it the same way. Jim G, though, I think has been making some smart plays that could pay off. But their need to hold on to these 2-2 splits for like a circle too long is just either making me super nervous or it's ruining them. But whenever it works, it works. But whenever it doesn't work, boy, everything seems like it falls apart. I want to say Gen G.
Let's talk more Gen G. I like that, especially because of what we saw at EWC. Gibson, Soul looked amazing at EWC. Do you feel like the rest of the team sort of synced up with that? What do you expect out of them based on what we saw in that EWC performance?
For Gen G, I think that they're still finding their feet. Like, I feel like you look at D and you look at what he was able to do in the Americas over the last while, or you know, whatever name you want to call him. You know, all 4 of us have seen D with 3 different names now, I think, at this point. But they're getting used to his style of play. Like, he's changing regions, trying to adapt to that new style of play. I think that at times you see him maybe becoming a bit too aggressive, and it kind of catches the team out because he wants to play on the front foot more. But I still think this is a team that have a ton of upside, right? Like, Gen G are a massive org when you think about PUBG and what they can do. I feel like they're going to be... Like, I'd be very surprised if they're not playing this weekend. And I think that they're going to get better and better. Like, yes, they've had a lot of time to adjust to this new 4, but it still takes a lot of time. Look how long it's taken E-Arena to adjust to losing Jacob, if you can even say they've adjusted to losing Jacob yet.
Have they adjusted?
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know if they've adjusted.
I don't think you ever adjust to losing Jacob, to be completely honest. Like that's got to be on par with like losing Corexy right before the season, right? Like it's just one of those absolutely gutting trays that leaves you in a position that you have to recover from. We'll see. Will Gen G step up? Will Soul continue to be the hard carry, or will Bean return to greatness? We've been waiting for him to sprout, it seems like, for months now to carry them into the end game. Well, it's time for the third map. After this, we take a short break, but let's get in. It's time to Tago with your casters. Matcham, Gibson, take it away.
Thank you so much. All right, last game for groups A and B, and without a doubt, it has been the GK series so far. Feel bad for whoever they're going to be playing up against in Group C. I'm with Toffees. I can't remember if it goes A, B,
A of the split.
C?
It's A, B,
A of the
B,
split.
C,
That's what I thought too.
C,
So
A.
DK is going to be playing the next series against C. So Navi, Nemesis, T1, Full Sense, Godlike, have fun. This is going to be DK coming in with points to spare.
Look, they've got all the money in the bank they could ever need for qualifying for those, that kind of upper bracket, that winner stage. But look, we'll talk about it more later. But I'm so excited to see Godlike on the stage. I think they're going to be really good to watch, the team from Brazil. But it looks like they want us to focus on Twisted Minds and teams like EA. We spoke about EA and how they've not really adjusted to losing Jacob. Well, what about this for an let's look at this for a same region hot drop. Myth and EA look like they're about to go head to head.
Opons doesn't quite manage to take it all down there. So, I mean, it's this is kind of dicey down in the southeast. Circle pops on him, so it's going to make it a lot better. DK also going to get the circle, because why not? Just make it a little bit easier for him. E-Arena's going to start making the assault on the stairwell. This is always a bit nerve-wracking, but he can hear the footsteps on the outside. Myth doing a good job of just surviving, but is it going to be enough time to let the rest of the team get their loot in order? Fathom Pong's going to find out Jacob, and I mean, I guess there you go. That's how you deal with it, right? Vengeance back. Abandon us. Well, we'll just kill you first.
I feel like that was personal. I feel like he really wanted to take Jacob down there. He's like, you want to go off to bigger and better things, don't forget your roots. EA picking up that first kill. Opon scouting for the rest of the team here, Matt, as he sits on this position. But like, they can afford for this hot drop to last a long time in hospital. This circle is they're really close to center. These are one of the few times that you can see a team in a hot drop and go, okay, you can afford to take your time with this fight.
Yeah, but also on the other side of it, E-Arena is sitting in 7th place right now with 12 points versus Myth only at 3. Myth has already lost Jacob. I don't know how long that Myth wants to make a commitment onto this position versus trying to get loot and try to get some points going, because I mean, Poro is correct. You still get to play through the survival series, but you can ask any single one of these players. They do not want to touch it. There's something about the mental around. Scappy, though, does manage to get the knock and the flush onto Lyric, so at least some vengeance back. Maybe this is how Made in Thailand can start to get something rolling.
Inside a hospital too, so if you do eventually lose a teammate, you've got the ability to recall them straight away. So whichever team does eventually win this fight will be able to get downed teammates back. Pawns will still just sit on the high ground with the Tommy gun. He's going to feed the information to Kiss, keeping an eye to make sure that hill over to his left shoulder doesn't get ascended as well, which would give a great view onto his point. And Baron kind of is the problem from that point, right? If Baron gets on top of this rock, he might just be able to about to see a little bit of Opons.
Yeah, but you can see the loot situation going on with E-Arena. While they did get their flush on and their vengeance onto Jacob, they still need to get some loot together. And the positioning for Myth has kind of made them a bit scared of that. So by comparison, Baron can kind of run out there and grab the car. The rest of Made in Thailand can kind of just escape out of this situation if they want to. It's going to be a little bit dicey, but not the scariest thing. They just kind of have to retreat up to the north, where they're already going to have some fortifications set up as far as the walls go and the way that this hill recesses. And I think that if anything, that'll work out for him, because E-Arena would like that little bit of extra time. Oh, wow.
No.
Okay.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
Survived? What do you do? You don't have a gun. This is going to be so early that they didn't have guns. This is a replay, so this is off of drop. Yeah, nobody has anything, so congratulations, you didn't kill him.
Yeah, and he's going to wait for a taxi. He's just waiting for a taxi now to get him out of there. But, like, this fight, Myth have the opportunity to leave, but I feel like that's just been cut off by Vitality. You can see them moving in on the northern side to steal that compound away, which is somewhere you'd want to move to out of hospital from here. But I feel like Myth and EA, like EA Arena, they can't afford to abandon the position with 3 players. Like, you need to win the fight, get everybody back up, and we sang Jacob's praises earlier. Like, you want to get him in the lobby and back as soon as possible.
Looking at the splits coming up right now, it is going to be just to the north of what's going on with Myth. That's the 2-2 split from Vitality. Some friends kind of roaming in from the east, pretty close to this as well. Is going to be Alpha. They should have an easy stop off. If they go too far forward, I was going to say they might end up bumping into the 2-2 split from Vitality. They're not going to do that. Just to the west of what we watch going on, Vitality is going to be Team Liquid. Ah, man, it's like the spectators know where I want to go sometimes. I love it. Just to the north of this position, we've got Petrichor Road. Rotators right now are going to be, of course, Tyloo, Anyone's Legend to the west, with Gen G back behind it. To the north, it's going to be Twisted Minds at 17 and VP.
I'm a little worried about the west, though. You look at the likes of, like look at Tyloo. You got like Anyone's Legend, Gen G. Yeah, don't.
You don't want to go there, Simon. That's
you don't want to go here either. You don't want to go here either. Levante's going to get one. He's going to get one back the other way. Tycon finds Levante. Gedrox will toss the nade up the high ground. Alpha might actually make something work here.
Oh,
what a
hit comes up from Gedrock. Did manage to get the knock. So now he's going to have a little bit more movement. The rest of Vitality, remember they were running that 2-2 split. They're collapsing back behind all of this. So Alpha wanted to play a bit more for a circle, instantly getting punished for it as they ended up a bit too close to the midline. Simon T, though, does get the knock onto Gedrox. Can't quite get the flush. Last one up. He's now revealed in position. He needs to get a big nade. Is he going to go for the flush? He is. That's going to leave the other 2 members of Vitality the capabilities to go for a push if they want it, but I feel like they're a bit nervous. It's going to be enough with the Molotov to at least get the bleed out on Gedrox.
Yeah, the BZ is going to force him into the other corner. Simon doing a great job of just staying in this fight. The blue zone will eventually land on top of him, but as you see, the jammer pack doing just about enough. Another blue zone thrown in. He's going to get the first aid, started the painkillers as well. Simon, you got to get out of there. 16 health. But another BZ, they're dumping a ton of utility as he finds the one spot in the Venn diagram that isn't captured, and the nade will split the difference. Down go Alpha, but a ton of damage done to Vitality and no recall stations nearby.
Well, there is the one that's to the south, but I dare you to go for it, Vitality, because there's already a whole bunch of people stacked up with Myth and E-Arena over there. Falcons now kind of getting a feel for what's going on to the north in the position of it. Looks like VP is going to be going for an emergency pickup. Pretty far outside of the circle, so that's not the biggest of surprises for them. Almost everybody else opting into going more vehicle-centric. Very centric, as a matter of fact. As a reminder to everybody, DK, who is just wrecking shop today, is running a very wide split down south along the coastline, kind of shooing away Anyone's Legend right now. So if VP does opt into going coastal, that's a very common choice for these emergency pickups. You know, just drop with your back against the coastline and then try to push your way forward. It's going to be punished here because there's already a lot of guys that are on that coast. As Delwyn and Geek, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is where VP does not want to drop.
Yeah, and I want to get back onto VP. Like, you, I, and the viewers at home have the benefit of the map and realize that they had a really clear path to drive into the circle, but they're not going to know that. So they're going to take to the E-pickup. The longer they stay on the helicopter, the worse it's going to get for them in the long run, because you really got to extend all the way to the southeast if you want to get a vehicle. Like, Matt, how many times do we see it? A team takes an E-pickup in a circle like this, they find themselves grounded with no cars, and then all of a sudden, you're kind of in a really bad spot for the rest of the game because you've got no mobility once boots hit the ground.
Yeah, the hard shifts have been just absolutely brutal for emergency pickups, so I 1000% agree. GK looks like they're going to go ahead and regroup on all the crates, just nom all of that up. That's going to open up movement for everybody over to the west. Tyloo trying to make that run for it. Could be bumping into Sharper. Gingy's going to be right back behind that, as well as JDG. Anyone's Legend going to be swooping in right back behind DK. Parachutes have been pulled. Couple shots going to come out, and Jedi is going to get the knock on the ComCom. And go ahead and flush him out, too, with the cars. Cars has just been brutal. EWC it was mortars, but so far today, everybody's just been getting run over. Is VP, you better hope you don't get run over by that buggy, as Chewy is going to get down, and VP do manage to make landfall. Pretty centered on top of that.
And they got a car. They got a buggy off the back of it. Like, come on, that was like a delivery. But I'm going to be honest here. It's really bad for Pero when I think that the Dacia and the BRDM have more kills so far through 2 maps than they do as a whole squad with guns and nades. Gen G's going to lose D. This is what I said. D can sometimes get a little bit too far ahead of the pack. Gen G can suffer off the back of it, and then he's going to move on. And I think that's one of the things that D's going to miss about playing with a team led by Roth. They always like to like hunt pack things and work together. D's caught out and Gen G aren't going to get it back. They're 3 up for the rest of the game.
But Gen G also does like to kind of scrap. This version of Gen G does anyway. They scrap whenever it makes sense. Sometimes whenever it doesn't make sense, but I would say more often than not there is a methodology to the madness that they're trying to bring. They are just going to find themselves in the compound, and so no need to go for anything more. But this is a squad that definitely has the fragging capabilities to go for whatever they want. It's just sometimes, I don't know. It just strikes me as like sometimes the left foot doesn't know what the right foot is doing, and both of them are trying to kick somebody.
That sounds like me on a football pitch, I'm not going to lie. But it is, that's why I've gone back to playing as a goalkeeper. But looking at the circle now, Matt, JDG, they've pushed in on the west. They've got a lot of space to work with. When you look towards the east, 7 teams seem to have full lock of that with nobody flanking them inside the circle. But I'm looking at like Hospital. You've still got the players up for EA. You still have Myth with the players up in Hospital as well. But they're surrounded on essentially all sides except the east now. So I feel like they've maybe missed the boat. Like, you look at where Falcons are, you look at where VP are. Those are the positions you want to move into from Hospital, and this fight lost them the opportunity to move there.
Yeah, I have no idea really what the economy for E-Arena looks like. I also do feel bad for poor old Corexy, man.
Yeah.
He always got to be... Him and Beamy always having to do the jobs that nobody wants to do, such as tank blue and just chain med or dig the holes looking for diamonds. They are going to find a ton of crates while they're also pretty centered up, and the new circle is going to pop. VP's position is still pretty good. Gen G is going to leave their compound, stretch over next to Twisted. That's going to be punishable. JDG to the west has to move. Anyone's Legend down to the south has to move. Geek's got to regroup, and everybody else, I will say comfortable-ish. They don't have to move a lot.
I do feel bad for Beamy, though, you know. The guy earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year having to sit inside the blue, and I do that for free. Come on, like, there's a big difference.
You sound like you feel so bad for him. Oh, this is just the only way I can like push up my rank. Meanwhile, Beamy's like, no, I just bought a new house with it.
Yeah, it's a BMW. Falcons in trouble. Yeah, the 2-2 split not close enough to help, so it looks like Falcons will just send everybody back to this spot. 17 take the compound. I think that Falcons, they lost a player, but I actually like the spot they're in more than the compound they just gave up.
For now, if the circle actually does pop to the north or to the northwest, it's not the worst because it gives you a pretty decent rotate. It's got a little bit of this hillside that you can play, as we are going to be kind of starting to look at multiple hills for key components of it. Falcons have a kind of smallish one, but at least gives you some elevations. Zhao Wu's trying to go for a flank onto that position, maybe, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Petrichor Road's got a compound just to the west of that that's also a bit raised. More verticality starts to happen down into the southwest, where we can see Tyloo around where Sharper's compound's going to be. That's going to be pretty big. And also, of course, we've got Hospital, E-Arena, and with Geek and anybody else along that lines. I do believe that Anyone's Legend has also figured out how they're going to make their wrap, as Delwyn's kind of navigated in between Geek as well as JDG. But those are two squads that have been kind of fragging out so far, at least trying to on JDG's side, and DK definitely successful on it. So Anyone's Legend better be careful on this as rotate, as they're already getting pretty punished.
Yeah, you know what? I want to actually hear what VP are talking about right now. Like, they got the hot drop earlier on. You get some nice shots that we're watching from Beamy. Like, let's kind of hear what's going on in their comms right now when they find themselves pretty close to center circle.
One guy from Liquid full up and I'm going. You shouldn't play at the shack, boys. Like, play around. Like,
there is one hole west side of the sack. I made one hole in the bush as well on blue.
I'm making
Blue
one
is like,
on yellow. Be ready to like shoot whatever shoot
Okay.
the team. Like, just be ready to help each other.
There's one more rock on orange, not that good. I have plans and I'm playing shack. Orange is really good, but it's so risky to cross. I have 7 nades. I'm playing shack. I don't have a fucking, how it's called, the shit. I'm playing with Panzer inside the shack. Correxy, do you have a smoke?
I think it's important that we have 1 or 2 guys already in nade range to look at if he gets pulled up on.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna Panzer whoever runs it.
Close to shack. I mean, you have, but it's full open. No Correx to south. I can maybe kill the guy from Liquid, by the way.
Don't shoot now, there is team south.
Mortars on us.
That's on top of us.
Oh, mortars on them. Curious on how that's going to go. Gen G. Looks like they're going on adventures. I'm not quite on them. Looks like that might just be a mortar call for a dip position that somebody's going to be rotating into. Oh,
I could.
baby. God.
Yeah, didn't
Did
he
they just say
say
not to shoot Team Liquid?
He did, but it's too hard whenever someone's sitting like that and you've got an arm. Alo's going to fall. That's a kill picked up. But I want to talk about one thing about their comps. I could listen to Finnish people talk about strats all day long. Circle, though, we spoke about it. Falcons now have... Look at what 17 have done, Matt. They've taken the compound from Falcons and they've sent Zhao Wu over to see what the rest of Falcons are doing. He's got himself into a really good position to feed information on every single Falcons move to the rest of 17.
Yeah, he's also kind of keeping it contained on anybody that wraps over there, while also making sure to have a foothold if 17 does need to wrap more into the north. Emergency pickup been called by JDG, of course. You can see Tyloo's going to have to come off of their high ground. I think that Gen G has a couple of options, but Twisted's still got a little bit of their hillside in play that they can regroup on. So really, it's going to be a lot of these squads playing these hillsides where you see 17 VP. That's going to be kind of the focal point and the little mini ravine that runs between them all. A lot of squads not necessarily wanting to play the more open sections up to the north, but there is safety to be had over there. You just got to hope that you survive long enough that the violence everywhere else calms down and nobody tends to look your direction. As Gen Gs rotate, you can see is kind of the potential for the problem for everybody that's about to rotate over here.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they're playing the edge of the circle, and this is what I feel like they do when they're playing at their best. Tyloo, they're pushing into Sharper Esports. They got the first knock. Tanawat will be able to trade one back on the one Dragon, and they're going to try preempt the move from Thunders, but Sharper, they've realized it's not worth the investment to push into Tyloo. They're going to send it a little bit further into the circle to where Earth is playing, but again, teams sustaining locks, losing players, and I think it's because Earth couldn't rejoin. Elsewhere, Geek and Anyone's Legend going head-to-head in the hills.
I mean, Geek just had to make this choice. They had to start making the push up the hillside. This is going to be the squad that is playing with nearly nothing to lose right now versus the squad that really wants to try to get something rolling. 5 kills right now. Just 2 of their players up. Just some trees for cover, whereas Geek is starting to get multiple angles onto Delwyn's position. Himas also trying to play this a little bit further back, but it's going to be a little bit of a third party coming up from Team Liquid and the boys. Tyloo with very few options to go. Looks like they're going to cut right through Cowboy and Team Liquid. No real other ways to navigate this one, so they might just be running right on top of that firefight we were watching a second ago. Are we going to see anybody else get involved? Of course Geek is.
You have no idea how important it was that Cowboy took those shots. He didn't get a knock, but he kept Kurt alive and hidden from the rest of the team. Tyloo, they're going to send it directly into the middle of this GK and Anyone's Legend fight. Himas, he's going to get a con as he drives on by. Xiongjiang will get another one, but Himas is going to get traded. Anyone's Legend and a ton of trouble. The Blues getting involved in this fight now as well. And one Dragon has set himself up to contain EJ on the other side. This is a really big fight between these teams.
It almost looked like everything was going to be working for Geek there. Anyone's Legend goes down, but with that, it felt like Tyloo, whenever they jumped into the spot, might have opened it up for Geek to kind of make the run over here. A new circle pops. It's going to go up around Petrichor Road. Keep VP in play as well, so that means the firefight that we're watching right now has to be resolved, and you have to make your way in. DK has a player down into the south just a bit furthermore. Songjong looks like he's going to be wrapping back over there. Team Liquid still taking the shots back into Songjong, so that is going to be Kurt getting the knock onto him, and everything is just coming apart. It's mutually assured destruction for every single squad on this hospital hillside.
And guess what? VP are waiting for you once you decide to make your move in as well. You can see shots from VP, but it's Cowboy from Liquid who's able to pick that one up. EJ in the blue taking so much damage every single second that he stands in there, but he's going to try to get Songjong back inside his feet. That'll be the end of Kurt. He's wiped out for Liquid with just Cowboy left alive and 9 points on the board. But Nixie, 1 shot left on the links, and you know what? Use it to secure a point. I like it.
I love his little giggle there, but like, no res for you. VP now in second place after having the 7 kills so far. EJ walk into the waiting arms of VP. They are waiting. Myth in the circle, you can see in a little bit of trouble. Explosions galore going on around them, but right now, as long as they stay over here in position, they should be fine for the time being. What's brewing on the horizon for them is VP becoming a little bit more aggressive in position, starting to get territory control, and looks like VP might be extending that now. I think that VP are still waiting to see where EJ goes, as well as 17, as Corexy is taking shots at them. And 17 doesn't have too many more options due to those shots from VP. They're going to force them right along the crate line and right into mid-space. There's nowhere else to go. So that's going to be the firefight exactly going the way that VP wanted to.
Hey, Jacob's back, by the way. Scappy gets flattened. Another team getting the same amount of kills with cars as Pero have all day so far. Beamy is able to catch one. Jacob's going to fall, so he came back into the fight, only to get shut down straight away. And now Beamy's got to be careful. 42 rounds left with the AUG. Uses a couple of them to get that knock, but he's going to get traded back by Wenbo. On the other side, VP lose one, but look how quick they're smoking him out. VP know how important it is to keep all 4 players up and standing.
It should be pretty easily resable, I believe, off of positioning. To the north, you can also see that JDG and Twisted have bumped into each other in the more open sections of the map. Yeah, there's a more open section than what we're looking at right now, if you can believe it, but E-Arena just trying to navigate this position the best that they can. I think that they're the ones that mortared this out, so that way they can kind of just jump into point. Falcons are going to be just southeast of this position, and Petrichor Road, you can see, starting to stretch out a bit more from their compound. Ming trying to get close and see what's going on with VP, as GK finally falters and doesn't manage to walk away with a bazillion points in one round.
Yeah, they're still top of the leaderboard and they ain't going to get caught this time around though, but they'll be pretty happy with their first half of action today. They'll go into the games in the next group with a lot of confidence. They can just kind of have some fun with it and kind of flex out their skills. But let's keep attention on this mortar strike. It's going so close to E-Arena, but not close enough. But watch Falcons now. They need to make their move, having been kicked out of the circle.
Yeah, Petrichor has been the one that's popping these over at E-Arena with a focus on just trying to see if they can get them out of point. Not revealing themselves too much. Batulans just doing a little bit of bullying with the BRDM on to JD Gaming off over here, as this is now going to be abandoned by the circle, and Falcons trying to see if they can get involved with this little bit of a ridge line, making it a bit too complicated. JDG just hoping that maybe they can get enough knocks on the Twisted to get them to go away. But even if JD manages to get out of this, it's, of course, Cold, the last one up, trying to figure out how he can even get back into the zone.
Yeah, Tig looked like he tried to make a send into the circle. He got caught out by Nurans on the way in, and Beamy steals that one away as VP are taking advantage of everything that's happening around them in the zone. But JDG, they're in a tough spot. Cold does a bit of damage onto Perfectix, but Nurans is able to find that one as well. They're going to get wiped. And then there was 7 teams left alive. We're in the placement points, but I'm looking at like Pero and VP. They've got such good positions in the circle.
I'm more curious on Twisted, because if I had to take a wild guess with the BRDM, you can kind of go wherever you want, but that compound might be looking a little bit tasty if you've been eyeing it for long enough. It's going to be far better than going for any of these fields, and they've got a little bit of a ridge line, so we'll have to see. Team Liquid still just trying to see if they can get any knock onto VP and do everybody a favor, as it does look like Twisted is leaning a bit more into that Petrichor Road side, and no real defense coming out from Petrichor Road. That might make Batulans get a bit more hungry for this. But finally, shots are going to force them away from it.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's only 2 Pero players in there, and had Twisted Minds known that, they might have made the full send, and I think they might, like, Batu is just scouting. Remember, he's in the BRDM, he can drive back and forward, get a kind of grasp on how many players are shooting at him, and then make the call for the team. Elsewhere, Falcons, 2 players up on one side of the circle. Cowboy has snuck his way in on the opposite side, and VP still controlling the south, but 17 look like a very difficult task indeed. All 4 players up, kind of southeast center control, and I feel like Falcons got to pick their poison. It's E-Arena or 17 for them.
Okay, so VP has got a nice hillside that they can play, gets a lot of vision, so feeling pretty comfortable on it. Looks like Twisted finally did opt into making the call. Use the BRDM and the distractions. They're just going to roll right in the middle of Petrichor Road. Ming is separated out. He was trying to get a look at Cowboy like you're talking about, and now Petrichor Road has to try to survive. Give time for Ming to regroup. He's running over here. Is Batulans going to spot this? He's going to be reversing into the exact same angle, and I think he's going to get vision on it. Runs right into the wrong angle. 0-4 manages to get the knock, and Twisted felt like they had so much of this under control on approach, and then suddenly it all just went so wrong.
Mission failed for Twisted Minds. Batu's still alive and kicking, but he's running now towards the rocks in the center of the circle. Does he have a pickaxe, or is it just a case of going prone and trying to survive? Shrimzy dealt with by Nurans, who's actually having himself a hell of a game so far. Tiantan wipes out Lucarux in the south as 17 have brought the fight directly to VP. 2 players up. Little Ghost and Wembo really close by, but Corexi and Nixie need to stand tall. Great need by Wembo, and it's all down to Nixie.
Oh, watch out for Cowboy back behind all of this. Nades just raining down everywhere. Pathampong on the other side of it. Looks like he's trying to backstep. Tian for 17 has to keep an eye on that. Cowboy gets vision, does get the knock onto Nixie. So out survives them in the end, but Can he get any more on to 17 as they now have to figure out how to push through this? A couple of shots coming up from Cowboy might make them lean a bit more into the east, but Tian is watching E Arena and the pathing for it. Oh, Tian gets the knock on the path and Pong, and now everything is opening up for 17.
He had to win that fight. If he loses it, 17 are torn apart, but with 9 kills on the board, yes, you've lost Xiao Wu with 6 kills, but Tian will secure a second. E Arena now with just 2 players up, 17 with 3, and Pero with compound control, 3 up of their own. But this compound, that southeastern corner of the compound, is really close to center circle, and if I'm 17, I'm looking for Cowboy. If you deal with Cowboy, all you got to focus on then is everything to the north.
Well, I don't... Well, they do know that it was Cowboy after the knocks that came out, so they should be aware that he is a solo depending on how the tracking goes. Petrichor Road, with having to deal with Twisted Minds, that opened up a lot more movement for E Arena, who went for a wide 3-man split. Looks like they were trying to set up a crossfire. Losing the southern section of it, it sucks, but they still have the crossfire onto Petrichor Road's building. 20 seconds to see if the building stays loved by the circle or not. It's Cowboy just hoping the fact that the tree loves him and provides enough safety and maybe let 17 squeak on by. But they are very focused in on his position. Oh, Tian just dismantling E Arena one person at a time.
Yeah, 11 kills for 17 now. Molly tossed towards Cowboy as well, as he's going to be forced in behind this tree with the blue zone going to begin to close in 55 seconds time. That's going to be a really good BC. That's going to force him up really close to the tree. They're waiting for the peek out, but Cowboy gets one. He is going to get traded by Lil Ghost blue zone, but the thing is, nobody's going to push 17. No, like Ming might have a look.
No. Petrichor Road might.
Yeah.
Look, they're running out. Ming's got a goal for this one. He knows the firefight's happening over here and that there's a knocked player. He's got to get in a point as fast as possible. So does he know where the knocks are? Oh, he's throwing him on the Cowboy side, but Ming does spot him at range. Can he stop any form of this res to open it up? Because, I mean, 04 has to stay back. Opons is back behind this, so he's got to defend his teammates. And this is I-26v6 stepping in. Does get the knock on the Wimbo.
Yeah, 26 is just peeking on the other side, but Pero in a great spot. But look at Opons, he's going to find one. He gets that kill confirmed, and it's a 1v2v2. Can 17 get the res? It looks like they are, because Pero are pushing back to deal with Opons, and this is going to buy 17 the opportunity to get the res. But remember, that nade. Had the wall not been there, that would have been 2 for the price of 1, but can they get... No, they're just giving loot. He's not going for the res, he's just gifting all of the gifts that he's left over to his teammate.
Yeah, I think that he just didn't feel like they had the time with the blue zone coming in. They're also about to lose their hillside. They hear the firefighting. Opons in position is doing work for Tian to allow him to get back into the circle. Let's see, Petrichor Road, they might be pulling themselves in too many different directions. The way the center of dot falls, it's going to be just to the south of where everything's going to be set at. And Opons spots out Tian, takes him down. So he is in a 1v2 to lock this in.
Yeah, and if you're Pero, what do you do now? Do you just wait for him to come up from or come down from this roof? Like, there's only a few places he can pop up from now, so just wait and kind of see what happens. But I was having a little bit of fun at Pero's expense at the start of this game. 1 point through 2 maps, but they've got themselves a really good tally so far in this one. Ming keeping an eye on one side, I-26 holding the son off on the other. They're going to hear him drop on the ground. They're going to wrap on over, but surely Matt Opons can't do something crazy here.
He's trying to get some damage. He does get the knock onto 1, taking a lot of damage, down to 14 health. Peeks around the side, coming up from Ming. He knows exactly where he is. Stun's starting to come out. Can that connect onto anything? Starts trying to chase. He should be able to get vision. Knows exactly where Petrichor Road's player's at. Goes for the peek around, but no, it is going to be Ming in the end that clutches it up and holds it together for Petrichor Road.
Oh, it was so close, but no cigar for EA. They hot dropped at the start of the game all the way through to a second place, but for Petrichor Road, they get their PGS up and running. Toffees and Poro, though. We're seeing a lot of teams from APAC starting strong today.
Yeah, not looking too bad. Go ahead, Toffee.
I just wish he had gotten that heal off. Like, he got spooked off the heal on that barrel. And if that heal had gone off, it would have been total. He would have pulled the 1v2. That would have been super hot to watch. Sorry, go ahead with APAC. I was just like, I wanted that so bad.
Who, me go ahead? I'll go ahead with APAC. I don't want to talk about APAC. I want to talk about Petrichor Road.
All right, what about Petrichor Road do you want to talk about? They did get the win. All right, talk about Petrichor Road. They got a compound, and then they sat there, and then they sat there, and then they sat there, and then they stopped Twisted Minds, and then they sat there.
I will say, it was a little dicey there at the end. I definitely was expecting more of Petrichor Road playing from that compound. Like, they did not look at all confident in the end game, but they looked pretty good in that hold against Twisted. Interesting decision. I mean, we were debating it back and forth in the green room, talking about the decision for Twisted Minds with that BRDM to try to crash that compound. The only thing I can really come up with is Batu thinks that's the game-winning play, and obviously it was, right? So if that fight goes a different way, they're able to pull it off. But that is such a tough breach to make, especially when you have the BRDM. Like we saw what Geeke was able to do with the BRDM, just playing from the fields in game number 1. So I don't know. It's definitely a tough call for sure.
I think it would have been harder to make the approach in the East because it was way more open over there, and there was a lot more mortars and explosions happening. So he was hoping for compound, and I feel like they had it under control until suddenly they realized a Petrichor player wasn't actually inside the compound. I can't remember if it was Ming or whoever that actually came in and like swooped in back behind the BRDM. It felt like all communication. Yeah, see this part right here, Ming coming up back behind, feels like it threw off all the communication in the firefight, and suddenly Twisted was just toasted.
I mean, okay, so here's my hot take, and I think that this is why Twisted Minds isn't winning tournaments right now, is they're doing their system, which is look for win conditions, right? Like, this is the game-winning position. Let's try to push it and take it. If we fail, whatever, but if we get it, that's a win. Instead of going for sort of like random throw-offs. But because of the way the game is right now with digging and explosions and BRDMs, it feels like you're not getting rewarded for taking those risks as often, because someone who took a random spot with a hole behind a rock actually ends up with a win scenario because of the shift. I just feels like this sort of like hit the biggest compound or the strongest position of set cover is maybe not working like it used to, but I will never judge Batulin's decision making, as he has a much bigger brain than I ever will be.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard coaches talk about it before, like the fact that the destructible terrain has just kind of thrown a wrench in all these plays, because you used to have you used to know exactly how to push these compounds, right? Like, but now you knew exactly where to expect the sight lines, you knew exactly where to expect the peaks to come from. But now with destructible terrain, like, guys can get out there with a pickaxe and dig a hole in the ground that you don't even know is there, and they just end up peeking you from an off angle that you were never expecting in the first place. And that's what we saw what happened to Twisted there. So it's tough. Like he's said before that they're having a tough time adapting to all the change, like so many changes in the meta this year. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. And of all the teams like that we should expect to eventually get it together, it's going to be Twisted.
Now, big win by 17, huge, 12 kills, 17 points. And if my memory serves me correctly, maybe you guys can remind me, was it PGS 7 the last time we did a PGS 7 that 17 was able to win? I believe it was. And so, was it 7? I think it was 1 and 7, which is why it was so funny last year.
Oh, that's right. It was 1 and 7 because of 17. Yes.
Well, they got a win here recently.
Yeah, exactly. They can make a move. So 31 points. That's good. That's good. And they're coming off games with a big win. But I think 7 showing up here, 17 is looking good. Geeke Esports, though, untenably, impossible to catch right now, Gibson. Qualified, I think, for the winner's bracket. Do you think people need to worry about them in the final 3? Is because like they get to choose who gets to hang out in the future?
I think that if you're in the next group, you're worried about what they decide to do, right? Are they going to kind of try gatekeep some teams out? Like, at the end of the day, you want to be in the top 16, which shouldn't be too hard. Like, 8 teams will be playing on Friday, guaranteed. You want to get to the top 16. They can have an impact on who makes it if they decide to troll a little bit or have some fun, but teams aren't too worried about catching them in groups. They just want to, they don't care where they finish in the top 16 as long as they're there.
You know, I love seeing Xiao Wu's picture up here, Poro. I feel like it's been a minute since I got to see Xiao Wu featured in these sort of kill leader shots. Like, there was a time when Xiao Wu, 17 or whatever roster he was on, was someone that was like, you know, you see the X and the double D and you know you're in trouble. And I feel like it hasn't been quite as much. So 17 back on a come up with their performance at games, and here in this one, I think it really excites me in terms of seeing some beautiful moments out of Chinese PUBG.
Yeah, good old X-Wood. Yeah, no, it's
you beat me to the
you know I can't leave that fruit hanging. No, so they get their winning games of the future. They did get a win. They got a win at Circuit 2 Series 2. So they were the ones that split the Myth trio there. So yeah, I mean, out of all the Chinese teams, 17 obviously the hottest. They were the only ones to make EWC final. So I think if you're any Chinese team, like that's the team that you're kind of keeping an eye on. But I mean, Petrichor Road getting that win there, although it looked a little dicey and definitely didn't look like a dominant performance like we're used to seeing from them, they still got it right. They clutched it out in the end, which is that's all we care about, right? JDG has shown moments where they've looked pretty good too. We still haven't gotten to see 4 a.m. So 4 a.m. has kind of come in kicking the doors in these competitions the last couple of times. So we'll see. We will see her. There you go.
That's
time zone difference. Yeah.
No, it's good. The time zone's perfect. I just am skeptical about what we're going to see from 4 a.m. After their EWC performance. I don't even know if I care to see them in the next set. So because to me that was my biggest disappointment. When you walk away from what we saw, EWC, second biggest event of the year, right? This is that sort of track to PGC. To see China get so just kicked in the stomach, being at this LAN, being here on site, being in such a big tournament was shocking. But particularly 4 a.m., like Godv wasn't there. In the past, I think you can kind of lay this at the feet a little bit of Godv's calling. This one you couldn't at Gibson. And so to me, that was tragic, their performance at EWC.
You're not allowed to talk about Godv, right? The chat's going to come for you now because you questioned the leader of Godv. I miss him, or I miss him if I'm being honest, but to be honest, there was a little uptick in performance since he left, so maybe some of those calls weren't the best, but...
We're eventually going to get you to say something negative about a player, and we're going to work on it. We're trying hard.
I'll say something.
The donuts are glazed, my friend. They're going to be delivered at some point.
So you were proud of Godv's leadership on that 4 a.m. roster. That's interesting.
No, I didn't say proud. I just said you're not allowed to question it, or chat's going to come for you.
That's a fair point.
Chat
That's a
comes
fair
for me all
point.
the time. It's fine. Hey, Spaceman and Shen both got MVPs this year at PGS's. So stats lie, men lie, women lie, stats don't. So 4 a.m. is looking like a much better team. But yeah, that EWC performance here, you're absolutely right, Todd. It was diabolically bad. I mean, 24th was terrible. But you know, every team's allowed to have a bad showing. Like it happens. So you know, I'm interested to see how they do now, especially back on home soil, back in the PGSs. I'm expecting big things from them again.
Okay, and I do think home soil is a really relevant thing to talk about here, right, Matt? Is that we're back in Shanghai. All of these Chinese teams are sleeping in their own beds. They sort of seem like I remember when we were there last year, there were fans outside the stadium, like cheering for them when they came out for smoke break. So having that hometown advantage has to have at least a little something going for you, right?
Well, on top of that, it's like they're playing in a venue that they're incredibly familiar with. They know how everything flows on it. I mean, most of the players, I will say, that have played internationally are also starting to get to know that venue pretty well. So it should be pretty all right, all considered. But there is something about it's almost like going back to our NPL days, right? Like if we would go back and play in the NPL area, we'd know how everything functions. We know where all the good food is around it. We can drive home and go to bed like you're talking about, sit down at your own personal PC whenever you're wanting to practice. There are benefits to that. And of course, yes, also time zone, as well as bouncing from the several places that we've been to. But on top of that, there's also Chinese infrastructure whenever we look at esports. There's a lot more of the organization being close-handed, the facilities, all of the secondary things that you will have as far as analysts that are going to be brought in that will be able to provide you that assistance that you might not get whenever you're traveling on the road. That should help propel a lot of these teams up just a little bit more.
I mean, and also food familiarity is something that cannot, if anybody remembers Tempo Storm back in the day, if you're not familiar with your food when you travel, it can destroy your team from top to bottom. So I think some of these guys are going to really enjoy having that advantage to them. We're fascinated to watch. We'll continue to tell you how the Chinese teams are doing on the home field advantage. That said, though, we have a short break because in very many minutes, we will be back. It's looking to be about 70 or 80 minutes at this point. We're getting the teams changed out. We're going to make sure that the guys who are coming in are satisfied, comfortable, and ready to play at the highest competitive level. And everybody else gets to have a little bit of a coffee break, including you. So we're going to send it to that in just a second. We encourage you to stay with us. We got a whole long day of play coming down the pipeline. We don't wrap up for another, I think, 8 or 9 hours. So make sure you guys get settled in and come on back, because we will see you in about 70 to 80 minutes for the next set of 3 games.
Hi guys, it's Bella here with the Relay interview, and today's guest is Salute. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, Sheila had to say that he wanted you to take the next interview. He had a couple of questions. He wants to know
why he toxic. He say me 바보.
And this is your chance to defend yourself.
뭐 그렇기 때문에 좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salute, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 뭐 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데 비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고, 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunner other than, telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you, Salute, for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salute, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 뭐 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데 비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunnar other than telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you, Salute, for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Gunnar because Salute wanted to talk to you. He had a couple of questions. He wanted to ask you, how do you manage your anger so well? And how are you such a responsible coach? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I guess managing my anger so well comes from the military. I bring a lot of discipline from there. And I was a very angry person in my younger years. So now as I'm getting older, I've learned to manage it and just try and, relax a little bit and just be, thankful that I wake up every day and thankful that I get to play PUBG every day and have this job. And I treat it as an opportunity.
All about the grateful mindset, right? Yeah. Do you think the responsibility it kind of stems from that mindset too?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think if more players or coaches took that mindset or approach, I think they'd be able to benefit their team a lot more. If you wake up every day and realize that we're playing video games for a living and that life can be bad, but there are people that have it worse, and you just become thankful and you pass that on to somebody else, and then you make their day, and then they become more motivated to be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon. Because we're friends with them and we always mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
AMD touches the lives of billions, powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device. Automotive to automation. Curiosity to creativity. Business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started. Together we advance.
Hi guys, it's Bella for the relay interview. Today's guest is Glass. Gunnar wanted to talk to you and ask you A,
If they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world,
and B, he wanted you to do your famous American impression.
네, 냉정하게 생각했을 땐 그래도 이 PG에서 참가하는 팀 중에는 상위권인 것 같아요.
All right, well, that's a very fair take. And now it is time for the famous. And we have Gunnar watching. Can we get Gunnar? Gunnar watching. Yay! He's gonna pull up a video to show us. Here is Glass's take.
God damn!
That was perfect. Okay, I see why Gunnar wanted you to do it. All right. Before I let you go, I have to ask you to pick another player to pass this on to. What do you want me to ask them, and who should I talk to?
킥스타트.
Kickstart? Okay. What should I ask Kickstart?
항상 그렇게 꾸준하게 좀 팀워크도 제가 느끼기에는 활동도 좋다고 느껴져서.
All right. I will let you know, and I'll report back. Thank you, Glass. 감사합니다.
God damn.
Hi guys, it's Bella. The next interviewee for relay question is Falcons Kickstart. Hi Kick. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Well, Glass wanted me to ask, how can you be so consistent?
Well, we've played like 20 games, so I don't know how we're consistent, but I mean, it's pretty much just based on what they do. That's how we've been consistent so far. We wide review every single thing PO tells them to do. We've just been trying to copy it the best of our ability.
Yeah. Would you say that your rival is Crazy Raccoons then?
No, I think they're like our father figure pretty much, because we just copy everything they do and they're the goats.
Well, okay, enough about Crazy Raccoon and the love that you have for them. What's the one thing you miss from home?
My girlfriend and my cats, I would say, and just being home and having some, home-cooked meals.
Shout out to your girl. And what are your cats' names?
Cookie, Cream, Suki, and Freya.
You have 4?
I have 4.
4 cats. Big family.
Yeah.
All right, well, who should I run off to ask the next relay interview to?
I think Pio.
Pio?
Yeah, we'll just
Okay,
Pio.
what should I ask Pio?
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
Okay.
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
Okay, I'll make sure to ask him that, and I'll get back to you too. All right, thank you, Kick, for joining me.
For the first time.
Welcome to interview part, and we are joined by Nixie from Virtus Pro. Let's say hello to the audiences.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we have like a short interview for you. You did really good game in the first group stage, and I want to know what is the biggest challenge you face next group stage.
I would say the biggest challenge is just adapting, because there's going to be new teams. Different teams going to loot different loot spots. So our rotations might change a little bit, because certain teams loot certain things around us. So because there's so many different teams that we haven't faced. For example, like Godlike and Tyloo, we don't have really that much experience against them. So some things might have to change just because there's new teams coming in.
Do you think you're adapted well already?
Yeah, of course. I think that's our strength, is adaptability. So I would say, we're currently sitting, I think, 3rd place. So of course it could have been better.
Okay.
It always can be better. So yeah, I think we adapted pretty well.
Okay. So next question is about what were you focusing on coming into today's game?
Our main focus is, of course, to get top 16 to qualify for winner stage. So just get as much points as possible, because today's lobbies are kind of random. It's not like finals lobby, I would say. So yeah, just maximize the points, go for kills, and that's pretty much it. Don't really think about the win that much, because you can just maximize the points because everyone is just fighting around us. So
Okay. So the third question is about the funny stories. Who is the biggest loot goblin in your team?
that is pretty easy answer, and I think everyone would agree on my team. It's 100% Beamy and Corexy.
Okay. What do you want to say to Beamy and Kirixi?
Don't. Okay. Yeah, sometimes loot doesn't matter. They know themselves. We often won the games when we have 0 loot. And we often died when we have really good loot, so loot doesn't really matter. So yeah, just listen to me and Luca and don't loot.
Maybe there's just a lack of insurance.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview. I hope you have good luck in the next
Thank
stage.
you. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. We're joined by Team Nemesis and we have Diffix and Sosit here. Let's greeting everyone. Hello.
Hello.
What is it like to be in the same team together?
Insane.
Insane?
Yeah, the feeling is good. It's, definitely playing with Sosit again is really cool. Because before in Navi I didn't actually like to play with Sosit, but right now I enjoy playing with Sosit.
Really? Why?
That's true. That's true.
That's true?
I don't know. Sosit was young, and right now he's older, so he really good.
It's more experience, right? So what's your opinion?
The same for me. We played with Diffix in the same team 2 times. I remember how we was tested in EU team together, and after that we played in Navi. That was good experience, and right now we have a good team and a good have a better experience to play together right now. So.
Who adapted to the new team fastest?
I think me, because I didn't have any problem adapting anywhere. In any team it was pretty easy to adapt, so I guess me.
Okay.
Because also I was playing, I was the last one who joined Team Nemesis, because the guys already was playing together, and I joined last.
Okay, inside the team, who's usually the loudest during matches?
Me.
Right.
Yeah, because I am speaking a lot and very loud.
If entire team had to survive a real-life battle royale, who would actually make it to the end? Let's start with Sosit, right?
Not me.
Not you? Why?
That's, I don't know, too hard.
So who do you think actually make it?
Probably Diffix. I think I will try to survive.
No. What's the reason?
I don't know. I like living, I don't want to die.
When people watch Team Nemesis this season, what do you hope to remember about this team?
I think I actually don't want everyone to remember us. I mean, I don't wish this firstly, it's not important for me. I feel it's more important for me that I remember this team and this year a good year.
Okay, and thanks for joining us for today's interview. Bye.
Bye.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Welcome back. The break is over. Good news. This is the second set of group stage games, the second 3, if you will, coming to you live from Shanghai. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Porosaurus, Matcham, and Gibson as we continue to break down all the action. The first 3 games were a lot of fun, but we're switching it up now. Group C is joining the fray. Let's start with takeaways. What did we learn in the first 3 games, Gibson?
Oh, we learned that Geek came to play. That's one thing for sure. They started things off really, really strong. But other than that, I think we learned that maybe we're starting to see a few glimpses of E-Arena post Jacob starting to put a little bit of something together. Or Matt, am I speaking a little bit too soon?
I mean, they did things. They did things. I'll give you a little bit. What stood out more to me was the bumpers in everybody's faces. This feels like the most runovers we've seen in the series in as long as I can remember. I mean, I know that the circles weren't necessarily the most pleasant with tons of open space in them, but it led to people just rolling right up on top of people. I mean, even Batulans just taking a BRDM straight in the side of somebody else's compound. That's nigh unheard of before the series.
Dude, Batulin's going to change his name to BRDM soon, Poro, because I think outside of Kurt, nobody else spends nearly as much time in an armored car as this man.
Should let you know how OP they are, right? Like if you can get your hands on one and you play your cards right, you should be looking at a shot to get a win. And unfortunately for them that time, it didn't work out. Didn't work out too good for Tyloo in game number 1 either. But it worked out great for Geek. As you said, Geek having a great day so far. And I'm going to say Virtus Pro, 3 6th in a row. I don't think I've ever seen 3 in a row of just, but I mean, 27 points. Like if we're looking at the historical cut lines, they should be looking pretty good for final or for winners.
I believe 3 6s in a row is called deeply average. Now, I was incorrect about the last round. I thought Group B was sitting out the second set of games. It seems that is not the case, and B and C will be taking the field against each other, which means that Geek gets to continue with the momentum they built up in the first 2 games, Matt.
Kind of. There is going to be the break, and I don't know exactly how that's going to phase them. I am kind of also looking at Group C. There's going to be a lot of new X Factors being involved in this. Of course, we saw Supers on the rise, EWC. T1 was just absolutely popping off. Na'Vi, are they going to find back the consistency and firepower in a group stage? Always something there. And of course, Godlike. We're the Americas crew. We got to be cheering for Godlike, right?
Yes.
I mean, I'm excited. I'm hyped for Nemesis and Godlike, the 2 cup editions. Guys,
Kings.
Yeah, man, they fought their way up from the bottom to the top, and now they're here. Obviously, some names we know on those rosters, so not too. It's not like a true underdog story, but gotta give them some credit, man. They're gonna look pretty good. I'm excited to see how they play here in this lobby.
Yeah.
Cup Kings. I like that, and I hate it at the same time, Matt, but I think it sounds wrong, but also perfect as a description for a team that comes up through a very difficult feed system. The Cup is not easy. And as we look at it's very tough. Look, it's tough because you have to make it too, as Gibson said at the start. If you don't make that top qualification spot, you're just living the Cup life for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And that can be really frustrating, right?
Well, on the other side of that, Godlike and Nemesis got to be coming out swinging, right? They got stuff to prove. They've just been sitting and watching for a few months.
That Nemesis interview was fascinating. First off, I like the question, so which of you is a psychopath, right?
Yeah, it's aggressive.
If we put you in a real-life battle royale, who would win? It's like, will you point at the man on your team most likely to slaughter 90 other people?
Yes, so who are you most afraid of is probably the one you asked the question to.
And then I like where he's like, well, I guess Diffix. Why? Because I like living. Solid answer, sir. Solid answer. Well, the game is about to begin. Game number 4, but it's game number 1 for Group C as they now join the fray on the grassy pastures. I'm going to send Matcham and Gibson off to the virtual green room to hang out as me and Porosaurus kick off this match. It's good to be back on the grassy pastures. It's good to be back together again, and it's good to be casting some PUBG that is not a debacle. So I'm excited to be here, Poro.
Oh, we've been sitting here for like 5 hours, 5.5 hours now. This is the second game we're going to cast. Yeah. It's a slog, man. Yesterday. But hey.
feel like I lost you for a second, but we are back now. All right, let's check in with Liquid as Alo leads the rotation here. Easy as you can like it, plane path right across the middle. No contest, and I think this is what C needs. They want to get a good start. You're a little bit stressed because you're already down 3 games on a 6-game series. You need to come out very, very strong. And I think my question is, like, Godlike especially, can you have a big game 1? Coming out of Cup, but like you said, players that we know very, very well, one of the top South American teams for a very long time. These guys should be good. I think it just depends so much on starting strong with only 6 games.
Yeah, I don't think that... Oh, wait, what do we got here? Navi and VP right on top of each other to start things off. Luca Rux will survive. Oh, okay, be careful, dude. Chasing it. Just throwing machetes around.
Throwing machetes.
He got away with one there.
You saw him. He actually took his hands off and like wiped his brow of the chaos. It worked.
Look, I mean, and honestly, considering VP, the expectations that we're placing on him right now, a little bit of a slow start. Like 3-6 in a row, obviously not. You're not that mad about it, and they're in 3rd place overall. So I think they're chilling. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, what do we even expect? Do we expect them to just come in here and kind of do what Geeky did? Like, it's weird. Expectations are a strange thing in this this current PUBG day and age.
And I think, and that's what there was an interview, I think, with Batulin at EWC and a few other players talking about the modern meta and the instability of how fast things change, which I think is exciting and brings it in line with what a normal player experiences. But it's really become, as much as we used to say, winning this game is about communication, perhaps above all other skills. I think you now have to add this adaptability system to it. Your team has to, when you build it, your team has to not only have great communication and good mechanics, but they also have to have an incredible amount of adaptability and a mental tenacity to bounce back after bad things happen. Because PUBG happens, and these patches have proved it.
Sure, yeah, I think that honestly, we've kind of beaten the communication horse a little bit too, but I mean, it's so true though, as we see. Is this a replay, or is this VP just hunting down Navi once again? Is Spiro now all by himself? And he's going to get one. Corexi's going to go down. They'll try to flush him out. He's going to go. No, he's not going to be able to finish him off. So that's unfortunate for Spiro there, as he got that knock on a Corexi. He should have been able to flush him out, you would have thought, but not able to land the shots. I think the door opened right in time to save his life.
It's a rare occasion that the door opens at the right time to rescue you. All right, so Verse Pro going to mount up. Sounds like we've got that. Oh, geez, it's a good circle, but it's just one of those, like, everyone on the far side of the map has got to be pissed. No car left behind.
Yeah.
So sad.
No more games for you, Mr. Spiro. We'll watch this one out. Provide some
do we
support
judge play? Do we judge people for that? We don't judge you on comp play, right? Like, I judge you in like a pub play, maybe. I wouldn't even judge you in pubs. I would actually probably, yeah.
I mean, honestly, at this point, we've seen it too many times where a team will win a battle like that and they won't destroy the blue chips, and they'll instead prio getting into the circle and get in position, and then that team then comes back. It's almost like it's mandated that team will at some point come back and haunt them.
That's true.
Be it taking them out in another fight, or a third party, or forcing another fight that maybe it just always seems to be the way that it works for some reason. So
oh my god, I can't remember which team it was. 2 weeks ago, we saw a team get a
couple of times.
Well, they killed 3 guys and then they left the blue chips. The team got all of their guys back, and then they were able to re-wipe them a second time. So it was like they farmed 7 points off of one team. So it doesn't always go the way you described. Sometimes it's extra points on the board.
That is true. So I mean, I guess if you're wanting to play that risky calculus, but hey, at this point, like it's when we're talking about cut lines of 27 to 30 points.
Yeah, sure.
Like every single point matters, right? So you just got to make sure that you put yourself in a position to where you can take those kind of high risk, high reward plays and reduce the risk as much as possible. Try to make it safe. And Team Liquid finding out the hard way right now that you don't always get the choice. So it's very rare, actually, that we see Team Liquid do this. Like, they're usually pretty comfortable coming in late.
I think it's because it's a good safe one, because they know no one's going to be packing up in Milta Power with this circle, right? Like, it's going to get shifted off of, but it's a great opportunity for you to come in, scout some locations, see where you take fire from, and you'll probably have a pretty safe ingress into whatever circles pop up here. So it looks like they'll spread out, do the old sort of, what do you want to call this? Was it FaZe that did this split for years and years and years?
I mean, honestly, they're kind of getting paid off for it right now. Like, this is extremely fortunate for them that they're able to pick up basically all of Milta Mini and Milta Power. So Cowboy going to take that high ground, do a little scouting from the rooftops. I honestly, at this point, I think the only thing that they've really got to be concerned about is another E pickup coming from someone else. So,
well, and even then with Cowboy up here, there's nothing you can do because even your E pickup range, when you get dropped off, you're within his strike distance. So they are gold. Gold, I tell ya. As Petrichor, a team that would love to be gold, takes a couple of shots on the. Okay, once again, anytime I see someone causing trouble, it seems to be Akan that we get on the reel.
Yeah, I mean, Geeke playing that shelter position, just playing on the top. Very wide split right now, but they can afford to be, right? Like, this is one of those that we talk about, the high risk, high reward plays. So you take the high risk of being that split up and the risk of getting crashed by a team, but the reward is that you can catch out teams in rotation, maybe get a point here or there. And it's a lot easier to feel comfortable doing that kind of thing when you're sitting on 50 points overall, and you know, you've only got 2 games left to play. But as we mentioned before, though, like, this is not the end of the road. Even if your team doesn't get top 16 overall in this, they still have survivor stage. So
that's true.
You know, they would obviously love to be able to get through to winners to start things off. But goodness, okay, I-26 gonna escape that mortar there.
Yeah, and I'm looking at these numbers, and you're like, those bottom 6 teams, as you guys look at your leaderboard, there's zeros across the board because they just joined, if you guys are kind of catching up with us. The thing that worries me is Sharper and Anyone's Legend in particular, who have played 3 additional games and only have 4 and 6 points respectively. Buddy. Anyone's Legend is not a roster that I feel like should consistently be doing what they've been doing.
That's that team, though, isn't it? Like, it feels like right now it's, what did I say, a very up and down. My notes on them coming in can look terrifying and completely lost in the same game sometimes. So I feel like we put higher expectations on them because of how good we've seen them able to be. But I mean, maybe we need to revisit those.
Yeah, you know, card defense. He's back. He's like, it didn't kill me. Now I must go. I'm out of here. It's that APAC thing. You guys talked about a little bit earlier, though. This idea that, like, everyone else seems to have gone in the opposite position of APAC, where they had these super teams, they started stripping them down and partying them out. And I don't know if maybe it's because, you know, if I was to describe regions as wine. Oh, hold on. We'll talk about that in a second, as we got a nice little crash by T1 onto Na'Vi.
Okay. Try to hold the fort here. Good push down. Going to find EN to start things off. That's a good way to start off. But unfortunately for them, the rest of the squad has managed to get in. But Tanbu going to help out from range. Nice shots there to take down Heather. Hakatori and the boys trying to hold the line here. Remember, they were without Spiro, who they lost to that VP crash early. But Raining is inside the house. Type from range. Himask going to take down Tanbu. So they'll have to reset off of that one on the top of Death Road, as they've got Vitality creeping down their throats. But nice grenade from Type will take down Hakatori.
Yeah, Na'Vi couldn't do anything to stop the crash because of the players on the high ground, so they just have to lock up in here and try to slow down, see if they can get their players back up. And that should be a safe res there on the stairs, as grenades do keep coming, but they're all from weird angles because having the Expendables up on top of that hill is problematic for everyone down here trying to fight for this compound.
Okay, dropping those smokes, just try to slow things down here a little bit, maybe. Raining can get Heather back on his feet. He's got cover. But look at the Expendables. They're still creeping down here. I think they might be probably got the res on the Tanbu. You can hear the shots coming through, but that's actually coming from the other side of the tree. That's Anyone's Legend. And immediately upon getting that res, Raining will get shot at, but Tanbu gets taken down by Type again. So T1, this crash, it seemed like it was going against them at first, but they've managed to reset even despite getting 3rd and 4th partied.
Yeah, getting the Expendables hitting Na'Vi from the top so they couldn't come out and stop this push has really been the biggest stick for them. And the fact that Type got the cover to let them make this play, they threw 2 grenades in knowing they're sitting on top of the stairs, and all of a sudden, T1 is in a firm command of this push.
That's not great for Na'Vi, is it? Down to 1.
No.
A little bit of a slow start here, considering.
This is
they wanted
so
to start
shocking.
Yeah. I mean, well, look, it's first game. It's whatever. Type's going to hit him with the Molotov, so that's going to get Fierce feet on fire. He'll have to reposition heal up. There you go, Levante. Now Vitality coming in for the, are we calling this the fifth party at this point?
Yeah, they're shooting from the other side. So far, though, Type they need to get in here and clean out Na'Vi, right? I think Type has 2 kills so far, so if they can get the third one, I think that'd be a great open for them. Even if they were wiped out by a crash from Vitality, to start with this fight is going to give them a good push forward. This is their first game, right? So they can start out with 3 points, build a little bit of a boost of confidence. At least it's something.
They just do not want to take the risk of losing somebody here. Like, they're already down to 3. They know they've got this solo player here. It's fine. Like, he can just stay up there for the time being. Like, he doesn't have a whole lot of utility left. Right now, the goal has to be to get Type back on his feet. And,
yeah, I mean, at this point, you almost let him have this house, you know, just work together to hold the area.
Unfortunately, he's in the other building, and I think they don't have... I think they were just trying to wait out maybe again the Expendables and Vitality, but now they have to make the push. Raining's going to spot him out. Type's slow bleeding, so they've still got plenty of time here. But Tanvu's still on that rock, isn't he? Just looking down here.
The overlook is the real issue, because even if they do manage to get Ferris, getting across is going to require most of their utility to get that res. So I think Type essentially is going to be accepted as a loss right now. Ferris getting ready for his defense. He goes ahead and readjusts that shield a few more times and then ducks behind the door. I like this. If they see the shield, they'll attack it first, and he's ready with the follow-up shot. But back to the bottom, T1 again seems to decide maybe we should try to go for this res before he goes down. They're running out of time. They're going to go smoke and drive. It might work.
Yeah, we got to get Type up.
Yep,
you gotta get Type up. It's just too much time. So yeah, I mean, Ferris obviously is not going to be doing anything. So we'll get to Type right before. Oh my goodness,
bold man.
He's leaving that to the last second. So yeah, you can see he's literally on one. Yeah, Heather just listening for footsteps really through the smokes right now, and good for T1 to be able to get him back on his feet. They're being very, very cautious with this, and I don't blame them. Like, down to 3, like you've got a compound, you're inside the circle. Let's just, you know, take our time with it.
Yeah, it's nice. You know, I'd like taking a break in the middle of the match to watch a little chess. And eventually this game will be checkmated. Heather looks like he might want to force a 1v1 against Ferris. Bold of him to just be willing to do this, as he's using that 3P peek to sort of get a little bit of information. Ferris got the flash on standby. And here comes Raining. He's back through the window on the bottom, and now they can bring all guns to bear.
Yeah, definitely don't want to push that as a solo. That would be absolutely silly. And Heather will get low. He'll make the push in. He's got a shotgun rider with him, and goes for the drop shot. Oh, Ferris. He almost gets him. Look at that, 4 HP on Raining.
Type was not interested in running over there to help. He said, you guys got this, and it almost didn't. Because if he had gotten that Raining knock, he would have gotten the double flush, and now it's a 1v1 and a huge point gain for Na'Vi. So excellent play by Ferris. So close. You got to give that drop shot the respect.
Yeah, I understand leaving Type behind it. Like, he was the one that had eyes on Gam up on the hill, so just making sure that they don't crash down there. As Sosa going to spot out Godlike. So our 2 teams that we were highlighting beforehand run into each other. This ain't the cup though, as they are fighting for control over that northeastern side, those cliffs around Prison. Let's see where the next circle decides to take us, as Liquid popped an E pickup, but they're not going to take it. Okay,
on the middle,
all the way down south. Anyone's Legend in good position.
Yeah, we talked about wanting to see more things out of this team, and here we go. They've got the circle. No excuses now, except, well, I guess the one excuse is they may get crashed from all sides as this continues. Nemesis, though, decides they want to take the fight to Godlike, sits on top of a grenade, put it in his pocket, and Haven is going to get dropped by Melman as they continue to push up this hill.
Yeah, trades abound so far. Sosa actually off in the blue, not even really a part of this. So it's down to Melman and Diffex. And they've at least got a good read on where these guys are. But if he been able to slow things down, that spray's going to come through. Not going to land a single shot on that. Diffex is going to be kicking himself over that one. He had him pretty much dead to rights.
So as they got him locked in here, I want to listen to these comms just to get a feel for the attitude or the tenor of Nemesis as they take this fight.
Я против двойки играю. Бля, меня взорвало слева, хуйня.
Сзади выходит, осторожно.
Двойка осталась. Надо тронуть.
Дай смог.
Нету смоков, нету. Все нормально, он залочен. У нас типы перед нами, все, Диффикс вперед, плей ищи. Не играй назад.
Над Гариком. Года играем. У нас что, блядь.
Добейте ноки, да.
Добили,
блядь, ноки, пизда, добейте ноки.
Он за деревом тут, на желтый. Здорово, вай.
Мне прям тачку въебали.
Мы можем играть?
Now, I don't speak much Russian, but I do feel like the end of that comment was got the last one. But what I do like about that, Poro, is I felt like they were very in control. There wasn't a lot of overtalk. There was one primary voice with a little bit of people tossing information as needed, and that's what you want to hear.
No, absolutely. It was the fact that they didn't take any L's there, pretty huge for them. They still got to fight their way in, unfortunately. They did lose one kill. I think they got stolen away, if I was reading that kill feed correctly, but... So far, so good for Nemesis. 3 kills, all up. Supers is looking at him, though. Sharper's looking at him. Geek is looking at Petrichor Road right now. As you can see, they are just on the outside, and now they got 4 a.m. taking shots into their backs. So time is running short here for Geek. They got to figure out what to do, and Songjang's going to go down.
Yeah, you think they'd be a little more aggressive right now? Like, you got nothing to lose, right? Like, you guys are up at 50 points. Just YOLO send. Meanwhile, talking about YOLO send, T1 takes the BRDM up on the path.
Oh, no.
It gets blown up. They get grenaded all the way back to the Stone Ages. And a BRDM's only good if you can make it to where you're going, man.
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, they run through the gauntlet there. As 4 a.m. is going to find out the hard way here, running through Petrichor Road. They get close, but they are going down. Chewy's going to find Winda Spaceman right behind him. 2 knocked and immediately flushed. Now Shen's gone, HSM's gone, and 4 a.m. gets dispatched by Geek and Petrichor Road.
4 free points comes through again. GK gets the lion's share of it. A little bit of a backstab by GK. Petrichor, like, it's 4 a.m. has just become just a target, man. It's like that fight started and everybody else was like, ooh, third party, I want to get involved with this one.
Yeah, and there goes Nemesis as well. That north side is pretty brutal stuff. Teams trying to fight their way in. As Supers, I think that was actually mostly all Heaven.
Yeah.
Caught Nemesis in a bad spot. Petrichor Road now, they're still 4 up, but you see the Expendables just in perfect position to gatekeep. And they're going to be able to do so for free unless Himass and anyone's Legend decide to get involved.
All right, Petrichor already has had a pretty solid day, 22 points in 5th place. Would like to make that a little bit stronger as they only have the 3 games left to play, and then you have to sit and watch. Top 16 teams go on to winners. The bottom 8 teams have to go to the survival stage. So remember, that's the target here, is make that 16th place cutoff. Everything else doesn't really matter for you. You can win by an inch, win by a mile. As long as you're at 16, that's the only thing that anyone's going to talk about.
It sure is. Well, meanwhile, Full Sense on the south side. Looks like they got on knock onto Virtus Pro and tried to crash immediately upon that. So far, Virtus Pro holding the line as Himass just watches in the background as utility gets sent over. Doesn't look like it's finding the mark right now, and now Deal has arrived. Chewy will get knocked, but immediately stolen away by Himass, so that's good positioning by him. Meanwhile, Tai Lu, if they didn't have bad luck, they would have no luck at all, as they had the beautiful compound, but it pulls away in the end, and they're just going down one after the other right now. Lee, yeah, that's going to do it for him. It's down to 1 Dragon.
Bad players call bad planning bad luck. I'm just going to leave it at that as Tai Lu again. Look at that. I mean, why? Why 1 Dragon? Like, your team has already been flushed. Oh, okay, I take it back. Good job. All right, I'm not mad at you.
Disregard.
Yeah, disregard all judgment.
Well,
1 Dragon.
Sololzi's happy about that. That 1 Dragon wins that because he just got credit for about 3 knocks that he got over there.
That's a good point.
Again, anyone's Legend just using that position on the high ground to just kind of third party onto everybody, force everybody into bad positions. See 1 Dragon looking over there towards Lee to see if he can maybe go for it, but yeah, Mink's not going to let that happen. And now 1 Dragon all by himself, one lonely little dragon. And,
one sad dragon. Meanwhile, let's check in with the Soup, fighting anyone's Legend, and the blue is powerful. So we gotta lay down and try to heal through it. Sololzi hoping to get this flush quickly so he can roll over and help his team out. That Rex knock not going to be coming back anytime soon. So Sololzi pushing up very, very far forward. He's got Himass off on the left side to support him, and they need to get these down quickly so they can fall back and pick up Destroy.
Yeah, this is
bang.
There you go. Nice. I mean, it's tough though, because Sharper gets 2 knocks there on anyone's Legend, but they don't capitalize off of it. They still hold on to their position. and don't try to push over here. You see Jedi kind of looking over in this direction, but anyone's Legend might be able to. No, they're not. Okay, there you go. Jedi gets the angle, at least flushes out one, and gets the knock on to Sololzi. So Himas, once again, the last player left alive. Sharper, I guess Team Liquid maybe is the concern, on the south side, so they can't commit all resources over here to finishing off AL.
Yeah, I think that's all. You have to have 3 down there to hold TL. You just have to have Jedi, hopefully, use what he's got to force Sololzi to not push while they try to deal with the other side. Petrichor got 9 kills off the back of this game. Their run's mostly over, but they cleaned up that outside because they didn't have the circle and have been able to capitalize so much on those third parties out there. I got to give them props on getting a heck of a salvage game.
Great. Although it looks like they might be spotted out here. Full sense. After taking the fight to Virtus Pro down to 2, but managed to disengage from the rest of Full Sense. Full Sense still 4 men strong, kind of controlling that western side. They had eyes on Ming Ming. Team Liquid trying to make a decision about how to approach this fight with Sharper, but Sharper's not even going to give them the opportunity. Immediately hop in the vehicle, send it towards center. Anyone's Legend, meanwhile, they've got Himas, they've got Sololzi. Himas going to send it right into Sharper, and his vehicle's going to instantly blow up, and it's not even going to matter that he's got the P90. The M249 proves to be the stronger gun.
Stop it, Himas. Stop doing things where I'm like, is it him again? Is it him again? And then nothing, right? Because like old Himas would have pulled up there and just like dumped on 3 of them without a second thought. So, but I will give it great defense by Sharper. They've been locked into this position, holding as hard as they possibly can. They're desperate for the points. They only have 3 games left to play. Counting this one and 10 points total is not nearly enough to get yourself comfortable looking at that top 16. So if Sharper can pull something off, they've got a circle right now. They've got a decent defense position against 2 limping teams to the north. This could be that moment where they pull through and get what they need to have a shot at that big 16.
Yeah, still waiting on Sharper to kind of show signs once again of what they delivered in that tie qualifier, where they were just absolutely dominant. After 30 games, they had 321 points, which is insane. They had an 86 point lead on second. Like, it was absolute dominance from Sharper. And then EWC came and didn't deliver on that promise, right? So maybe now that they've got a few more miles under their boots traveling, maybe feel a little bit more comfortable here.
A lot of teams comfortable and waiting for that circle to close. I'd like to check in real quick with Liquid, who's on the fringe, because they have to plan the next rotation. Let's see if they're doing that as we speak.
I think we stop here. Just show.
We have cars, guys.
So we have the 1 cube I brought in, but it's probably going to be in blue in a second.
We need to get that cube.
You get it, Owa?
I mean,
it's like on the other side of the yellow.
I think I'll just face up.
Let's talk about our new threat, which is the flat play. We need to make sure one guy's always anchoring.
5-0 Uto.
If you want a landmine for that, that's fine, Luke.
Yeah, I'll just
basically all I can give you.
Yep. No
You
smoke.
have 0 as well, Kel? I have 1 smoke.
Yeah. I heard.
1 smoke, 2 nades. I can give you my
just 1
PZs
smoke,
instead.
1 C4.
Here.
It's really important.
Nades.
Driving? What? Never mind. That's for West.
I'm going to play this rock. I feel like this rock's going to...
I like that. So the circle pop, they didn't even take a second to rejoice. They went straight to business. And I need to know what land mining means, because I feel like I heard Kurt say if somebody wants to land mine for that, that would be great.
Yeah, he's talking about Luke. Luke on that northern side, I guess, keeping an eye on Sololzi. They know they got that solo up there from AL. They know that Sharper went over in that direction. But you also heard Luke make that same call, like south is important right now. And Cowboy getting that knock on Earth Zapalui. Should be able to be easily rezzed. Look at Sharp with the guns they got. They got an AUM and a P90.
Right? If I had to guess, the landmine would be like dig a hole and lay in it so that if somebody counter rotates you guys, you catch them off guard or something.
That sounds like it makes sense.
Message pretty. I like it. It's a good shout. And if that's what you're doing, that makes perfect sense.
They were expecting the push here for Petrichor Road. Even when they were going for the res, they were setting up for it. Oh, that's a good grenade from Ming Ming, though. Yeah, that's tough, Sharper. I mean, you're right in that ditch. That's just perfectly cooked there by Ming Ming. And now Jedi, the last player left alive, but he does have a smoke wall and he's got a P90, so he is not an easy out by any means. And you know that Liquid saw that in their kill feed, and now north side is looking a little bit more tasty.
Yeah, very nice. So they're shooting across the map towards them. We're keeping everybody's heads down as Petrichor and Sharper fight this out. Jedi, the last man standing, as he's trying to figure out a way to stay alive. Ming very, very close. I think Jedi's going to go ahead and try to just stick the smoke res.
Yeah, why not?
Just fire, Ming. Ooh. Full Sense wants to get involved. Defending world champions here to make a play. Ming Ming goes ahead and just shoots into the smoke. Does manage to get that knock flush. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time left since he's getting all those hits from Full Sense, and they are down to just one player here for Petrichor.
Oh, he's going to spot him out nicely done there, Ming Ming. 12 kills now for Petrichor Road. Get another one as Thanadol gets spotted out. Ming Ming is returning to form here for Petrichor Road as he is playing this ditch perfectly. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they never came over here to get involved. They've just been kind of taking shots at range. And so they still have a good position, and the circle's going to donut up. They don't have to move over here just yet. Full Sense do get that res off. Virtus Pro will have to get on the move once again, though.
I mean, I think the idea is Team Liquid is like, if everybody else wants to cut out each other's legs, hurt each other's gear, take away helmets, let's let them do it. I'd rather everyone else limp into that grand final. That said, Ming Ming, go off. Like, that was, he played well, got the finish on Sharper, turned and got that flick that stopped the push. Gotta respect the hell out of that play. Now we go to Virtus Pro, the MVP, Nixie from EWC. He's got the Panzerfaust, and he's going hole to hole.
Boy, unfortunately for him, Luca Rux was right behind him and just got domed by Belmoth with the, yeah, there you go. Luke 12 will spot out Nixie. Unfortunately, the grenade does not make a hole deep enough to keep young Nixie alive. As Ming Ming's still alive, though, barely.
Right? But I mean, he got the extra like survival. That flick let him outlive VP, which got them that extra point. So that alone was well worth it, especially when you're talking about making that big 16 and locking up those points as they move into second. Belmoth getting some nice shots here. The M24, one of my faves, as he says, it's time for the good old-fashioned bolt.
Straight 4v4. Problem for Belmoth is he's been shooting a lot from down low, so Liquid knows he's down there.
Oh
my
I thought he had it. I thought he had him.
Look at that Cowboy. I think Cowboy's just jiggle peeking him right now to keep him interested while the rest of Team Liquid wraps low. I think they like this position to fight from a little bit better. They do have those deployable shields. They can reposition. They've gotten a good spot here as we see shots being traded. No shots coming through there, but that's the danger of having that Bolty online. And Alo is a little bit separated from the rest of the team. Luke's going to try to go for the res while he can.
Now we got a question, was letting those teams fight each other instead of third-partying the play is now Team Liquid has to deal with this as three. They look for the res, but here come the punches, the grenades, the blue zones, just out of range. They get it up and they zip out of the way.
The timing just working out beautifully there. And Liquid trying to dig themselves a little bit of cover holes. While Alo will heal up. You see the grenades. They've got plenty of utility left. If there's anything you can count on from Team Liquid, it's that they will have util. But Full Sense has enough space to dance around. And damage is coming through on Team Liquid right now, but you see what they're working with. It's just not much, and Full Sense has the high ground.
And they gave Full Sense cover. Those nades missing did a really bad, like gave Belmoth this ability to move forward into this crater and transition to that tree in just a second. So he's got the ability to play some snipes with that T3 helmet just a little bit longer. Liquid's back to the blue is going to have to make a really hard push, and the utility is tapped.
Full Sense in the same boat, though. You saw the blue just right behind him. As Cowboy tries to go for the move, but Flash is in perfect position. Get one. Rushy's going to get traded, though. Belmoth tries to get a little bit closer, but he's taking a lot of damage. Right up on the tree. Thanadol going to try to use that opportunity to get in as well, but Team Liquid backs up against the wall, finds Alo, finds Kurt, and Full Sense is collapsing the fist, and they will get the win here in match number 4.
PGC champions, and now Game 4 champions as they come out with a good chicken dinner and a proactive one. I'm going to give that to them, Poro, as they were active, they fought, they took that pivot from Ming Ming, they recovered, they got to 4 strong again, and they played a very active game. But by the same token, Team Liquid, the boys from the Americas who are just working on getting to know each other better, apparently, come out in second place with a really nice game as well.
No, it was a decent game. Like, look, I feel like they're going to go back and kind of kick themselves over that one because they kept Cowboy, they kept 1 on the high ground and sent 3 low to try to catch out that Bolty guy. But by sending 3 low, they kind of fully committed to having the whole team play that low side, and they gave up whatever high ground was there. And they survived for a good while, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. Like, very well played there by Full Sense.
Just talking about some bolty guys, we'll bring back 2 of the biggest bolters in the Americas. It's Gibson and Matcham, who got to sit by and watch the chaos unfold. What's your take on the game, Matt?
Petrichor Road fragging out their minds in that game was great to see. Ming Ming with some clutch capabilities there,
showing off, making it in the later stages. I mean, what was it, 11, 12 kills for Petrichor Road in the later stage finish? That's going to be big for them. But I do agree with Foro's notes about Team Liquid. Whenever they actually decided to play the low, they were already in the lower ground, but they just kind of like put themselves a bit further down into that spot. You can see whenever they were walking out, they felt like they could have done better on that one.
Yeah, I think that's always the trouble of it, is you hope you can do better. And I will say, I like that you opened up with this Petrichor comment, because Gibson, to me, that was one of the things that I was impressed with in this game, was Petrichor knowing they were not in a win scenario and just really playing great third parties for that entire midsection.
Yeah, I think Ming was phenomenal towards the end, though. Some of the plays he made, like picking up a bunch of kills, stealing a few from that dip, and what impressed me most was he got the knock on the full sense. But like this knock here, but I'm going to give full credit. There's a molly that gets tossed to the top of this ridgeline that prevents Ming from going and trying to take that flush on, and then Full Sands are able to regroup and take the win. But I was watching this fight as well, and it kind of gave me a mindset of a lot of the same things were happening in this game. Teams were getting knocks that were giving them the opportunity to push, but they weren't taking advantage of it. Like, you think back, yes, Full Sense won that game. They got a really good early knock in the fight, but because they were so afraid of making a play to lose, they let Liquid get back up to a full 4. Now, Terrain still worked out their way and they got the win, but I think them, Na'Vi, and a few other teams, there were situations where they got knocks, but it just felt like they were afraid to go and make that next play to win the whole fight.
It feels like that's a symptom of the third-party culture that has been created so aggressively by destroyable terrain and people hiding constantly. It does feel like sometimes if you go out to get those flushes that we used to go for secure, you might lose one or two people. And it almost feels like some teams have taken this tact of, it's just not worth confirming that point. Like, if they get confirmed, cool. If they get back up, whatever. But we're not going to risk going down to too strong in order to finish off this team. And I think that's something. Yeah, exactly. And I'm worried that teams are still trying to find a way to adjust to that, man.
Oh yeah, because like there can be a certain amount of like passive play where you're in your own head. You're like, oh, we need our first game to be big, so that way we can build momentum. We can show everything. We try to play control, and if we lose a point here or there because somebody else gets a flush, that's fine. And that style of mindset can slowly infect you if you're constantly just playing for the big game, but you're also sacrificing all the potential to have the big game, right, Poro? Because I know that's one of the things you talk about a lot is like, as you're navigating all the stats and whatnot, is where does the momentum truly come from? Is it going to be like letting that one kill go, or is it going to be about getting in the better spot? These things are always so variable.
Yeah, and I mean, I love stats, but there's some things that stats can't describe, and that, like the psychological impact of having 4 alive in C7. It feels like it's almost it almost works against you sometimes, right? Because you feel like, okay, we've made it all the way here. We've got 4 alive. We're in a great position. And now you kind of don't want to take those those risky plays because you feel like, okay, we're in a great position to win the game. Let's not screw this up. And as you say, playing not to lose rather than play to win. So, and that's a mindset that these guys have to fight through. Like every team has to fight through it, and some are better than others.
Feels like maybe that's what happened to Liquid in the last game.
Yeah,
could be.
Up, feeling strong, had position, just thought that they had momentum, but then the high ground and another 4-man up.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, without being in their comms, right? Like you don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to add quickly as well. Like if you're in a 4v4 fight or you're in a 4v3 fight, you got to take the advantage, right? You take on a player, you lose, you're still in a 3v3. You've still got a great chance to win. But if you take that aggressive move and get that second knock and turn it into a 4v2, you win that fight 9 times out of 10. And you see the top teams in the world when they do get a knock going, we'll throw everything at you. We don't mind if one of ours gets knocked because worst case scenario, it's still a 3v3.
All right, it sounds like we have an interview with Purdy from Team Liquid. Hopefully we find out what land mining is, but for sure we're going to find out about how their strategy is approaching this event.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview part, and we have Purdy here from Team Liquid. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yeah, and I have 3 questions for you, and the first one is about, have you changed your approach for this group stage compared with
not for group stage particularly. It's mostly just focusing on ourselves and trying to have a good game.
Okay, and the second one is, how close did the game go to your original plan?
That one, that was a mess. That was a mess all over. So the original plan, not really, but we made it work for what it was.
Yeah, a lot of new teams here, right?
Yeah.
And the third question is, if you could get one superpower, what would yours be?
Yeah, teleportation for sure. That way I don't have to travel 30 hours to these events. I can just be here, you know?
Yeah, there will be never jet lag.
Yeah,
ever.
exactly.
Yeah, of course. So thanks for the interview. I hope you have good luck in the last few games. Bye.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
Interesting. Hard-hitting questions from Yingxi over there. Teleportation, good choice. Not having to fly to events, which I honestly, though, that's funny that he said that because it speaks a little bit to the fact that players are exhausted. This has been a really challenging back-to-back-to-back event, and now it's time for us to get into the next game. That was as quick as could be. Dusty Dunes time. Me and Poro are going to get out of here and leave it to Gibson and Matchroom. Game number 2 of our second set of the day. Get to it.
Time to just teleport straight into this Miramar. What you think, Gibson? You a teleport man? You flying man? What's your superpower?
I don't know if I'd go for teleportation. Like his cause was very specific. Like he's like, yeah, I could be super strong. I could be like, I could fly. Nah, man, I just wish I could get to events easier. You know, make my money that way. I don't know. I think
has nothing to do with teleporting into banks either. Not in the slightest.
Yes. There you go. Not that Kurt would ever do such a thing. Come on, he's a gentleman.
You can see there is a stretch coming out from Nemesis with Petrichor going to be kind of close to him, but I think that's probably just a push for a car. We might see Petrichor see the numbers and pull off of it. Going to keep it a couple of eyes. Full Sense also got some friends kind of close, and that's going to be anyone's legend, but any of those hit, it would feel good. About all we're looking at is Circle Pops right on Los Leones.
Yeah, VP looking pretty happy with that drop. They can get looted and kind of extend out towards the hills around Los Leones pretty quickly. Looked like there was a bit of competition over on the eastern coast as well between Pero and Nemesis for some of those spawn vehicles, and I think Nemesis just won that one. But coming into this one now, we spoke about maybe the passiveness of some teams in games 1. Game 2's now where I think we'll start seeing teams stretch out a little bit and up in the aggression. Especially, Matt, those teams that are already, 4 games deep that need to start getting some points on the board now. And I'm looking at the likes of Supers, Tyloo, like these are teams that probably need to start getting some credit in the bank.
Well, whenever we look at the series, it's kind of different than we're used to, right? Most of these guys are used to longer form group stages where you can have a game or two. Get drugs. Keep an eye on how this goes forward. Where you can have a game or two to kind of figure out how people are dropping and what's going on and how everything's functioning around you. You don't really get this. You get 6 games. So if you sacrifice one being a bit passive to try to get a feel for what's going on, now you're having to make up another section of points in your later games that are going to be following it. Getrox is being patient. He's waiting. He's got goals.
He knows. It's just so strange as well without the backpack on, just waiting for EJ to vault on out. But if you look at the map, like he is very isolated, and I think luckily for him, Xiongjiang is not really close enough to catch an angle, and I think Gedrox, there's no, oh my god, I was going to say the bad move would be to retreat, and I think he just made the bad move there.
Yeah, and yes and no. Like, I think that this was one of those things where he was kind of scouting out, going for another compound. Realized that there's going to be somebody over there, and now you're just kind of stuck there. There's no. I was about to say something far more crass in that style. That's one of the most terrifying things in PUBG is whenever you're just kind of stuck in the open and suddenly realize your plan doesn't work anymore. So you go okay, do I commit to a firefight with this guy that's probably got better loot than I do, or do I try to retreat? And he just ran by the window at the wrong time, being just a bit too loud. PUBG things.
Yeah, look, I think we've all been caught out like that in the past. You think you're being so stealthy and you think you've picked the perfect line, but it just doesn't work out that way. So, look, I feel like for Vitality now, they'll play the rest of the game as a 3. There's no real chance they'll get everybody back on up, and looks like they're going to make their way down inside of the mine. So, come on.
Mine. Dig. You can do it. There we go. It's the biggest action we've seen. Well, look at this. Now they're going to get the secret room after losing a player. Isn't that just PUBG luck right there? That's the way I would feel. Is like, if I was Gedrox, I'd be like, oh, I go and try to loot something, and suddenly we decide that we're just going to go for one of the secret rooms. Oh, I get it. Now let me go.
Yeah. Just like don't worry about me, boys, I'm gone. But here's the thing, and that's one of the reasons why I love PUBG so much. Like, Gedrox is dead, yes, but he's not out of the game, right? They'll not get the blue chip, but he can give suggestions on, you know, where teams are. He can now be the guy who's keeping track of the kill feed and what's going on in the rest of the team. Like, one of the joys of a BR like this is when you're dead, as long as you're being a good teammate, you can still have a big influence on the game.
VP actually has control over Los Leones in the northern sections of it. Full Sense is going to be just the south of it. To the north, kind of where we start getting into those hills, just past the crates and crate yards, whatever you want to call them, is going to be T1 as well as Na'Vi. Na'Vi going for a little bit more of the high ground with Petrichor Road off to the side of it. So VP, you can see down in crates or junk crates. This thing's got like 15 different names that I've heard it be called. Rotators going into the circle are going to be DK, Tyloo, Sharper, and Team Liquid. Most everybody else already kind of there, with Vitality and Godlike a little close to each other.
I think that Liquid will probably get in that leapfrog, and that's what they're doing. They're leapfrogging ahead of Sharper now as they kind of make their way down to that southern coast and into the circle via that direction. It's the right call, like when you think about how the flight path is gone, they know that the south side is likely to be the least traffic one, so that's what they're going to do. But it kind of ties in, Matt, to a little bit of a point we were talking about earlier. It feels like sometimes Liquid in particular can maybe play it too slow of a tempo.
Team Liquid and tempo confuses me sometimes, because we'll see them fight in circles 1 and 2 and go for like early game kills, and then we'll also see them go for like circle 3 rotates to touch the safe zone for the first time after being in blue for a while. Enough about Team Liquid, as it looks like we are going to get Godlike rolling right up against the weaker Vitality, because they did have one of their players go down, but also should have pretty good loot. So Tony and the rest of the crew still trying to find a point. Game 1 did not go well for Godlike, and it feels like Vitality is trying to make Game 2 go that way, but I see nades already being brought out. Levante, you got to get out of there because it's already been read. And my God, I don't know what's going on with Levante, but it feels like he's playing with this, like his face to the sun, man. That camera, every time it pops up, it's just blinding.
Yeah, the kid's nuts as well. Maybe it's just the talent coming out of his head that's the bright light, because that
kid Super Saiyan.
Yeah, but let's be real. So many times Vitality do good things, he's the reason why. Like Levante, like I remember casting him a long time ago in Europe when I first started, and I was like, this kid has it. But I want to get back on Godlike on the other side. Like, if you don't know this Brazilian roster, they dominated the cups all the way through the Americas last year. They were playing under the name of Team Mira. They made one roster change, well, 2 roster changes now because Calvazina obviously moved, but in PAS earlier this year, Matt, they were really impressive. Like, not a lot of people who didn't know the Americas would have had them finishing above even some of the other Brazilian teams.
It's a known commodity team, right? Whenever you look at this team, you know what you're getting with them because you've seen them perform in several different points. I mean, a lot of the players are from Team Brazil, Nations Cup. Very strong. We saw the capabilities that they managed to bring out from there. People might also know them from Potentially Dangerous, like a whole bunch of different... It's the Americas Shuffle, you know, where no team really stays one team for a prolonged period of time except for like Falcons. The Godlike has a lot of upswing and a lot to prove here, and they need to prove it to themselves. This is a squad that is specifically their whole goal was to get back to international and prove that they deserve to be there after missing out on so much. And Game 1 didn't do that for them. So now they've got to get their feet back underneath of them, figure out what's going on, as we are headed Los Leones feeling, man. There's about 50% of the circle is just Los Leones now, so get ready for the urban push.
Yeah, I do want to say this though before we finish talking to Godlike. I don't want to use a young person's term, but man, Tony has aura. Like that kid, you saw him, the sunglasses over at PNC. Like that kid has it, and he's what? I think he's a pretty recent. Is it just me? Isn't he's a pretty recent like console crossover as well, right?
Tony's been around for a while.
Yeah, but he did play a lot in console.
I'd say about 3-ish years. I went up 2 to 3 years, maybe. But I don't remember what he was. He might have been playing on console before that because I was also doing some console stuff. So I don't remember exactly where the mixover comes. Is GK trying to find more on the day, and Akan's already going to be down. 4 angry men at 4 o'clock in the morning find a kill.
Yeah, is it actually 4 o'clock for you now, or are you just saying that to make the...
It's 4:11 in the morning for me right right now.
There you go. And they're going to get one more as Yumin's going to get knocked as well for the supers as things are not going well for them. Winda up on top. He spots out a little bit of damage with that Groza. But on top of the roof now, he's going to wait for some support. Here comes Heaven as well. But 4 Angry Men, 3 kills on the board already and looking for more.
Oh, home turf advantage right now coming up for 4 Angry Men. Can they find more off of it? Supers would be a great squad to just be able to take down, but they got to be careful. Winda's in a little bit of an isolated position if he's not careful based on the way the supers are trying to flank around this. Rest 4 Angry Men coming in quick, but Winda's got to make this all happen by himself right now. So you can see that the reinforcements are going to be coming back from behind Winda on the defense. So that's going to open up his ability to move in a bit more aggressive. This is a squad that wants to make sure that they establish themselves, specifically in early pacing on both sides of this. Supers wanting to try to find some points on the board as well.
Yeah, and you can see GK just sniffing around towards the north as well. Spaceman walks on in, but Rex gets him, but Winda's there for the trade with the Groza. Hip fires one, switches over. He's got one more to win, but SM is going to be there. He gets another. Deal is going to fall. And 4 Angry Men, they've got all these supers players exactly where they want them. But remember what I said about GK? Oh, great nade.
Oh, HS just denied the dreams of Song Jiang. Instantly knocks him down. 4 Angry Men on a rampage right now. Living up to their names. Finding another kill on it. It's just heaven. The last one up. Vitality, I don't know if you want to roam down here, right? Well, they'll take Song Jiang at least. They'll be like, hey, thanks, we appreciate it. Now back onto our merry way is poor old heaven. What you gonna do now?
Nothing. He's gone. He's dead.
Rip.
But you know a funny story about Winda? That's what people where I'm from call windows. In the Irish side, they say the Winda.
Like so, water, right? Water.
Yeah, water. Park. You know those people with the Boston accents.
Oh, 4 Angry Men. You've got a great position on the circle as we do have 50% of Los Leones now being cut out. Northern section where VP as well as T1 going to be fine. Southern section where we see Anyone's Legend as well as Team of Liquid, Nemesis. They're all going to have to wrap away. And more often than not, you're going to have to go for much longer west or eastern wraps just due to having to avoid Los Leones and the hillsides around it. That means that the fields in the north are about to be covered in bodies.
Yeah, Pero have the opportunity if they want to take control of the hills north of Los Leones because they've got 2 players there, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. You got GK bringing a few players back into the server now. They'll land inside the blue. They'll look for some loot, but we'll need Park Pro to pick them up relatively quickly or else Phase 3, Phase 4 is going to start doing some real damage. I think they're just going to land and get some of their own loot back here, though, to be honest.
Not the worst of ideas coming into this one, pretty bold. But although Vitality is sending a player to wrap around onto this, I'm kind of curious because that's the shots that are coming out. Vitality, I think, has realized that this is a very weakened point that GK is going to be trying to play from, and there are free points on the board if they can get there fast enough. So that is aggressive movement coming out from Vitality, and I think that they might be a full contain on 2 of the players, as Park Pro might have escaped.
And you can see that they're going to get another knock as Levante finds one, and the 2 players that you just brought back have been taken down. And Vitality, they've got all 4 players alive in the server, and they'll say thank you very much for those points. Tyloo, they've got themselves a bit of control here over on the west, but you got, I think that's Sharper Esports to the south. Park Pro's going to rotate into their north, but he'll probably just push into that compound and live there for as long as he can.
This is
one thing I do.
I love these guys. They're so opportunistic. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but they always just, if they see an opportunity, they'll run back out into the blue and they will go for it. We've seen them do stuff like camp, like res beacons, and like if somebody's parachuting in and they see a chance for a free point, they will take it almost every single time.
Yeah, and you need to. Like, if you want, particularly when it just comes to qualification, right? Getting enough points to be inside that top 16 to play tomorrow, like, this is the reminder, if you finish in the bottom 8 of the 24 teams, you only have 5 maps on Friday to try qualify for the weekend, or else you're done until the following weekend. There's even more ramifications with that, Matt. Like, remember how we spoke about the teams that are kind of the team in the loser bracket that don't make the final and the bottom 8 of the final? They go straight into the losers bracket the following week as well.
Oh, yeah, the continued system and how this all functions. The players, like, they are always so nervous. Like, while we were at EWC, everybody was talking about having to play this qualification series today. It is dreaded among the players to say the bare minimum, because they always complain about the mental that you have to do. And you have to be just so mentally resilient to handle it. Pachkor Road, though, going to find themselves at the center of this circle. VP still in a good spot to the north. The field's now cut out. Means that everybody's going to be trying to find some way to get themselves into a little bit of a better spot. And there is just the hills north of Los Leones for everybody to cluster around.
Yeah, Haven's holding the circle for Godlike, but watch for the rest of those 3 players to push into this fight once the kill feed starts reading up. You've got the first knock on the Thanawat as he will fall for Sharper, as he's got a really good angle, sees the smoke, so realizes there's probably another player off in the distance on that side as well. But Tyloo need to take advantage of the high ground on the Sharper. You see a little bit more damage being dealt, but Sharper in trouble here from Tyloo.
Yeah, there is nowhere for Sharper to go. Even if they retreat now to the south, it's going to be right on top of Godlike. There is just, it's full on trap. Works out great right now for Tyloo. T1 actually made the crash into crates. That's going to put them right next to VP. The high ground from Petrichor Road, a bit of a problem, but as long as you can make it into the crates themselves, everything should be fine. As here's the other side with Thana.
Yeah, Thana takes a bit of damage though. He's going to throw the nade in towards Earth, but it goes that little bit too far. You can see that Petrichor Road are putting some pressure on from their high ground as well. Raining needs to get Heather back up on his feet, but VP are there to take advantage as well. Lucarux moving through these containers, but I think they're raining just about enough time to get Heather back up on his feet as well here, Matt.
I mean, VP, I know they're polar bears, but they just like stalk you and hunt you down like wolves, panthers, whatever you want to call it, cats. They're in no rush to take the fight with you because they know that other people will try a third party, and they use that to their advantage. T1 just couldn't find a way to get away from all of the different angles because VP were set and waiting, and any position that they didn't have under control, somebody else did, and that's the way that they love to play into a system. They don't always have to have a center of control. They don't always have to get the kill. They'll just force you to fight somebody else for their own benefit. And one dragon, no. Only one tire on the ground.
Yeah, now you get under this thing, and this thing takes a little bit of a while to go as well inside that Murado. Earth, he's in the Bronco trying to push in, but that valley's being held by Godlike, so that'll turn Earth back towards the south, where he will run in towards Full Sense. You're getting pushed by Liquid, so our final 2 teams from the last map here probably going to go head-to-head as they try to work their way through Los Leones into the circle as well.
Notice that there is a duo for Team Liquid down to the southeast. Alo is going to get spotted. Sharper also going to get spotted by Full Sense. Is that going to allow the other players for Team Liquid to get in and form any assistance? I mean, Full Sense is kind of running a 2-2. I mean, I wouldn't really call it a 2-2, but they're separated across a couple of buildings, pretty separated from each other. So they're going to be trying to regroup. That's going to be perfect for Purdy Curdy to be able to get the knock on the Rushy. Circle right on top of all of it. Let's not forget about the fact that we also have anyone's legend in the mix of all of this.
Yeah, and the blue zone is phase 5 as well, so this is doing a ton of damage, and as these players push into the circle, they'll come under fire from the likes of Petrichor Road and other teams. So really, you want to get this fight over and done with and into the circle as soon as possible. But Liquid finding themselves in the blue again, just trying to med their way into those placement points as Kurt will fall now too. But I'm looking at Petrichor Road's position, Matt, looks good on paper, but I hate being the team on top of that ridgeline at this point because Nemesis are going to flood their way, and whenever the Nemesis puts the real pressure on, third parties come from below his knees, they'll start getting tossed up. I don't like being center of the circle at this point in time.
Yeah, you're also going to burn through a lot of your ammo and not be able to replenish it. Tyloo, those are just going to be having to fight their way in under those shots from Petrichor Road through Na'Vi. That's going to be incredibly difficult. Full Sense on the other side of this, they're going to continue their pathing. Vitality is going to get those last shots on the Cowboy, finish off Team Liquid. So VP is going to be kind of the gatekeepers down to the southwest, where we're going to have potentially anyone's legend, maybe Hamas, I don't know. Destroy might go a different way. To the east, it's going to be Nemesis holding down, I guess, 2 different hillsides on any form of approach from Destroy. So Full Sense has to fight through VP. Tyloo has to fight through VP, potentially, well, definitely Petrichor Road and Na'Vi, and they're starting to do it. Tyloo's just kind of running through the gauntlet, hoping the fact that maybe there's enough ridgeline to protect them.
Yeah, and the Expendables, they've made their way in the north side of the circle, which is going to give them so much freedom to roam now, because everybody is kind of bunched up over on the west, or a little bit on the south side of the circle. Here comes the 4 angry men up towards Vitality. Nades getting tossed down, but it's so hard to cook those nades right and drop them in the right spot. As you see, damage is being done, but it's really... that's not the nade. Spaceman, what have you done with that nade? Wind is going to get knocked by Duck Juice from afar, and 4 angry men. That's the signal out for Vitality to really push.
So it's going to be Duck Juice at range to manage to get that. I'm trying to figure out where that one came from, but we'll have to see. Maybe it was just the last little tap on it. As now it is going to be the Expendables back flanking, trying to take the shots at 4 Angry Men. That not coming at the absolute worst time, and has allowed Vitality to get so much better control over this ridge where it was looking a bit dicey because 4 Angry Men came in so aggressive. This distraction from 4 Angry Men onto Vitality also opened up new angles for Na'Vi to approach on the other side. Vitality doesn't want to peek this angle, 1, because the nade's exploding in your face, 2, because the fact that it's going to be Duck Juice taking shots, third partying on top of it. So you're going to have to throw down smokes to see if you can just peek down the side, and that is dangerous.
Yeah, Shen's going to move up on the hill here on the side, and he gets that flush on the Levante, but as you can see, Quizzy's got a great angle to trade that one back, but he's coming under fire from Duck Juice, so he'll run into the distance, and HS's nade is bang on the spot, and those 2 4 Angry Men will start climbing. Spaceman, yeah, it was lovely knowing you. Really nice knowing you. Spiro was going to wrap around the side, he'll get one, but traded back by HS again. Ferris going for broke, 32 HP inside the blue, just one shot should do it. Is HS able to land it? Yes, he is, and that leaves Boostic as the last man up. He should be able to kill him, but now Na'Vi, 1 player left alive. We're finally in the placement point window, but Na'Vi bet the house on that one and didn't quite lose everything, but they've got to move into the circle again.
Yeah, and that's going to be right where the Expendables are going to be defending. Petrichor Road still has their ridge line inside this circle with Nemesis holding down to the east. So that means that VP, Tyloo, and Himas have to walk through all of this, and you see Himas showing some trigger discipline. I mean, Destroy is, I don't know, like, 400 meters away from him over into the east. So he's got to figure out the targets and choose his time. Problem is, he's starting to be pretty visible to that Petrichor Road high side hill.
Yeah, we have a chance to actually jump into VP comms here. Do they know there's a snake behind them? Let's listen in as this pressure starts to unwind.
We should drive under them now.
Yeah, go to him with the call.
I'm in delay. What if we delay and we go east, no? Or north?
I mean, Tyloo is gonna drive there.
Maybe. I mean, we have 1 car, no? Maybe. I mean, we have 1 car, no? How many cars do we have?
1 car. I'm smoking my way under. Tyloo is moving now.
1 knock, flash and kill. Okay, we should go to green, I think. And kill them. Well. And yeah.
There is guys somewhere on floor.
Guys, watch Pyro now, please. I don't know how to drive out.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, come right. Yeah, good. We fight him late. He's here now. Is that your smoke? He's on the side. He's on the side.
My smoke.
Okay. Can you?
So while this is going on, you can see Tyloo still having to deal with Nemesis over in the east. Himas actually moved to the north to avoid all of this, as Tyloo is now going to get eliminated, getting the high ground control just so strong. But VP uses the distraction that has been set up by Tyloo, and they're trying to assault this hillside while Nemesis has started taking shots at Petrichor Road. This is opening up Himas all the way back behind this to see if he can maybe get into a flank position. All the fighting is happening in the south while the Expendables are just kind of listening to it in the north.
Yeah, 10 points up for grabs for placements if they play this one right. VP trying to clear Nemesis, but they have already left, and Pero might begin to activate soon as well. Beamy will get the first aid off. Lukrux misses a few shots with that P90, but Shuri's able to get one. 4MB will get another one as Lukrux will get cleaned up, and Petrichor Road, 6 kills for them, and starting to flex out from the spot. They got lucky that Nemesis didn't push their way earlier, and now they need to push this direction though, and Nemesis with a chance. Look, Soset has sprinted far enough away that he can get the mortar down, so he can start sending him up to Pero as well.
But it's drawing the Expendables' attention. VP just pushing their way up this brute force. No other options. 2 players still alive. Beanie's just barely going to crest in. The circle pops, and it heavily favors the Expendables. Running wide, 3-man split across the top of all of it. So Petrichor Road has to make a move down from their high ground. Nemesis already has a foothold in the down Melman in that position, so maybe they can sneak back over next to him. But VP, they're going to have to deal with this close range threat. Petrichor Road, and Beamy steps up, goes for the shots, but Stade that gets the knock onto Beamy, dropping VP down to just 1 in Nixie. Oh, and it's going to be a follow-up with the Panzerfaust just to make sure the deed is done.
Nemesis, though, they're down to 3 as Melman is bleeding out, so this is an opportunity for Petrichor Road to start pushing their way down the hill, and Chewy will get back on his feet as well. We've got 4 teams left alive, 4v4, v3, v1, as Pero starts smoking their way out. But here, you spoke about it earlier, the ammo count for Petrichor not looking great now as well. They don't have a lot in reserve, puts them in a really bad spot if they get into long, drawn-out fights. And watch for Hemas. He's actually got himself right behind Tanvu, and I think he's going to continue to play the sneaky game.
That's a smiling duck juice that always makes me afraid. So the Expendables, they have kind of the low ground control on, I mean, it's still high ground in comparison to everything else, but Petrichor Road has to come down from their pinnacle position into a much more defended point, and there you go, Hemas finally comes alive. It was just looming in the distance. That's going to force the Expendables to retreat over there. Now Duck Juice has to move back over in the angle to see where Hemas is set at. That's going to open up more movement for Petrichor Road and Nemesis both. Hemas has just turned this game on its head as far as control comes, and it's going to be Petrichor Road now starting to get much more of a foothold, which was going to be denied based off of Gam's positioning.
Yeah, Blue Zone Nade's going to get thrown down now as well, and that'll hopefully move Hemas into position for Petrichor Road to take advantage. Chewy will set himself up in position with that mortar, but not quite got the line. I think they're trying to create some sort of a dip to move into, or So Said could be the target. He's got it at 121 meters. Not quite sure if that's the number, but So Said's got the number with that many. A couple of headshots up on the 04, and I think for Nemesis, they've done a really good job on this map as well.
It's, I believe, a bit too close. Yeah, because see, whenever you add in the hillside going down, it's going to stretch out just a little bit further. Mortars from the low ground into the high ground, such as what we can see, I believe, the Expendables trying to do on the side. That is, circle does pop, continues to favor that positioning that the Expendables have down. Nemesis is going to be very close to it, but Petrichor Road definitely having to vacate their upper high ground positioning into a more vulnerable angle of approach. There's just a couple of paths that you can kind of foot push down that, and you can see the Petrichor Road is trying to avoid those the most that they can. But if Petrichor Road follows the pathing down, and then I guess the path of least resistance, sorry for saying path so many times, but that's going to put them into Duck Juice, into Hemas, and kind of avoid where we see So Said playing from.
Yeah, this is a big fight in the grand scale of this game as well, as Huang is just creeping up that ridgeline on one side. You've still got Hemas alive. It looks like Petrichor Road have kind of put him off to one side for now as they're more focused on their next play inside of the circle. And with him having dug himself a trench, he's got to move, right? Left is probably the play here, Matt. Probably down that hill to keep himself in, but it's a tough move.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the question for me is how much of an influence can Hemas have yet again, because he can still continue to harass Duck Juice if he wants to go over onto that angle. And well, I would say continue to harass the Expendables, not just Duck Juice, because it really, you can see that Gamma's had to retreat from a lot of their control because they're afraid of how he's going to come into the circle. Nemesis has started to usurp a lot of that control over in the east, and now Petrichor Road, with so few options, has to run down that path, and guess who that puts them directly in front? Oh, it's going to be Hemas with a perfect opportunity to unload. Gonna take the shots, finds two of them already. This is absolutely perfect for him.
There's a reason why him is in his name. He's got the P90 at the ready. He's going to get into a hip-fire battle here. But Chewy is there to get the kill, but that opens it up for Nemesis. They are going to make the move now onto Gam, who wrapped all the way around the edge, man. They're trying to retake control of the high ground, but Nemesis have the numbers. But as you said, when you don't have the high ground, So Said is the key. If So Said can get a knock now, it opens this one up for Nemesis to really take control. But man, if they take down So Said, anything goes.
Panzerfaust up, Duck Juice. Are you even expecting it? Looks like he's trying to do a little bit of looting to at least get his meds back up into a better spot. So Said's just waiting for the smokes to dissipate. If he finds, oh, he saw the flash go off. So he has a pretty good idea. Stade's going to be on the other side of it. Panzerfaust flies out, connects. So Said takes down Hoang F, and now there is just one trapped up against the blue zone. Full circle control now in Nemesis's favor. New guys on the block coming into the PGS is showing up in game number 2. So Said just runs in, finishes it out, and Nemesis takes the victory.
Yeah, what a victory that is for them. When you think of the position they were in earlier, I spoke about how Petrichor Road had the high ground, but Nemesis were the ones to watch. It all came down to Hemas though. Like, if it wasn't for him pulling off that play, it wouldn't have opened it up for Nemesis to wrap their way around and let So Said take the high ground. But they take the win, and a great performance for them. And, you know, Toffees, I'm going to bring you back in for this one. Whenever you were in Group B, or Group C, sorry, and you were watching the other teams play earlier today, you had to come out strong. Second map, they get the chicken dinner. they'll be happy with that.
Well, and they're coming out against their arch enemies, right? Like Na'Vi also entering the frame at the same time. Nemesis, I believe Godspeed affectionately called them Na'Vi 0.5 because every player on this roster has been with Na'Vi at some point. And I think that there's a joy to that for them to come out and be like, hey, game one, right? We outperform you, we outplay you, we take the chicken dinner. We are the team to watch.
I mean, looking at how everything kind of flowed out of this game, it's surprising that anyone's legend who kind of took some casualties early managed to survive for so long in that. But, I mean, are we getting back to him in the Himas, Poro? It's feeling like we're dancing around it, but I don't know if we're there yet.
I mean, you keep giving him it's 2 consecutive games. He's got a P90. So all of a sudden the game gets a lot easier when you're able to beam people from 300 yards.
And he still died. He still only got 2 of 4. I'm just saying. Old Himas would have won the game.
Oh my God. Not my Himas. My Himas would have killed off 2 squads by himself, right?
Right? Old Himas, you give him a P90 and the game's over.
It's like, it's like that phrase, there's 2 wolves inside you. You just split his name in 2, and that's it. You're either going to get one version or the other. Right? I think it was definitely him that time.
That's really good. I'll give you that one, Gibson. I'll give you that one. All right, Poro, what's your take on everything you saw in the last game?
Navi push was not it, unfortunately. So I mean, this is. But I mean, look, this is what the chance you take when you're having to take these like super risky plays just to go out and try to get points. Because you know that the cut line is gonna be around 30. You'd like to not have to worry about a survivor stage, or well, at least get the winners. Give yourself 2 chances.
Well, I think a lot of this end game was a symptom of those final circles. Like to have phase 6 where only one team is actually in the circle and everybody else was just warring at the bottom of the cliffs on the south side is going to throw the entire end game into kerfuffle, right? Like there's nothing you can do to count on what's going to happen after 6 teams get squished together.
But even then, the Expendables didn't take the win. That's what shocked me more than anything else. Is everybody else fought their way into it, most notably Nemesis. And also Petrichor Road being consistent is starting to be a little bit nervous for the Toffees.
I agree with that. I think that they should have been more active. As we take a look at Team Nemesis, we saw the interview with them. Diffex says he'd be the one to win a real-life battle royale, but he was not the one to win for Nemesis this time around. Though I do like seeing that. I like seeing Stade, so said, getting sort of like the lion's share of these plays, feeling pretty confident going out there. And then Hassa Mehmet comes out with man of the match for 4 a.m. 6 kills. Is this enough to make you believe in 4 a.m., Poro?
I'm a 4 a.m. believer already, just based off of what I've saw at the beginning of the year. But yeah, we still got to see a little bit more, obviously. But I honestly, like, that last game, I thought it was Petrichor Roads to win. They had that high ground. They were farming from it for the longest time. They got circle luck until they didn't. And if it hadn't been for Himas just coming up and taking them by surprise, like, they might have had that whole thing locked down. But I don't think they'll be too mad about it, considering they're sitting in second place overall, 47 points. I think they're vibing. They're looking really good, man. First, a third, and a third is their last 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, Petrichor Road's just been wrecking it, dude.
Petrichor's on fire. I love Petrichor. I love the name of the team. I like when they play well. I don't know why. I think Poro said this when we were at Digital Green. He's like, I don't know why, but I like Petrichor. I think it's because their name sounds awesome. But second place, 47 points. Great day for them. Geeke also looking pretty good at 5 games by 54, but they have let that lead slide a little bit after those first couple of games. They didn't really come back and do very much. And then Virtus Pro, the EWC champions, who came off a tough week last week, looking very good in that 38 points. Now let's talk cutoff, gentlemen, as we get into the back half of this first 6 series. What are we looking at? What do you think that cut line is going to be? Poro, I think you were mathing this out earlier.
Yeah. The last couple of times has been right about just under 30 points. And I mean, you see Genji sitting at it right now, 12 points. So it's not going to be high. So like it's definitely doable. Even if you're one of these teams that's kind of sitting low, even if you're godlike, I mean, they still got, what do they got? 4 more years to play? Yeah, 4 more years to play for godlike. So
this is the downside of a North American team. No math. Go ahead. Sorry,
I was just going to say, it's 6 games in total, so whenever we look at it, you don't necessarily have to bring your best, you just have to bring something. and be mildly consistent in it. That we can get some leads over. Whenever we look at that, though, got like just 2 games down and kind of struggling. But on the other side of that, T1's a fragging squad that we couldn't kind of stop talking about for the group stages of what was going on with the Esports World Cup, and they're in a similar boat. So
2 games in, that's fine.
Good neighbors, I guess. I don't know.
Well, but I mean, the upside too is you got them spongies up at the top, right? Like you got what Geeke's doing and VP and now Petrichor at those 40-plussers means that at the 16-point cutoff, I think you're dead on. But I also think it means that when we go into even the 4th and 5th game or end of the day stuff, there's still going to be a you could win it in one sort of scenario for a lot of these teams, because at the end of the day, for us to have played so few and still be at a point where you could have 0 and be in the top and be above the cutoff right now in the next match tells me that it is very, very tight. And there's only 1 game left to play for some of these teams as they go into the 6th. So if you're on the cut line, Gibson, you're on the cut, you're going to have to wait for the next 3 games. Do you go super aggressive on this one? Do you keep playing for a points per game? Like if you're sitting around the cut, what's your strategy?
If this is my 6th game, I'm going hell for leather. I'm trying to get some points on. But if this is only my 3rd, I'm going to say, let's just play our game, play it out. But I think the answer you want is hell for leather. So that's what I'm going to say, just to keep you happy, Toffees. Go hell for leather.
You say, did you say hell for leather?
Hell bent for leather.
Have you never heard the phrase hell for leather before?
No,
I have not either.
It sounds kind of S&M. Tell me more about this phrase.
Is it Judas Priest? Who's singing that song?
No. It's like, it's basically moving at top speed, charging, reckless abandon. That's what hell for leather means. Comes from horse riding, funny enough.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hear him Google. I can hear the type.
It's Judas Priest. To move or act at breakneck, reckless speed with total disregard for danger. I like that.
Hell for leather. I'm gonna take that. That's good. Is that a British? Is it a British idiom? Are you looking it up, Matcham?
Oh, I'm Irish. Just remember that. Come on. Don't
I'm still
upset
asking
me.
Not you. I'm just saying you might have borrowed it, from the British idiomization.
Nah, they're the ones that borrow places from other people. Come on, let's.
We're not speaking Gaelic right now, so maybe.
The earliest use that they can find comes from the Gatsby's, and that means it's going to be Rudyard Kipling. Take that as you will.
Yeah.
All right, we will take that, though I think that supports my theory. As we get ready to go to game number 3, we're going to send Gibson and Matcham off to discuss idioms and metaphors as much as they would like, as Poro and I prepare to close out the 6th match for Group B. You got to set the stage. You got to make a statement that you're top 16 right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at teams that really need to make something happen. You're Sharper, obviously at the top of the list. They're in 15th place overall, but this is their last game. They only got 13 points, so they definitely need to make something happen. Right behind them is going to be Tai Lu, 21 points overall. That's probably not going to be enough to do it. So we'll see if they can pull something out here in this last game. And then beyond that, anyone's legend. 25 points for them. They show a little something there in that last game. But it really just feels like if they're going to do anything, it's got to be him as it's going to do it, right?
So anyone's
that's
legend,
not the
though,
case with them.
But they could go a little defensive and just get 1 or 2 points and potentially be safe, right? This is, if you guys, as we watch at home and look for like benchmarks, if Sharper goes out early or Tai Lu, I think they might just be cooked. So that's one of those you got to kind of keep an eye on these 2 teams and see how they do. Everyone else is still in this for the long haul. You also have that side of Geeke and Petrichor now can decide if they want to mess with any of those teams who will be going out after this round, because they can choose to say, listen, and I don't think you'd ever do this to Tai Lu or Sharper in particular, but there is a world where you could target a team vitality, or as you said, an anyone's legend who could any day show up and be a great team and say, you know what, it's just easier not to have him ass in the winner's bracket.
Sure. Yeah,
I
mean,
nobody will.
It's probably not going to happen. It's always a possibility for sure. Like we talk about it all the time, and we always try to hype it up, and it just never happens. They always let us down. But honestly, I don't think you'll see that happen until like Survivor stage, or maybe even winner stage. Honestly, like just if some team kind of just runs away with it, but like by this point, like everybody's got their own drop spots, or they've even gotten to the point now where they can feel comfortable in multiple different drop spots. Like everybody in this lobby has been pushed off of their primary at some point in some lobby, so nobody's going to be stressed too much about it.
Well, let's talk about a team who's comfortable in their drop shot. They got Hoyang all to themselves. Let's check in with Vitality and Quizzy for a little bit of an interview.
Hello everyone, we're joined by Quizzy right here from Vitality. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hello.
Yeah, and the first question is about, did you like satisfied with the result till now today?
I would say we're pretty satisfied, knowing that we are still a little bit jet lagged, so some of the game situations we lose some points that we wouldn't lose if we are 100% ready. But knowing that we are a little bit tired, it's still fine with how we play right now.
I think tomorrow will be much more better. And the second question is, what is your biggest challenge going to the match 6?
I guess it just to not make mistakes, because we just need to get a couple points. We don't need a win, because we're just playing for the qualifiers, because it's just a group stage, it's not finals. It's just to not make mistakes and not get in troubles in first circles.
All right. And the third question is, did anything catch your team off guard today?
Oh, I wouldn't say so. Like everything going as a planned, just probably like tiredness, and that's it. That we're a little bit tired. That's
all right. Hope you can take a good rest, and hope you can like have good luck in the last game.
Thank you.
And that's all for the interview. See you later. Bye.
See ya.
Well, there you go.
You know, that is, I think, the second or third interview we've heard where the Western players' responses have been, I'm exhausted, I have jet lag, this has been a very tough period. And I do think that going from Paris to Kazakhstan to Shanghai one after another has got to be pretty tough on these guys. That said, though, you're a pro, Poro. I don't care how tired you are. There's no excuses. There's no crying in baseball, as the saying goes.
I mean, I said it before, man. Like, nobody's going to be feeling sorry for you. Like, everybody else is kind of in that same boat. The large majority of these guys are in the same boat. So, you know, you just got to power through. And they know that. I mean, they can complain. Let them vent.
My favorite was Yingxi's response was like, he's like, how's today going? He's like, oh, I'm tired. I'm a little jet lagged. He's like, you'll probably be better tomorrow. Like, no excuses. Tomorrow will be a better day. Move on.
Shrug it off, baby. We got to go.
Right? You got to respect that. You got to respect it. All right, let's talk T1. Big rotation here. These guys sitting in 23rd place. 3 points to 2 games so far. Not a lot, but when you're talking about a 6-game series, that is a low-scoring number for 4 players that are freaking good. Like, at the end of the day, this is a roster that should be winning events.
Oh, yeah, no. And they'll catch up, right? Like,
you think?
Maybe it'll be today, maybe it'll be tomorrow, or maybe it'll be Survivor Stage, but, like, I'm not betting against T1. Like, that team, as you said, they're very, very good. I just can't. I hate passing judgment on any team after even 6 games, let alone 2.
I mean, if there's anything I know about T1, it's that they are high speed. And if they can get that rolling, if they can get their game under them, I think you're right. Now, they've got a good spot right now. Liquid was kind of pressuring a little bit, but T1 got there first. They pushed them off. They said, this is our spot. T1 now gets to sit on a res beacon in circle. So I think this gets them set up easily to a mid-plus and should get them back on that track for points that we want. Na'Vi, another team, is only in for 2. They're at 6 points right now. Now, Team Liquid has played their 5. This is their last game, Poro. Yeah. Are you pretty comfortable with where they sit right now at 27?
Comfortable, no, but you know, a few more points. If they can just get over 30, I think they'll probably be feeling all right. So it's definitely doable. You just don't want to go out with 0 points this game. Obviously, I think a lot of people are kind of in that same boat. But yeah, I mean, I've been all right with everything I've seen from Liquid here as a CO4MB over at Books and Sa.
You described my entire sports career. Just don't end up with 0. Like, losing is fine.
Exactly.
Just don't go out with 0. Ooh,
that's a
links. That's actually a great present, and the emergency sport. Like, that's both are actually pretty valuable here.
Never gonna be mad about that. Is he actually? Did he put it in the porter?
You know, he's taking it to a friend.
Yeah, I wonder if he gets that.
Maybe
he just likes to play mini.
They're talking it out.
That's got to be a cowboy gun, isn't it?
Let's see. Putting stuff on the ground, shifting it around.
The inventory management game, this mini game is always fun to watch. As godlike, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Going through that. I mean, this is the problem with playing on table. Though. It's the hills. Yeah, no, that's great for Sharper, obviously. Yeah, especially considering they're the team that we kind of highlighted that needs to make the most moves here in this final game that they're playing.
Just because you're America's guest doesn't mean you have to be sad, when Godlike loses a player. Favoritism, Poro. I'm just saying.
I mean, I don't have to, but I'm sad whenever you. I can't think of any team that I'm happy when they lose a player.
I have one or two. But.
Unless it's like if somebody dies to a sick play, like a nasty shot or a unloader, then I'm kind of happy.
Losing Haven's also depressing. I have missed the boys, so seeing them in here coming out of cups, I want to see Godlike do very, very well. I'd like to see him get into the final stages. So hopefully they can keep grinding it out, as they are Group C and they're only 2 games in, so they have a lot of space to continue to grow. But that goose egg does not feel good right now. Being the only team with 0 after those games, 2 games played, has got to be a bit of a mind job, especially when you're coming out of cups, right? Like, you're trying to prove to everyone you still deserve to be here. Wow!
Go ahead,
and good for Liquid.
All right, and good for T1 too. They'll just play that compound that has the revive station, knowing that Team Liquid is above them. Should keep them safe for the time being.
Defense, right? And then VP will, I assume, take just south the terminal and should have a pretty okay spot here as they circle up. GK trying to jam in very quickly as well. Huge rotations out of everybody. And Sharper, I think, has the hardest order here. They've got that big south rotation. They got a team coming up on the south below them, and they have a very congested entry. They're looking to come in all the way on the never heat shredded west side of the circle, where it's going to be less congested, but still getting there, I think, is going to be the sticky wicket.
Yeah, no, this shift did not do them any favors, and they're definitely a team that could have used one, but we'll see if they can fight their way through as they go over to the west to see GK. I was very interested in seeing how this was going to play out, because you said Virtus Pro was going in there. They got eyes in the sky, and forced GK to push up into Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road's going to spot out Clory, so GAM, the Expendables, will lose 1 as Petrichor Road continue to hold that northern side of Books inside. GK, there you go, Nixie. We'll spot out EJ. We'll take out 1 from GK as GK continue to run the gauntlet through Team Liquid. They've kept 3 alive, but now they're pushing into AL.
It's like their whole game plan changed after they had those first 2 games. It's a lot more of like sending long rotations towards middle and almost no fights that I feel like I've seen out of GK since, was it game 2 maybe? Everything very passive. That said, we look good here. We got our ghillie suit. We got ourselves into a decent spot in the middle. They tucked in right between anyone's legend and T1. I'm curious to see if... I mean, again, they're joining this sort of like self-defense alliance between Liquid, T1, and the boys. Like, no one shoot each other. This is our defensive pact.
Go ahead. All right. The Expendables going to lose another one now to Petrichor Road. As Pero is just doing their best to hold on to that northern side of Books inside. Still 2 left for GAM. And Petrichor knows they got to be careful about this, because they've got 4 alive right now, but they don't know exactly where these 2 guys are. You don't want to take that risk of taking a knock and getting them flushed until you can at least figure out where they are. You see Tanvu has that high ground. He kind of has an idea of where the Pero boys are. He's going to be very sneaky about it for now.
Yeah, and this is... Petrichor has the onus of getting out. As far as GAM's concerned, when they're down 2 players, they're just here for picks and trouble.
Yeah.
So Petrichor has to slowly extract themselves if they want to try to stay 3 strong or 4 strong and have a shot at the end game. So really, that's where you see GAM the Expendables is more than happy to cause trouble. Grenade is pre-packed. He's waiting for that car to potentially show that someone's going to get up and go. Keeps canceling his cook. He's just cooking. He wants to see someone hop in the driver's seat and hit him with that nade.
Let's see where the circle goes. Going ping pong, going back over to the east. And not as hard as it could have been, but Books and Sauce still inside. So Petrichor Road have a little bit more time to decide what they're going to do here as we check in. Vitality sending Gedrox in the skies ahead. The rest of the team still in the blue zone just off to the east. Trying to figure out what the safest path is. You see all those ridges in the fields over there, so that's
go Sharper, go.
Yeah, it's something. Oh, Sharper. Oh, yeah, Sharper just sending it.
Go Sharper, go. You can do it. Come on.
Just don't get too close to that T1 compound, but they're going to run into Geeke. We'll see if they trade some shots. We'll keep an eye on the kill feed as that one. We see Huang F just waiting for somebody from Pero to peek the wrong spot. Tanvu has snuck a little bit deeper into the compound as well. Oh, never mind, he's still holding that same angle.
They really want him to leave so they can try to maybe use this res beacon if possible. Petrichor's sticking hard here. Also, it's shocking that Sharper hasn't engaged at all with PK.
I don't know how they got away with that one. They are in the middle. Lacan and Songjang is... that's off. Curran knows where he is. Yep, the shot's coming through. 04MB spotted him out, and Tamu gonna have to duck down, try to run away and survive, but yeah, I-26 not gonna let that happen. Very well played there by Petrichor, knowing that there were these two snakes in their midst, not taking any risks. We'll go ahead and dispatch him, and now Huang at the last player left alive again.
Nice little push forward here. That was a anticlimactic ending.
Yeah, the Expendables. They were waiting to spring the trap, but the trap got reverse sprung. I don't know how that worked out, but 4 a.m. starting to creep down in this direction as well. We'll keep an eye on that as we check in with Nemesis. They do take the E pickup. They go to the fields and they get away with it for the time being.
But that 4 drop felt like they didn't believe any of them would get away with it. That was the kind of drop where you're like, well, we're going to lose 2 here. Let's hope for the best. And so far, the fact that 4 are alive is shocking as they quickly grab the pickaxes and try to just dig holes as quick as humanly possible. Come on, Diffex, just keep digging.
Love the engagement probability. Nemesis. It's just T1 in Nemesis, Vitality in Nemesis, Navi in pretty much everybody in Nemesis, because Nemesis decided to drop in the low ground in the middle of everybody. So, yeah, I would say that engagement is live as well. Godlike will send 2 in while they leave LFP on the ridge, and you got Supers just off to the south looking over in this direction, but Godlike back to their ways of trying to just keep as many guys as they can alive until the late game, which is where they really start to shine.
Once Haven dies, it becomes a very passive team, very defensive. Lock it in, Spanish footballers, if you will. All right, so we got the dig by Fauna as they continue to get in as far as they can. Good center spot by GK, who gets themselves a little bit of a box delivery to get a little stronger. Nemesis in a good spot over by the fields, and T1 and Liquid, who were at that alliance for a while, are actually knocked completely out by this ping-ponging circle.
I want to see what Navi does here. That 2-2 split. It's good, but it's dangerous, isn't it? I mean, especially when you know so many teams are going to be outside of this zone.
See, I think you're right, and I think they're going to stay split because that's what the system demands. But I think that a collapse on the larger compound is like a win condition. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like sometimes they're playing points per game these days and not straight, like, trust our frag. And they've got some of the best, and I don't understand why we don't spend more time letting them sort of, like, cut loose and go for those kills.
We'll see if they get away with it. Looks like Virtus Pro going to send it right in the middle of them. They're going to get a kill off of that at least.
2 kills already.
MVP down to 2. As you see Boostic, yeah, just shots over there as Supers weren't able to engage on Godlike, but Godlike tried to go for the Southern Wrap, and unfortunately, 1 player of Supers and Full Sense all over in that direction as you see what Virtus Pro is dealing with. Yeah, this is the push here from Godlike. Will immediately lose LFP. Other 2 guys managed to get inside the compound and at least can play the walls, avoid Full Sense for the time being, but Supers aren't going to let him get away with it as he pushes right in. Heaven will take down 1. Phantom will take him out and get the kill as well. They will take him down in the end. But Godlike doing a little bit of damage, and now Full Sense, that's a good grenade. Oh, it goes all the way through.
Alert! They're throwing grenades at us. Soup has to respond as the nades get cooked and Soup gets boiled down to 1. They're going to try to get this res up, but the blue is ticking. Humans did manage to get off a little something to try to stay alive here. They're going to have a tall order against them as they send a Soup running for the middle, rush taking pot shots. Meanwhile, Gedrock's defense against the Tyloo crash. Can he hold 4 men? I don't know about this.
That's a lot. That's asking a lot, Tyloo. He's giving them problems. Okay, there you go, finally. We'll get taken down, but One Dragon will be flushed out by E-End, and now the rest of Vitality, yeah, you're right in utility range, Tyloo. This might not have been the play. Is Lee going to go down? King Kong, the last guy left alive. Vitality just dancing around as the grenades will bounce. Cowboy trying to stab him in the back here, and it's actually working there. Cowboy going to get 1, Purdy going to get the other, and One Dragon might get a actually, is it Kong? Yeah, King Kong going to get a little bit of a reprieve here. As Levante just going to have to push in, yeah.
Yeah, Levante gonna have to do that. It was great that Vitality was prepped to do this push if that crash happened. The stall was there, and the second that their player went down, it opened the door for the grenades, but Liquid's backstab. Vitality was not prepared for it. Liquid needed a spot in the circle. It really worked out for them.
All right. New circle pop to go back over to the east. Well done by Liquid, as you said. They'll see if Navi immediately going to hop in those vehicles, try to get everybody back into the compound. 4 a.m. still hovering around down there. Petrichor Road going to finally leave Books and Saw, as 4 a.m. has kind of been looking over in that direction. Full Sense also looking over in that direction as well. Anyone's Legend wearing actually, Sharper. This is the one we have to keep an eye on. Sharper, it's their last game, their last opportunity to get some points, and they're just getting pulled apart here by Geeke.
Yeah, they look like a lobster in Maine this time of year, just getting ripped to shreds as they try to figure out how to make it work, and I just don't think it's going to happen. 14 points. Is that really all we have, boys?
Not great.
Looking dull. All right. Down to 1. The burn is on. They've got a knock there. T1, another team who's been playing, actually, I think, pretty well here in their first 2, as they've been in some good fights. They just haven't been able to close them out. 5 points on 2 games, not enough, especially when they go down here on 3, but I think they should be able to bounce back with 3 games ahead of them. Sharper is my biggest worry, sitting at 6 with only 14 points. But I guess the rest of the lobby is going to be ecstatic to hear that. It doesn't mean you're out. It just means you have to go to the survival stage, which is still a chance to go to the grand final.
It does indeed. And now got eyes on Anyone's Legend as well. 25 points. Probably not going to be enough to cut it, but they have some work to do over here on the western side. They're in a good position to do a little third partying, but they are down to 3, and they have to worry about these snakes biting in the back. But actually, they're getting shot at from every different direction here. As you see, Delwyn will get taken down. Nemesis, meanwhile, still fighting in from the north side, just cleaning up their backs.
A lot of players chose not to go for the circle. They just choose to play out here in the blue. That's what you're seeing from Yen. Nemesis also kind of just running there on the back. Nobody want to be the first one to move. So that will be the end of Sharper. Elida kicked out by Geeke and very likely going to survival stage.
And Anyone's Legend out as well. So that's tough news for them. Vitality also going to be sweating this one out on 28 points. Team Nemesis will take down T1 in the end. Nice showing here from Nemesis to start off their campaign.
Yeah.
As they're already sitting on 25 points. They're fighting in from the north. Let's see if they can, in the third party, this Tai Lu team. Liquid Alo making the push there. Will avoid the Molotov just barely. As Tai Lu, they'll finish him off. Nicely done.
Good aggression. Kong was like, I accept the burning. Yeah.
He gets burned. So, Molotov, you hate that.
Oh no.
Unfortunate.
That's just so tight. That's Tai Lu in a nutshell, bro. Oh.
Well, they're going to be sweating as well.
Yep. And they did their best, and that's all I can ask. Na'Vi, okay, the 2-2, they got away with it. Then they got the collapse, and now they're sitting 4 strong in a really, really great spot to hold Nemesis off when they try to come in, ironically.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting battle there. Na'Vi and Nemesis. Petrichor Road still fighting their way out of Books and Saw. Take down at least a couple of 4 a.m. 4 a.m. has been hovering around here forever, but never were able to get that angle onto Petrichor Road, and now Pero is going to make them pay.
I like it. Petrichor coming up here. 4 a.m. tucked underneath them. Not a lot of options. They're going to get the res, but I just feel like 4 a.m. has been playing on the back foot all day today since they joined the lobby, and it's continuing now as Window walks backwards. Window, who was really the spark in 4 a.m.'s flame in the last couple of events, needs to really pull something magical off here.
Yeah, I mean, Spaceman and Shen got the MVPs, but Window was kind of the surprise for everybody, I think.
I agree.
At the beginning of the year, which is kind of like, hey, who's this guy? We haven't really seen a whole lot of him, and boy, he made his presence felt early on. But,
well, even EWC, 4am got eliminated, but Window was consistently showing up on kill feeds and highlight reels, so looking pretty good. All right, here it is. Na'Vi fights Nemesis. It's like the Spider-Man meme. They're pointing at each other. They're saying, who belongs in this compound? And Nemesis has a very hard road if they're going to try to push this.
Yeah, this is always going to be hard for Nemesis to make their way over. They already lose Stead. Sosid down to half HP, but at least he's able to get some hard cover. But the rest of Na'Vi just kind of looking over in that direction. They Melman still eating blue zone, so he's not even going to be able to come over here and join the party. As utility's going to start coming in. I think Navi would love to be able to get rid of these guys without using a whole bunch of utility. Yeah, there you go. Nicely done. As Nemesis will get taken out trying to cross the road. Now Navi in the driver's seat for sure.
It's huge for Navi because not only does it give them the spot, but because of the way that Nemesis came in, they know that that entire pizza slice is theirs. There's nobody anywhere from the west to the east on their half of this circle. So they have complete control. They have high ground, so they can see everyone as they try to peek. Every other team is laying down in holes right now, sort of looking over the top and hoping for the best. Petrichor takes that fight to 4 AM that has been going for a very long time. A little bit of vindictiveness, as it seems like Petrichor is always hunting 4 AM in these mid games, mid to lates.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest threat to Navi winning this game right now is Pero, and if they can dispatch with 4 AM cleanly, which so far so good, it's down to Shen and Winda, and it looks like Shen and Winda are content to just kind of hang out and survive for the time being. But you see the terrain that Pero's got to work with coming down. Navi has pretty good vision over all of that, so they do have to leave their compound though off of that circle shift. They choose to get taken out.
Those rocks in front of Hagatory looking real tasty right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Spyro going to try to get some scout. Boostic knows they've got to try to put a stop to this fight above them and see where they go underneath. If they can knock 4 AM out, I do think that gives them transitions over here to the east side of the circle if they want to go that way. Petrichor's tucked in behind that hilltop and can't really come out at the moment.
See what Full Sense does as well. They've got 2, Thanadol and Rushy, over on that western side. They have to fight their way in. Full Sense not able to play with Tigger this time around. And Tigger, I think, was sick.
The problem is there's people landmining everywhere, okay? And I asked Purdy. He said it is putting a person who doesn't move and is playing audio or AFKing to hold an edge and kill someone. Basically, no sound cues. Find a spot where they'll never find you and sit in a bush.
Okay.
Which is my favorite way to play PUBG. So I'm glad that these guys are using the same strategies
We
that
used to
we
call that
invented.
snake.
I call it rat.
Or rat.
Snake,
yeah, I
yes.
guess, I mean, hey, landmine sounds better, so let's go with that instead.
Cleopatra's curse. You get bit by the asp. As, you know, I think it works, though. And that's the problem. I mean, the thing about holes is now you see a whole lot of landmines. And that's what Nixie's doing right here. This, ladies and gentlemen, EWC MVP. Able to hide from grenades. Not anymore.
They're digging him out. Look at him.
They're digging him out.
He's so comfortable, though. He's just fine. Yeah, Full Sense, I mean, it was always going to be tough for him, right? Like, 04MB's just got free reign to just take shots at him. Rushy's going to get taken down. Thanadol's going to hop in a vehicle and hope for the best, I guess. That's about all you can really do. Nixie looks like he's been spotted out by somebody else. We'll have to move once again, and he'll actually take down Thanadol. So why not? One more point for the MVP. MVP will get their way into the top 4.
Look at this man.
Look
4
at that
points
man.
by himself, just doing it MVP style. Meanwhile, Petrichor and 4AM playing their sort of like, I don't know, tiddlywinks over there has opened the door for Na'Vi to push in. They've got cover. They've got some extra crates to pick up, T3 gear. Like, Na'Vi's looking really good, and I just thought 4AM would stop them from doing this.
I mean, 4AM's been perfectly content to just survive. Like, Shannon Window
that's
just
the
been
story of their
hiding on
career.
their bellies. And Petrichor Road, for their part, were able to get the res on the Chewy, so they're back up to full strength. And you see what Navi's looking down on. The question is, how much more utility does Petrichor Road have at this point? I mean, you see the smokes are blooming, but once those smokes are gone, they're going to be in a world of hurt because it doesn't look like Ming Ming or 04MB in that high ground have any easy paths to get down into the zone.
Okay, hear me out. Nixie wins.
Why not? Crazier
Why
things
not?
have happened.
It's just,
Crazier
if the shift
things
goes
have
to these
happened.
rocks, like he's actually like, this is kind of fun to play here. So he's got a decent little spot. He's the only person who can affect Na'Vi potentially winning this game. Is his pick on these Na'Vi if the Na'Vi Petrichor fight breaks off.
And he got a 3 vest too. He's not in terrible shape. As it's really just a question of patience. It's just kind of figuring out exactly where everybody is.
He's got Bloomy on his team. These guys know patience, all right? They know how to slow play when they need to. Uh-oh.
Sure do.
This feels like Hagatory knows exactly. I'm just waiting for Hagatory to pick his head off without him knowing it.
There you go. Shen going to get that first knock. And Ming Ming Hector's just going to go in that direction. Nixie tries to go for the shot. Have to drop back down as Hector and nothing else to really stare at except for Nixie's rock. Oh, never mind. He's going to spot out 04MB as well.
That's classic Agator. Well, I couldn't get the kill on this guy. I'll get the kill on this one
Nixie!
instead. Oh, look, I told you, this guy's nutters. Nutters. He gets more points for his team, gets a knock and a flush off the back of that. Nixie up to 6 kills, pulling utility out of Lord knows where. And now what?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Tell somebody figure out what this guy had for breakfast. That was wild. He forced Hackatori down so he could do a follow-up molly and he's going to go right back to the spot.
8 p.m. on those jiggle peas.
Right?
Insane here. Shen, oh, no. Well, okay, does that keep you alive? Yeah, it does. Gonna get rid of your cover, and you'll be able to hide a little bit longer here as Navi.
Navi has to be
just patience,
pissed.
right? Like they were just,
Right?
just waiting. But now, I mean, I don't know how much offensive utility they've got left, and Shen, I think, knows it. He's gonna rush into that smoke cloud to see if he can get a little bit closer, cause some problems. As Nixie does finally go down.
Nixie finally dropped. The raid boss is down. Now they can turn their attention to Shen. Shen very low. Navi can now just sweep the corners, and they don't have to worry about Petrichor. Honestly, Nixie in that off angle was just locking Navi into a non-aggressive stance. They can do whatever they want now.
Yeah, so just clean up. Shen will go down. Petrichor Road down to 1. I-26 V6. We'll get a knock on the Fairest, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Nicely done there for Navi as they hold their ground and they get their win.
Easy as you like it. Navi comes away with a victory. Nemesis got one, and then Navi's like, hey, no, we have to have one now, and they go ahead and they take that win. Let's pull Gibson and match him back in here to break down the after action. It's a back and forth. Nemesis and Navi going head to head.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got to love that. Petrichor Road also stepping up, taking that first place position away from GK. I know it doesn't matter, but, for moral reasons, it does matter. On the other side of that, though, Tai Lu. We got a couple of teams, Tai Lu and Anyone's Legend at 25 and 26 points apiece now done. Gibson, is that enough?
I don't think it is. We were kind of looking at it like you've got Falcons to come back in, 17, Twisted Minds. Like the teams coming in all have the ability to get over that 26, 27 point mark. One thing's for sure, Group C dominated the last 3 games, like Full Sense, Nemesis, Navi, all coming in and putting in a ton of work. But I don't know, I just feel like AL, they'll be playing in that losers bracket on Friday, and that's not a good thing. Like, I hate it when teams like that end up in the loser bracket because I'm thinking it just makes that loser bracket even tougher for the teams that do end up in it on Friday as well.
But I like that. Losers bracket should be hell, right? Like,
yeah.
I feel like it should be nice. I miss a good old meat grinder. You gotta fight to earn it if you don't get it in the first 16. That said, I will also argue that teams like AL, when you put them into a meat grinder like a losers bracket, and they have a chance to sort of, play a little more freely, perhaps, it seems to spark in them something that can often drive towards finals. So hopefully they come away with that if they do get stuck down below. But shout out, we got to give to Nixie. That game, he as a solo was as effective. He has more points, I think, by himself in that game and the one before than Sharper had as a team.
I'm godlike.
I was gonna say, are you gonna bring
I meant Sharper over like 6 games, but yeah, godlike that's a rough one for me. All right, let's look at let's give Navi their flowers, and we're gonna double back around to godlike in a few minutes because they deserve to be lambasted after 3 games. So Navi, Spiral, Boostic, Hackatori, Fairest. We were talking about them earlier, how this is a roster that you're like, these guys, it should make more sense. Why have they been so up and down? What do you mean what happened to, you mean his elbows?
And his chin.
Yeah.
I'm going to say skateboarding accident.
It looked like a road rash, right?
Maybe he didn't survive that battle royale, the real life battle royale they were talking about earlier.
Could be. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off.
No, it was a good observation.
I never noticed that.
We should see when our players have been in UFC fights. Now, Nixie, here's what we talked about. He played by himself. Like, this is the MVP from EWC, and I think we saw it, Gibson, in that game.
Yeah, especially that clip where they threw, 6, 7 nades towards him, not a single one really put him a threat, and then he was able to just pick up a bunch of kills. But that's what Nixie does. Like, the best players in the world find a way to make something happen, and there's a reason why they've got so many points, but I could watch Nixie all day. One of my favorite players. And then, another one, Hakatori, Navi, like he's always one of the best to watch as well, and they deserve those 19 points, and they'll be pretty happy with what they've put on paper over the first 3 maps.
They'll be happy with this, but I need more consistency out of Navi. To me, I think that's my biggest beef with them, is like looking at that roster, looking at those faces, they should be world beaters, and it just feels like they're so up and down, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been my problem with Navi, right? Is like, it feels like over 4 different rosters now for the past several years, it's always been like, oh, Navi, like they're right on the cusp, like they're one of the best teams in the world. They should, and then they just constantly kind of let you down. But it's been consistent. Like they've made every final. They've been doing decent. It just feels like they're missing just this one thing, and I, for the life of me, couldn't tell you what it is.
Yeah. Well, I just want to add to that point. Remember, this is a roster or an org that won PGC and then changed the entire roster as well. Like they took a huge risk by making that change, and I still feel like they're putting ingredients in there to try find the best version of the 4 that they can get.
I'm mad at Sharper. I'm sorry. 15 points on 6 games.
Great.
Like I was joking when I said that, but Nixie got 6 kills and 4 placement points. He got literally almost as many points in that one game by himself as Sharper. It's just Sharper you need to fix something. That's depressing. All right, so we'll see if they come back. Go ahead.
Nixie's a grinder, man. Like he came off of PGC and the performance that they had over there with a goal, and that was to make sure he figured out exactly what he needed to do to succeed in this year. And he, like him and the rest of the crew, have just been grinding. You got to give him, man, his laurels. Yes, EWC MVP championship that they got off of that, but this just feels like the start of what they're trying to accomplish. If anything, that's just fuel to the fire for somebody like Nixie. He's like, oh, we've done it once. Now it just means I got to double down and play twice as many games. That means that way I can win even more. Like that's the way he's always going to be coming into this.
Yeah, no lack of respect for Nixie. My lack of respect is for Sharper and the fact that one person is outperforming a team in one game. And I don't. At the end of the day, there are players, there are teams that are sitting at home right now because they didn't make it out of cups. That are sitting there going, "We're stuck watching PGS for the next 2 months on the road to PGC before we have a shot at making a move again." And that team got 15 points in 6 games. Like that has to be infuriating.
Yeah, but it's groups. They could go out on Friday and absolutely frag out and still make it to the grand finals.
Okay.
How many times over the last 3 years have we saw Twisted Minds end up in lower brackets and lower, losers games, and then they end up going ahead and winning the whole event? It's day one of groups. There's nerves, there's travel. I think.
But it's also Sharper. I'm not going to be mean on this, but were we expecting them to be in the top 16? I'll say the sentence that needs to be said is, when do they make the top 16 on a regular basis? I mean, I like the guys on the team and I find them to be fun to watch, but I don't ever go, this is going to be a mega contender. This is a squad that still needs to grow a lot, in my opinion. Are they international ready? Yes. Are there maybe some other teams that could benefit from the spot instead? Yeah. But I mean, they still do need to grow some. I mean, I just did a quick look back. 20th? In Esports World Cup, and then 26th at PGC last year, 21st at the EWC year before that. Sharper.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, but that's my point. You should be getting better. But they're here, they're playing. Maybe you're right, Gibson. Maybe this long shot works out. You're right. There's always a shot. You're not saying they're going to. There's a shot that they could, right?
Maybe on Friday they could be Sharperer instead of Sharper. We need to be Sharperer.
They need to be sharpest. They
need to be mildly sharp. I'd settle for a paper cut at this point, okay? Because the dull on this blade is brutal. Now, we are coming back after a short break. Let me rephrase that. We're coming back after a relatively long break. It's going to be about 80 minutes as our teams get reset for A and C to take the field in the final 3 games of play. For those of you who are not used to this format, when it is done, the top 16 teams will advance not to tomorrow, but to the day after, where they will actually, no, it is to tomorrow, where they play the winners bracket. The 8 from there go to the final. The 8 from the bottom play the survivors round against the 8 teams who get knocked out here today. So I'll keep you updated, but what you need to know is we're tracking top 16. There's 3 games left to play. We're back in about 90 minutes with all the action. Don't go anywhere. I think it's going to be pretty good.
All right, welcome everyone. We're joined by Team Nemesis and we have Diffix and Sosit here. Let's greeting everyone. Hello.
Hello.
What is it like to be in the same team together?
Insane.
Insane?
Yeah, the feeling is good. It's, definitely playing with Sosit again is really cool. Because before in Navi I didn't actually like to play with Sosit, but right now I enjoy playing with Sosit.
Really? Why?
That's true. That's true.
That's true?
I don't know. Sosit was young, and right now he's older, so he's really good.
It's more experience, right? So what's your opinion?
The same for me. We played with Diffix in the same team 2 times. I remember how we was tested in the EU team together, and after that we played in Navi. That was good experience, and right now we have a good team and a good have a better experience to play together right now. So.
Who adapted to the new team fastest?
I think me, because I didn't have any problem adapting anywhere. In any team it was pretty easy to adapt, so I guess me.
Okay.
Because also I was playing, I was the last one who joined Team Nemesis because the guys already was playing together, and I joined last.
Okay, inside the team, who's usually the loudest during matches?
Me.
Right.
Yeah, because speaking a lot and very loud.
If entire team had to survive a real-life battle royale, who would actually make it to the end? Let's start with Sosit, right?
Not me.
Not you? Why?
That's, I don't know, too hard.
So who do you think actually make it?
Probably Diffix.
I think I will try to survive.
No. What's the reason?
I don't know. I like living, I don't want to die.
When people watch Team Nemesis this season, what do you hope to remember about this team?
I think I actually don't want everyone to remember us. I mean, I don't wish this firstly, this is not important for me. I feel it's more important for me that I remember this team and this year a good year.
Okay, and thanks for joining us for today's interview. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi guys, it's Bella here with the Relay interview, and today's guest is Salute. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, Sheila had to say that he wanted you to take the next interview. He had a couple of questions. He wants to know
why he toxic. He say me Pablo.
And this is your chance to defend yourself.
그렇기 때문에 좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salute, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데 비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunnar other than telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you Salute for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Gunnar because Salute wanted to talk to you. He had a couple of questions. He wanted to ask you, how do you manage your anger so well? And how are you such a responsible coach? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I guess managing my anger so well comes from the military. I bring a lot of like discipline from there. And I was a very angry person in my younger years. So now as I'm getting older, I've learned to manage it and just try and, relax a little bit and just be, thankful that I wake up every day and thankful that I get to play PUBG every day and have this job. And I treat it as an opportunity.
All about the grateful mindset, right? Yeah. Do you think the responsibility it kind of stems from that mindset too?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think if more players or coaches took that mindset or approach, I think they'd be able to benefit their team a lot more. If you wake up every day and realize that we're playing video games for a living and that life can be bad, but there are people that have it worse, and you just become thankful and you pass that on to somebody else, and then you make their day, and then they become more motivated to be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon. Because we're friends with them and we always mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
AMD touches the lives of billions. Powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device. Automotive to automation. Curiosity to creativity. Business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started. AMD. Together we advance.
Hi guys, it's Bella for the Relay interview. Today's guest is Glaz. Gunnar wanted to talk to you and ask you, A,
if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world,
and B, he wanted you to do your famous American impression.
네, 냉정하게 생각했을 땐 그래도 EPG에서 참가하는 팀 중에는 상위권인 것 같아요.
All right, well, that's a very fair take. And now it is time for the famous, and we have Gunnar watching. Can we get Gunnar? Gunnar watching. Yay! He's gonna pull up a video to show us. Here is Glaz's take.
God damn!
That was perfect. Okay, I see why Gunnar wanted you to do it. All right. Before I let you go, I have to ask you to pick another player to pass this on to. What do you want me to ask them, and who should I talk to?
킥스타트.
Kickstart? Okay. What should I ask Kickstart?
항상 그렇게 꾸준하게 좀 팀워크도 제가 느끼기에는 팔콘도 좋다고 느껴져서
It's alright. I will let you know and I'll report back. Thank you, Glass. 감사합니다.
Got them.
Hi guys, it's Bella. The next interviewee for Relay Question is Falcons Kickstart. Hi, Kick. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Well, Glass wanted me to ask, how can you be so consistent?
Well, we've played like 20 games, so I don't know how we're consistent, but I mean, it's pretty much just based on what they do. That's how we've been consistent so far. We water review every single thing PO tells them to do.
Mhm.
We've just been trying to copy it the best of our ability.
Yeah. Would you say that your rival is Crazy Raccoons then?
No, I think they're like our father figure pretty much, because we just copy everything they do and they're the goats.
Well, okay, enough about Crazy Raccoon and the love that you have for them. What's the one thing you miss from home?
My girlfriend and my cats, I
Nice.
would say, and just being home and having some, home-cooked meals.
Shout out to your girl. And what are your cats' names?
Cookie, Cream, Suki, and Freya.
You have 4?
I have 4.
4 cats. Big family.
Yeah.
All right, well, who should I run off to ask the next relay interview to?
I think Pio.
Pio?
Yeah, we'll just do
Okay,
Pio.
what should I ask Pio?
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
Okay.
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
Okay, I'll make sure to ask him that and I'll get back to you too. All right, thank you, Kick, for joining me.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's Pio. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions. He wanted to know,
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
일단 면허가 없을 것 같아가지고 그 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
and also he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what Pio has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next? And what is the question that you have for them? 하나인가요? 또 궁금하신 거 없으신가요?
다른 거 없어요.
Well, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right. Well, thank you, Pio. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds.
giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner's stage. In Series 2, the winner's stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams. But any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2.
The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart. Hi guys, it's Bella here sitting here with Twisted Minds to play a Guess Who. Hi guys, hello.
Hello,
everybody.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Now we're going to show you pictures of the PUBG players that are actually here, and you have to guess 7 of their names in a row. Are you ready?
No.
No? Are you confident?
No.
Shall we start? I'll time it. Go!
Kraken. Larza.
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We need to guess?
Yes.
Baron.
Oh,
버툴린.
who's that?
귀엽다.
What did you say?
귀엽다.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Люк. Прав.
Yeah.
Levanta.
Uh-huh.
Easy example.
40 seconds.
40?
Yeah, well, good job, example. You got 2 correct.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Batulin's an example. Easy. That was fun. We learned a new game or 2. All right, thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you
See you
for inviting us.
Yeah, bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
AMD touches the lives of billions, empowering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device, automotive to automation, curiosity to creativity, business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started. AMD. Together we advance.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone.
Hello.
Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, но надо будет по очереди называть чуть. Alright.
So yesterday, Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah,
Damn.
if you finish before them, then you win, and they're like,
We won't. We
oh,
won't.
wait, you won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Purdy Corty. Follow my bet. Baron pick.
Oh.
Patulins.
Okay.
Kuyota.
Okay.
Bimi. Draft King.
Oh. You did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who Challenge. It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
See, oh, incorrect say is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone. Today's game of Guess Who is going to be by Virtus Pro. Hi guys. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Well, you have to guess 7 players in a row. We'll show you pictures and you have to get 7 in a row correct. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going. I'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kedrox. Luke 12. Levance. Halo. Uza.
Ooh.
Luca.
That was it. That was 7,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Wow. What would you like to say for coming in first?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know who will be playing this next, but do you think that they'll be able to break your record?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
No way.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, incorrect say is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Say bye. Bye. Thank you.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips, so you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No. I don't know how to dance, but they know it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another day of shooting challenge here with me. Today's guest is Twisted Minds. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, we have the chap joining us for a special edition today. Well, we will give you 3 bullets. Smaller bottle is 2 points, big bottle is 1 point. Okay, and the winner of this challenge gets to decide what dance or what ceremony the loser has to do. All right, are you ready? Here, I grant you the right. Oh, oh, he's ready. Okay, it's harder than it looks.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, close. Okay, I'll try. Okay.
Definitely dancing. Okay.
Who's next?
Who's next? Oh.
Оно так заряжается? It's random.
Whoa! Yay!
I aimed for small one.
He is currently in the lead with 1 point. Oh, that was close.
I lost the
You
bullet.
lost the bullet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whoa! Whoa! 3 points. Good job.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No. I don't know how to dance, but they know. Tectonic все танцуют.
Twisted Minds, thank you for joining me today, and I'll be looking forward to that surprise dance. What is it called again?
Tectonic.
Tectonic? Okay. I hope you guys win today so that I can see the dance.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Hi guys, welcome to another day of shooting challenge, and I'm sitting here with Navi today. Hi guys, good to see you.
Hello.
Looking jolly as always. You get 3 bullets, and the one to knock down most bottles wins and can tell the loser of the group what kind of dance to do for the chicken dinner. Sounds good? Yeah. Okay, well, who's gonna go first? Hey, you need the gun. Okay, how many points do you think he's gonna get? 0? Whoa! Nice, 2 points. He's not even phased because he knows he's good. Oh, small bottle is 2 points. 4 points. That was good. You're so nonchalant. Oh, we're borrowing glasses now. Nice. Okay. Whoa. 1 point. He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Next up. How many, Spyro? 6? Oh. There he goes. Oh. First, what dance are you thinking?
15 push-ups.
15 push-ups? Okay.
Boys take 10, me 5. No.
Puskak, is that good with you?
Давай.
Okay, all right. We'll be looking forward to the push-ups. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you guys at the next one. Bye.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
They can't see shit.
Oh, what? Hello everyone, welcome back to another sit-down game time with Bella. Today's shooting challenge guest is none other than Team Liquid. Whee! You guys made no noise.
No.
None at all. But hey, we're here to play some games. You're gonna get 3 bullets, and you need to take as many bottles down as you can. Who's confident? Who has the best vision?
Nobody can see.
Nobody can. Oh no. Here, I present to you. This is gonna be fun.
This is my bad glasses.
Oh,
what's so far? Have you
Yep.
it?
Oh no.
Where's that, man?
Well,
GG.
good hustle. Oh.
What? Was he even cocked? Do I get a retry?
No, that was beautiful though. Oh.
This game sucks.
Halo, let's
Go
go.
Halo. Oh, he's got the positioning.
Whoa. Halo, 1 point. Let's go.
Shoot guns for a living back home. Nom.
Oh. Oh, that was great. 2 points.
Yeah.
Whoa, 2 points.
Take a tie.
The
Take a
tie.
tie.
So you and Alo can decide what Luke and Cowboy has to do.
I don't know if I trust you with it.
What?
What do you want him to do, Ayla?
You can dance.
I think you guys got a slow
Yeah?
dance again. Ayla.
When you win, just get up and slow dance. Luke, you down?
Here you go, Luke. It's cocked. Just pull the trigger.
You're not down? Cowboy, are you down? Here's to hoping that we see Luke and Cowboy slow dance, waltzing away. All right, thank you for joining me today. Wave with me. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's PO. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions he wanted to know.
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
일단 면허가 없을 것 같아가지고 그 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
And also, he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what PO has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 더 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next? And what is the question that you have for them? 하나인가요? 또 궁금하신 거 없으신가요?
다른 거 없어요.
Well, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right. Well, thank you, PO. 감사합니다. Good luck to you. 안녕. No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart. Hi guys, it's Bella here sitting here with Twisted Minds to play a guess of Guess Who. Hi guys, hello.
Hello,
everybody.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Now we're gonna show you pictures of the PUBG players that are actually here, and you have to guess 7 of their names in a row. Are you ready?
No.
No? Are you confident?
No.
Shall we start? I'll time it. Go!
Kraken. Lagza?
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
You need to guess?
Yes.
Baron?
Oh,
Batulin.
who's that?
부엽다.
What did you say?
부엽다.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Люк, прав.
Yeah.
Леванта.
Uh-huh.
Easy example.
Oh, 40 seconds.
40?
Yeah, well, good job, example. You got 2 correct.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Batulins an example. Easy. That was fun. We learned a new game or 2. All right, thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you
you.
for inviting us.
Yeah, bye. They're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Hi everyone, welcome to the shooting challenge. Today we'll be having some fun with Team Vitality, the whole gang. Hi guys, hello.
Hello.
I'll be giving you guys 3 bullets each. The small bottle is 2 points, big bottle 1 point, and the winner of this challenge gets to tell the loser of the challenge what to do during today's match. You can make them dance, you can make them do push-ups. I don't know which one it would be. We'll see who wants to take the honorary first shoot.
I am a lawman, a lone wolf of justice.
Чё она не стреляет, блядь?
Whoa, okay, he's good. Oh. No. 1 point. Jandrox, okay.
Примерно.
Jandrox wants to dance. You guys all shoot with one hand. You can shoot.
Nice. Ай-яй-яй.
Oh. Okay, might as well have fun.
Damn.
Whoa, 2 points. You're currently in the lead. Yeah, you.
What's the problem?
Так вы все лузеры, блядь.
That was crazy. You're just cool like that?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Who was in the zero? So the trio over there, they're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah. Thank you for joining me, Team Vitality. That was really good. I hope to see more Macarenas from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. What? Hi guys, it's Bella. Welcome. Please join me in welcoming Furia today. Hi guys. We're here to play a game of Guess Who. As I told you, you're gonna see some familiar faces and you have to guess 7 in a row. Are you confident?
Not really.
Oh, some mixed feelings. Okay, it'll be easy. It's everyone here. You got this. 18 seconds. That's the shortest record by King Liquid, and 40 seconds by Twisted Minds is the longest. Whoa, what's the score you think for your team? 15? Okay, we love that. 3, 2, 1, go!
Hello, Eva.
Carry.
Chigoto.
Bushik.
Kickstar.
Example.
Left. 12 seconds.
Yeah. What? Guys, this is impressive. Yeah. Who said 15? Was it Posa? You know what you're talking about. All right. Well, that was easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining. That's all from us. And we'll see you at the next one.
All right, welcome everyone. We're joined by Team Nemesis and we have Diffix and Sosit here. Let's greeting everyone. Hello.
Hello.
What is it like to be in the same team together?
Insane.
Insane?
Yeah, the feeling is good. It's, definitely playing with Sosit again is really cool. Because before in Navi I didn't actually like to play with Sosit, but right now I enjoy playing with Sosit.
Really? Why?
That's true. That's true.
That's true?
I don't know. Sosit was young, and right now he's older, so he really good.
It's more experience, right? So what's your opinion?
The same for me. We played with Diffix in the same team 2 times. I remember how we was tested in EU team together, and after that we played in Navi. That was good experience, and right now we have a good team and a good have a better experience to play together right now. So.
Who adapted to the new team fastest?
I think me, because I didn't have any problem adapting anywhere. In any team it was pretty easy to adapt, so I guess me.
Okay.
Because also I was playing, I was the last one who joined Team Nemesis because the guys already was playing together, and I joined last.
Okay, inside the team, who's usually the loudest during matches?
Sosit.
Me.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm speaking a lot and very loud.
If entire team had to survive a real-life battle royale, who would actually make it to the end? Let's start with Sosit, right?
Not me.
Not you?
Me.
Why?
That's, I don't know, too hard.
So who do you think actually make it?
Probably Diffix.
I think I will try to survive.
No. What's the reason?
I don't know. I like living, you know. Don't want to die.
When people watch Team Nemesis this season, what do you hope to remember about this team?
I think like I actually don't want everyone to like remember us. I mean, I don't wish this like firstly, like it's not important for me. I feel like it's more important for me that like I remember like this team like and this year like a good year, you know.
Okay, and thanks for joining us for today's interview. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach. We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Gunnar because Salute wanted to talk to you. He had a couple of questions. He wanted to ask you, how do you manage your anger so well? And how are you such a responsible coach? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I guess managing my anger so well comes from the military. I bring a lot of like discipline from there. So, and I was a very angry person in my younger years. So now as I'm getting older, I've learned to manage it and just try and, relax a little bit and just be, thankful that I wake up every day and thankful that I get to play PUBG every day and have this job. And I treat it as an opportunity.
All about the grateful mindset, right? Yeah. Do you think the responsibility it kind of stems from that mindset too?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think if more players or coaches took that mindset or approach, I think they'd be able to benefit their team a lot more. If you wake up every day and realize that we're playing video games for a living and that life can be bad, but there are people that have it worse, and you just become thankful and you pass that on to somebody else, and then you make their day, and then they become more motivated to be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Yeah. Shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon. Because we're friends with them and we always mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
AMD touches the lives of billions. Powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device. Automotive to automation. Curiosity to creativity. Business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started. AMD. Together we advance.
Hi Hi guys, it's Bella for the relay interview. Today's guest is Glass. Gunnar wanted to talk to you and ask you A.
If they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world,
and B, he wanted you to do your famous American impression.
네, 냉정하게 생각했을 땐 그래도 이 PG에서 참가하는 팀 중에는 상위권인 것 같아요.
All right, well, that's a very fair take. And now it is time for the famous. And we have Gunnar watching. Can we get Gunnar? Gunnar watching. Yay! He's gonna pull up a video to show us. Here is Glass's take.
God damn!
That was perfect. Okay, I see why Gunnar wanted you to do it. All right. Before I let you go, I have to ask you to pick another player to pass this on to. What do you want me to ask them, and who should I talk to?
킥스타트.
Kickstart? Okay. What should I ask Kickstart?
항상 그렇게 꾸준하게 좀 팀워크도 제가 느끼기에는 팔콘도 좋다고 느껴져서.
All right. I will let you know, and I'll report back. Thank you, Glass. 감사합니다.
God damn.
Hi guys, it's Bella. The next interviewee for Relay Question is Falcons Kickstart. Hi, Kick. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Well, Glass wanted me to ask, how can you be so consistent?
Well, we've played like 20 games, so I don't know how we're consistent, but I mean, it's pretty much just based on what they do. That's how we've been consistent so far. We've auto-reviewed every single thing PO tells them to do. We've just been trying to copy it the best of our ability.
Yeah. Would you say that your rival is Crazy Raccoons then?
No, I think they're like our father figure pretty much, because we just copy everything they do and they're the goats.
Well, okay, enough about Crazy Raccoon and the love that you have for them. What's the one thing you miss from home?
My girlfriend and my cats, I would say, and just being home and having some, home-cooked meals.
Shout out to your girl. And what are your cats' names?
Cookie, Cream, Suki, and Freya.
You have 4?
I have 4.
4 cats. Big family.
Yeah.
All right, well, who should I run off to ask the next relay interview to?
I think Pio.
Pio?
Yeah, we'll just
Okay,
Pio.
what should I ask Pio?
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
Okay.
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
Okay, I'll make sure to ask him that, and I'll get back to you too. All right, thank you, Kick, for joining me.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's PO. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions he wanted to know.
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
일단 면허가 없을 것 같아서 그 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
And also, he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what PO has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next? And what is the question that you have for them? 하나인가요? 또 궁금하신 거 없으신가요?
다른 거 없어요.
Well, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right. Well, thank you, PO. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you. Yeah.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams. But any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and Chicken Dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 Chicken Dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it first.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, но надо будет по очереди называть, что это. Alright,
So yesterday, Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah, if you finish before them, then you win, and they're like,
We won't. We won't.
Wait, you won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Purdy Corty. Follow my bet. Baron Pick.
Oh.
Patulins.
Okay.
Куйота.
Okay.
Bimi. Draft King.
Oh. You did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who Challenge.
Nice.
It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Hi guys, welcome to another day of shooting challenge, and I'm sitting here with Navi today. Hi guys, good to see you.
Hello.
Looking jolly as always. You get 3 bullets, and the one to knock down most bottles wins and can tell the loser of the group what kind of dance to do for the chicken dinner. Sounds good? Yeah. Okay, well, who's gonna go first? Hey, you need the gun. Haka, how many points do you think he's gonna get? 0? Whoa! Nice, 2 points. He's not even phased because he knows he's good. Oh, small bottle is 2 points. 4 points. That was good. You're so nonchalant. Oh, we're borrowing glasses now? Nice. Okay. Whoa!
Uh,
Oh, 1 point. He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Next up. How many, Spyro? 6? Oh. There he goes. Oh. First, what dance are you thinking?
15 push-ups.
15 push-ups? Okay.
Boostek 10, me 5. No.
Pustak, is that good with you?
Давай.
Okay, all right. We'll be looking forward to the push-ups. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you guys at the next one. Bye.
AMD touches the lives of billions.
See, oh, and correct C is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Today's game of Guess Who is going to be by Virtus Pro. Hi, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Well, you have to guess 7 players in a row. We'll show you pictures, and you have to get 7 in a row correct. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going. I'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kedrox.
Luke 12.
Levance.
Halo.
Uza.
Ooh.
Luka.
That was it. That was 7,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Wow. What would you like to say for coming in first?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know who will be playing this next, but do you think that they'll be able to break your record?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
No way.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and correct C is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Say bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
AMD touches the lives of billions. Empowering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device. Automotive to automation. Curiosity to creativity. Business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started. AMD. Together we advance.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No. I don't know how to dance, but they know it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another day of shooting challenge here with me. Today's guest is Twisted Minds. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, we have the chap joining us for a special edition today. Well, we will give you 3 bullets. Smaller bottle is 2 points, big bottle is 1 point. Okay, and the winner of this challenge gets to decide what dance or what ceremony the loser has to do. All right, are you ready? Here, I grant you the... Right. Oh, he's ready. Okay. It's harder than it looks.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, close. Okay, I'll try. Okay.
Definitely dancing. Okay.
Who's next?
Who's next? Oh!
Оно так заряжается?
It's random.
Whoa! Yay!
I aimed for small one.
He is currently in the lead with 1 point. Oh, that was close.
I lost the
You
bullet.
lost the bullet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whoa! Whoa! 3 points. Good job.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No, I don't know how to dance, but they know. Тектоник все танцуют.
Twisted Minds, thank you for joining me today, and I'll be looking forward to that surprise dance. What is it called again?
Tectonic.
Tectonic? Okay. I hope you guys win today so that I can see the dance.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
They can't see shit.
Oh.
What?
Hello everyone, welcome back to another sit-down game time with Bella. Today's shooting challenge guest is none other than Team Liquid. Whee! You guys made no noise.
No.
None at all. But hey, we're here to play some games. You're gonna get 3 bullets and you need to take as many bottles down as you can. Who's confident? Who has the best vision?
Nobody can see.
Nobody can, oh no. Here, I present to you. This is gonna be fun.
These are my bad glasses.
Oh,
what's so far? Have we got it?
Oh no.
Where's that, man?
Well,
GG.
good hustle. Oh.
What? Was he even cocked? Do I get a retry?
No, that was beautiful though. Oh.
This game sucks.
Halo, let's go.
Go Halo. Oh, he's got the positioning.
Whoa. Halo, 1 point. Let's go.
Shoot guns for a living back home. Nom.
Oh. Oh, that was great. 2 points.
Yeah.
Oh. Whoa, 2 points.
Take a tie.
It's a tie. So you and Halo can decide what Luke and Cowboy has to do.
I don't know if I trust you with it.
What?
What do you want him to do, Ayla?
You can dance.
I think you guys got to slow
Yeah?
dance again. Oh, Ayla.
When you win, just get up and slow dance. Luke, you down?
Here you go, Luke. It's cocked. Just pull the trigger.
You're not down? Cowboy, are you down? Here's to hoping that we see Luke and Cowboy slow dance, waltzing away. All right, thank you for joining me today. Wave with me. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart. Hi guys, it's Bella here sitting here with Twisted Minds to play a guess of Guess Who. Hi guys, hello.
Hello, come.
Everybody.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Now we're gonna show you pictures of the PUBG players that are actually here, and you have to guess 7 of their names in a row. Are you ready?
No.
No? Are you confident?
No.
Shall we start? I'll time it. Go!
Kraken.
Lagza?
No? No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
You need to guess.
Yes.
Baron.
Oh,
오, 버톨린.
oh, who's that?
귀엽다.
What did you say?
귀엽다.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Люк, прав.
Yeah.
Леванта.
Uh-huh.
Easy example.
Oh, 40 seconds. Yeah, well, good job, example. You got 2 correct.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, but Tulin's an example. Easy. That was fun. We learned a new game or 2. All right, thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you
See you
for inviting us.
Yeah, bye.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Yeah. What? Hi guys, it's Bella. Welcome. Please join me in welcoming Furia today. Hi guys. We're here to play a game of Guess Who. As I told you, you're gonna see some familiar faces and you have to guess 7 in a row. Are you confident?
Not really.
Oh, some mixed feelings. Okay, it'll be easy. It's everyone here. You got this. 18 seconds. That's the shortest record by Team Liquid, and 40 seconds by Twisted Minds is the longest. Whoa, what's the score you think for your team? 15? Okay, we love that. 3, 2, 1, go!
할로웨와? 멀티카리. 지고토. 무식. 킥살. Example. Defend. 12 seconds.
Yeah. What? Guys, this is impressive. Yeah. Who said 15? Was it Posa? You know what you're talking about. All right. Well, that was easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining. That's all from us. And we'll see you at the next one.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
They're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Hi everyone, welcome to the shooting challenge. Today we'll be having some fun with Team Vitality, the whole gang. Hi guys, hello.
Hello.
I'll be giving you guys 3 bullets each. The small bottle is 2 points, big bottle 1 point, and the winner of this challenge gets to tell the loser of the challenge what to do during today's match. You can make them dance, you can make them do push-ups. I don't know which one it would be. We'll see who wants to take the honorary first shoot.
I am a lawman, a lone wolf of justice.
Чё она не стреляет, блядь?
Whoa, okay, he's oh.
Ай-яй.
Oh.
Ай-яй-яй.
1 point. Jedrox, okay.
Примерно.
Бля.
Не, ну почему так валят?
Jedrox wants to dance. You guys all shoot with one hand. You can too.
Nice. Ай-яй-яй.
Oh. Okay, might as well have fun.
Damn.
Whoa, 2 points. You're currently in the lead.
Power.
Yeah, you.
What's the problem?
Так вы все лузеры, блядь. That was crazy. You're just cool like that? Yeah. Oh, dang. What was in the 0? So the trio over there, they're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah. Thank you for joining me, Team Vitality. That was really good. I hope to see more Macarenas from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
Hello everyone, we are joined by players from Team Vitality, Queasy and Levante. Thanks for joining us. Let's start with how things have been going recently, because you seem like a little bit tired. How has the team preparation been leading up to this tournament?
Basically, because we just played 2 tournaments in a row, I feel like whenever you play tournaments and you go for another tournament, you have a good preparation and good momentum, because it's not scrims, it's like the actual games, the officials. So you just you just play one, you just think about the mistakes you had, and then you fly to the next one ready to play. So it's basically, after playing EWC and Astana and having good results there, I think we're in a good shape.
Like during intense games, who usually keeps everyone focused?
Наш капитан Gidrox.
Our captain Gedrox.
Gedrox?
Yeah. I would say Gedrox and Levante, because sometimes if we play the intense game and if he smashes the table, then we need to play better.
Who's usually responsible for keeping the atmosphere relaxed during the practice?
It's a good question.
Good? Okay.
Good and hard question. It's Gidrox.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Our IGL.
Okay.
I think so, the same, but I would add that whenever we have scrims and times like this, it might depend on every player, because sometimes when you scrim like so much, because we scrim like 5-6 days in a week, some of us have like bad mood, yeah, you're right. And like if you're in a bad mood, always someone can like cheer you up. Like for example, if I'm having a bad mood, boys can cheer me up. Like Gedrox might have a bad mood, so we always like try to stick for each other because it's a teamwork game. And like sometimes people getting exhausted of playing. That's why you need teammates for.
Okay. Who's always the last one to say goodnight in team chat?
It's our coach, Ramazan. He's always sleeping.
Yeah, he's already asleep.
All right. So what are you hoping to achieve together in this tournament?
Basically, we always want to be better at each tournament we play because we want to grow and always qualify to the next ones. So of course, you always want to make it to the finals with these group stages. You always want to play there good. Of course, you want to win it.
And thanks for joining us by Team Vitality. We're looking forward to see you in the action.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview part, and we have Mingming from Trigger Road. Let's say hello to the audience. 和大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是朴明明。
Use English, please.
不会。
Mingming just said he can't speak English. So, about first question is you have swing back hard from the bottom to the leaderboard to the top. What is your secret? 明明今天派入战队是从积分榜的底部一直现在来到积分榜的头名，靠的是什么？你觉得？
前两把的交流可能不是很好，然后后面调整了一下自己的交流吧，队内的交流。
All right. Mingming said the comms in the first two games is like chaotic, but in the we adjust the comms about our team and we do much more better. And the second question is, what are your team strategy going forward? 那对于明明来说，接下来要打的是胜者组的这个比赛，策略是什么样的？
没有什么策略吧，就自己放平心态的打就行了。
We're just gonna like keep our mindset calm, and this is enough. And the third question is, which team have impressed you the most so far? 就是到目前为止，有没有哪个队伍对你来说是印象比较深刻的？除了你们之外，
没有什么印象深刻的吧，毕竟都是老对手了。
Because we are like all experienced team, so nothing impressed us. That's all for the interview. 谢谢明明来接受我们采访。That's all for today. Bye bye.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back once again to beautiful Shanghai, where our players have gathered for the new split of PGS. It's been an exhausting travel period, has brought them to this place, and they still have to perform at the top of their game because PGC, the road to it, is more than halfway done. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Matcham, Gibson, and Porosaurus as we break down the action. You heard over and over and over again today in these interviews, gentlemen, players talking about jet lag, exhaustion, how tired they are, and it seems like that might be the narrative for this first return for PGS 7, is how do you survive a really difficult travel season while staying focused, Poro?
I mean, it's tough. You just gotta do what you gotta do. Put your head down, and you gotta think to yourself, hey, it's 6 games. Let's try to get as many points as we can. If we don't, at least we have that backup plan of that survival stage. So obviously, these guys would prefer not to have to deal with that. You want to get as many options or opportunities to make it to the final stage as possible. But if you don't make it, it's not the end of the world. So we'll see with 3 games remaining who will make that cut line.
Let's get to the groups that are playing. B is done. They've played their 6, Matt. A and C back in the field.
Oh, you're talking about jet lag and everything else like that. Group A had to just take a several-hour break, essentially, while watching what was going on between groups B and C, so they get a tag back in. We saw that Group C was very aggressive in comparison to what we were seeing at the start of the day, so curious to see how these two groups are going to mash up against each other, as it's all going to be about deciding that cut line, and is 25, 26 points going to be enough for the groups or for Group B to maybe qualify, or is it going to continue to skyrocket up there, maybe hitting closer to like 28 to 30?
Should be pretty interesting how it plays out. I think we saw a couple of teams come in very strong in that last section out of Group C. Gibson, anybody from Group C really catch your eyes in their appearance in the last 3 games?
I think of the European teams that were there, right? Navi looked really, really good. Nemesis played really well. Both of those teams have already comfortably got themselves, you'd say, inside the winners bracket, winners lobby tomorrow. But I need to see some more from teams like Godlike. Like, we're the Americas. We're going to hype up the team from our region, but they, 1-2 points over the course of 3 maps? Like, they need to pop off big time. But with this being, of course, 3 more maps and the chance to qualify, 1 good game, 1 good map win could get you over the line and get you playing tomorrow.
Hey, maybe it happens, but the problem I have is you can't name yourself Godlike and play worse than mortals. That seems to be what they've done. You can, and we're going to give you a hard time about it because that's a roster that should be doing well. And we've seen them on big names before. We've seen them put up huge numbers in PAS. This start was very, very slow, but there's always that bounce back. Other teams that we saw start out, T1 just joined the fray. What'd you think of them, Poro?
I mean, so far the Korean teams are not really delivering so far, not compared to what we were expecting. So, 3 games remaining, they've been fine, I guess, but not having that pop-off game, not having that opportunity to really just put themselves in a comfortable position. So now they're gonna have to sweat it out for these final 3.
All right, so as we prep in, so you guys remember, 6 games for everybody who is playing. They're playing in a 3-game circuit group, essentially. Top 16 teams will advance to the winner's stage in 2 days' time. Tomorrow. The losers of that will go to the survival stage in 2 days' time. So if you end up in the bottom 8 here, you have a day off to figure out what went wrong with your life before you come back in and have one more chance to say that you deserve a spot in the grand final. Anyone's Legend, Sharper Esports have already played their 6. Sharper, pretty much done. Anyone's Legend at 25, where we think the cutoff is going to be. The rest of the teams, they're going to be on the chase. The chase begins now as we drop in to the grassy pastures one more time to make a statement that you belong in the winner's bracket. Let's send it over to our own winners, our casting duo, Gibson and Matrim.
Thank you so much. It is game time. We've got a plane path that's going to be starting up around Kameshki and ending just kind of on the tip of Military Base Island. Playing for your livelihood, 8 squads are going to be moving into the survival bracket after having to watch a full day of play from other squads that managed to perform better than them. And that's going to be a terrible, meat grinder of a... this is going to mess with your head so bad. And all these squads are going to be desperate to avoid that situation.
Yeah, it's got to be rough. If you don't get into the top 16 today, you've got 5 maps on Friday to try qualify for the finals weekend. And remember, there's $100,000 up for grabs, not to mention those all-important PGC points, which have now been doubled as well. And, we're coming from a time, Matt, where we've seen teams miss out on events by a couple of points. So it really needs to kick things off now. But I'm looking at those Group A teams, like what were they doing? Are they going to be fresh after that really long break? It's going to be a big question to be answered as well. Looking at teams like Falcons, can they start climbing that table now and put them in a position to play tomorrow with a circle like that?
Yeah, right off the start, this is going to be pretty much leaning towards the main island, but we've been seeing the bridge get some attention in the earlier rounds. The squad that was doing that in VP, not going to be here inside of this lobby, so not so much to worry about, but T1's already going to be playing a similar position to that. Across the bridge, we do have ourselves a JDGE Arena as well as Alpha. Fulson's going to be over there in Primorsk feeling pretty good as we just pretty much followed them right into the middle of the circle.
Yeah, and I think that you got to save your full sense. The fact that not only has it gone to them, the fact that they were so late off the plane as well puts them so far ahead of the rotate over all these other teams. T1 making their move in as well, but you look around the map and you think about how a lot of these teams are going to move in. Falcons have sent Kick already over towards Severny side, which is being held by Nemesis. You'd imagine, Matt, that both of those teams probably, if they don't pick up, want to come over by George and down that coast on the western side. So there's maybe an opportunity for somebody like Supers to set up a bridge camp by George. I don't think it's likely, but the option is there for them to wreak havoc on some of those teams rotating from the north.
Well, it's all going to be about the squads and how they're kind of established. Nemesis already kind of establishing themselves at 28 points. Great start for them. Opposite side of that is going to be T1 that we're looking at there with 5 points so far. Still 3 games, so one really good game can get them back into it. That's one of the things that we've been talking about. But if you're T1, this is going to be an opportunity for you to have an inside track on positioning to play. So really it's going to be what do they prioritize as far as loot and getting into point. Falcons, like you're talking about, could be going for a long western wrap. They could go for the emergency pickup like you mentioned. There is a world where they just go for a bit of an eastern wrap too. Whenever we look at this circle itself, it's got a ton of water, a little bit of military base. Nobody's really going to probably lean into the military base. Nobody's going to be playing the water. But the most northern section of it is going to be Gatka Fields, leading all the way down into the bridge crossroads and that hillside. That's a lot of kind of dead space as well. So this circle really is only about, like, what, a fifth playable if you think about it, using the quarry hillsides and kind of the coastlines?
You're bang on. So it's not a great spot to be in. And of course, if you have been away from PUBG for a while, the land shift doesn't occur anymore. So this circle could just keep getting worse and worse for a lot of these teams. Like you said it could be drawn back towards the bridge, and any team that does gamble on Millie Island could be rewarded. But let's remind everybody at home what this is for, right? Top 16 teams are going to be playing tomorrow. All these teams have 3 games in the bank already, with 3 more to go. And like, if you're looking at that cutoff that we know this guaranteed kind of set in stone, being around that 17, 18 point mark, and then up to, you know, all gamers a little bit further up, like APG, T1, Alpha, like they're, and Myth even, they're not a million miles away. Like we keep saying, 1 or 2 good games and they're right up there.
It's all going to depend on how the point sponges at the top are going to function. Speaking of those, 17 Gaming already kind of moving into the area north of Quarry and the hillsides. Going to get some vision over what's going to be happening in the fields. 2 players already over there. Navi made an early rotate to get right over next to this bridge, maybe setting up a bit of a bridge camp, if anything, just trying to get control over a territory as we might get some ping pong, given the way that these circles have been hard shifting all over the place, not necessarily the worst of calls. Genji that we saw a second ago is going to be going just to the west of this on the other side of JDG. So we got T1 over here, Genji already over here trying to claim center of the circle, and Full Sense has gone with, what, 1 inside of Primorsk still, and then the other 2 playing closer to Ferry Pier, and then 1 across closer to Quarry. So a little bit of everything, no matter which way the circle goes, so that way maybe they can have some type of foothold and anchor to play from.
Yeah, and I think that that's the right thing for Full Sense to do. They know that any team going to Primo would have to go through them, but at the same time, counter to that, if you just move every bit up a little closer to center, if it falls back to Primo, you should still have priority to get back inside it, as we watch Rushy and the rest of the team fire off towards D. And I suppose it is worth mentioning, Matt, that there are a couple of subs playing for different reasons at this event. It's worth noting that Tigger is not playing because, as far as I know, he's come ill. And it hasn't seemed to hamper Full Sense all that much, has it?
No, I mean, I'm kind of curious on what Genji is doing here. It looks like they were dancing this side of Primorsk. They know that somebody's probably dropped over here, but nobody's taking shots, so they're wrapping back around into position on it. The rotates that you were talking about up to the north, we have Nemesis that did opt into going right next to Georgia Pole, just going to do the cross right to the east of it.
The Supers are camping.
The Supers. And then we've got 4 Angry Men as well as Falcons kind of playing along this line. I don't know if Supers is camping as much as they're just kind of late as far as getting loot going, because they're inside of vehicles as well.
Yeah, they did have 2 players on the bridge, but I think Nemesis went to the far side, so there was no real damage that could be done to Nem. So they've made their way on in, and then they probably made the assumption that Nemesis, well, it's not, the fact that they fired shots at Nemesis would have signaled to the likes of Falcons and 4 AM that a team were there. So they said, you know what, when teams know we're camping the bridge, let's just not waste our time. Let's kind of try backfill Nemesis now, because that western side of the circle, even the north, is still completely free real estate.
Yeah, Twisted's going to be just now touching that. You can see that this is the rotate coming up from Myth right now. A lot of later rotators are making that positioning over towards the north, kind of aiming it off of it. Myth's coming in due east. Navi coming in pretty aggressive. Going to be right next to JDG. Nan's going to find Ferris, get the knock on him. Spins it back around. Gets the knock on to Busik as well. Navi played this bold and got punished for it.
Yeah, Nan's just made them brown bread as he's going to fall. He's going to turn his attention the other way. December 12th. He's got an angle, but T1's Heather is going to be hitting him from the far side, so he drops down to 4 HP. Tossing that nade off. That molly lands perfectly on the down player, and Navi eliminated. They fall, but you know what? They're not too bad on 25 points, but JDG kicking things off strong here.
This is a great start for them, now sitting at that 24 points, getting themselves into a good position. Also a strong point to play from in this. They do have T1 that's kind of a 2-2 split around them. Nothing too much that they have to worry about. Should be able to get cold back up, and this is a very defensible position. Arena's making the rotate across the bridge to the east. It looks like they're going to play more to the south, right along the coast. So that's going to be more of a T1 problem, as now here comes Falcon. Circle pops, and of course, with these hard shifts, we're going to lean into the northeast of the last circle, keep most of the bridge, most of the water in play down to the south, and move very field heavy. So that position we just saw JDG playing from is one of the strongest points in this circle.
When are we going to start seeing teams, drop nades and mortars into those fields to create playable areas? Because once the likes of Falcons, T1, Myth and 17 have the compounds close to them locked down, areas that you can play suddenly become very vacant. Now I'm looking at Godlike as they make their way towards the Dirty Dozen, just on the edge of that western bridge of Millie Island, but I feel like in the first 3 maps they struggled a lot, Matt, with the idea of they're not playing against regional talent anymore. They're playing against the best teams in the world, and they've struggled with it.
This is big for Falcons. They managed to find this compound open. Most of the people were playing more to the west, so they steal some prime real estate inside the circle. 4 Angry Men don't have as many options to work with, nor do Twisted. So you can see Twisted just kind of roaming through this more, I guess, recessed hills to try to see if they can sneak in, but that's going to get them pretty close to where 17's at. 4 Angry Men going with a more aggressive approach. They are going to find this hillside. At least the entrance to it going to be open, and that's going to be enough for a stopover for them. Myth's going to be close in the compound, but there should be fine. Arena is going to be just down the south gas station, but only one player in Opon's over there. Maybe Lyrics might get some vision, but I think he's in a glider roaming around there.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing either. He's getting a ton of information as Tian will find Perfectix on the rotate in. Remember, Twisted Minds in 21 points, so not necessarily safe at all for them at this point. As Tian gets that first knock. Now, whether or not they get the res, I don't think so. They've left him to his fate, but 17, 31 points so far through 3 maps. They're going really, really strong. And look at Nemesis now checking out the rest of the Twisted Minds players.
They've got to defend this up. Looks like Nemesis is at least going to be able to take enough shots to deter any more forward movement. Do they have any idea on the position of Twisted and how they're coming into this? Doesn't look like it, as we are getting a little bit of a look back at Nons and just handle that. I mean, Hackatori tried to put up something in retaliation, but the angles just were too bad in their approach coming into it. The situation was near undone, and respect to Hackatori for trying to turn it around.
And with the fix kind of working out that the rest of Twisted Minds are there, he's not going to push. Here comes the Alpha rotate as they make their way towards the A. They're going to handbrake hard left on the side of that bridge, and Nurans is just not able to hold his ground. And actually, because of the positions of the rest of EA, he's falling off.
This is a problem. You can see that Alpha managed to get into the circle, but they just kind of crashed into point. That made it a full retreat kind of situation set up for E-Arena. They no longer like that, so Lyric's going to be roaming around up on top of them. This does mean that E-Arena is a bit more separated. Circle about to pop here in just a few more seconds, so we'll see if it does any favors to everybody that's going to be playing in the landmass in the center. If we're going to get any more hard shifts, pretty much centered, keeping some of the bridge in play, but at least everybody knows where to commit now.
Yeah, Super's not going well for them. 2 players downed by Gen G. They were making their way in. Remember, at the very start, they were dropping in George Paul and kind of setting up a bridge camp over there, but I'm looking elsewhere, right? Watch SoSed and Nemesis. He's falling all the way back from where Full Sense were.
Look at Gen G and Supers.
Yeah, there's so much going on.
Just roaming around this hillside right now. Super's in some level of trouble, as Heaven now just having to cut out over here. Guman down. Multiple players for Super's already coming out of this in a pretty bad state. Remember, Super's only at 11 points right now, so Gen G will continue to just eat up those points.
Yeah, the blue zone's going to have an impact as D gets that kill confirmed. Bean tried to get one. He manages to pop the tire, but his position completely revealed. One shot will be a knock inside the blue with that bolty, but not able to find it at the first time of asking, and eventually the blue zone will take them down. The Supers fall, and they're currently in 20th place. Gen G picking up some really useful points.
Yeah, but that's kind of a little bit unlucky whenever we look at it for Gen G, because they wanted to try to secure as many of those as they could. The Blue Zone just putting in a little bit of extra work and times. So, I mean, they're going to walk away with 3, but they would have preferred that 4th one. Now they're also going to be coming into a circle that's a bit rough. So they're going to be following right back behind a Nemesis on their rotate, who's trying to find some way to navigate this and get to that hillside that JDG and Full Sense as well as 4 Angry Men have under control.
Yeah, Nemesis went north and now they're going south again, down to the beachfront. They'll probably crash in somewhere around that very pier area of the map and use the pier itself, provide them with some cover as they move later inside the game. And I think that's exactly what SoSed is scouting for the team. Gen G, they're going north, and this is tricky, Matt, because that's where you'll find that big field, the big open field, where Full Sense are going to have angles on, where Falcons are going to have angles on. So for Gen G, I don't know if this northern rotate is best advised.
Well, I mean, the timings for it could be a little bit weird, as this is a squad in Gen G that we know are vulturing around onto anything that they can find. Twisted at least do manage to get their reses in. I think that being spotted it, but can't do too much more about it. Falcon's going to be a closer range threat. Nemesis just go for the pier itself, and it's going to be defended by T1. Everybody going to be regrouping over there. SoSed just getting a little bit of aerial information to see how those setups are going, to see if anything else comes out of this. Nemesis might just go for a stop off here, but it's also defendable enough from this point. Doesn't feel good, but it's inside the circle, in a circle that doesn't feel good near on anywhere. So if you got yourself a foothold, might not be the worst thing to hold on to for a little while longer.
Yeah, and look, the thing is, SoSed's getting tons of information from the glider, so he realizes the chances of them getting backfilled is not that high, unless Full Sense get a horrible shift and they have to come this way. So keep the vehicles up, rotate later, it goes center. No. Look at this Twisted Minds example, gets D and he gets beaten.
Yeah, the problem is Twisted's coming in with near on and no loot, multiple players, so it's going to be on the ones on the ground to secure it. This is the Gen G hunt right now, trying to find any kills, and instead they get absolutely demolished, picked apart by example. On the other side of it, Falcons were trying to find something. Now they've kind of put themselves in a little bit of the crosshairs from Twisted as well as 17. Can Falcons now find a path into the circle?
Dare I say, he made an example of Gen G. If you come at the king, you best not miss, as Twisted Minds back up to 4, and well, now he's just going to make a spot to hide, right? Get that mortar strike up, create dips, make somewhere your team can play, and T1 looking to lock out Melman here. Matt Heather's got the need. He's going to be the first contact, and here we go.
Good throw, drops him instantly, sends the vehicle flying on top of it. Just danced a bit too close to T1. T1 now with a lot of information, gonna have to figure out how much more of this they want to push for. Heather just being a massive part of the successes we've been seeing for T1. Do they opt into going for the push on to Nemesis, or is Nemesis just going to try to retreat out point? I don't really think that they can. So SoSed, what can you do from the high ground while we've got the rotate now coming in for Falcons?
Expendables rotating right next door to Falcons as well as they try to force their way in. Falcons will lose Shrimsy and Tig as we see Neurons doing a ton of damage. E-Arena holding the spot with all they have for all their worth, and Falcons, what was a great compound earlier on, just got kicked out of the circle, and it shows you how much planning, you know, the best made plans can be changed by a bad zone shift, as Batu will get a kill as well, stealing one away. Twisted Minds picking up a bunch of kills early.
And this was needed. Start getting some momentum going on their side. There was nowhere for Falcons to go. There was a firefight going on between 4 Angry Men, Twisted Minds, Myth more over into the east. You can see that we even have Gambling Expendables rolling in. BRDM strong at phase number 4. See if they can catch out Shin on this. Is Godlike trying to find something crazy over here. They are going to go down. But 2-1's going to go ahead and make sure that this doesn't get stolen away. Looks like maybe Shin was thinking about wanting to try to nab it, but Batu isn't going to let it go.
We've seen many a heist in the past when it comes to these. Jumping on out, there's another knock. It's actually Baron who finds that one on the Shen, but Batu steals it away again. His third kill, but look at that blue zone. Oh. He's racing to get the first aid off. He just about does it. But here's the thing, we don't know how much health is left on that BRDM, but he's got a tough rotate in as well.
Falcons in their shack, starting to get a lot of friends around him. Remember, JDG was over here for quite a while. Myth kind of the new contender, as well as the Expendables on the other side. Batu's also probably going to be approaching over here. Myth's kind of caught up with target-rich environment in front of him, shooting at 17 Gaming, as well as a bit of what was happening with Full Sense. See Cold 119 down for JDG, so the center control starting to be a little bit surrendered as we keep this Hillside in play, but we lose most of Fairy Pier as that fight has been kind of progressing more in Nemesis's favor. 2 players now down for T1.
Falcons in the middle of the circle, just to the north of it, so I should say, with JDG beside them. And, you know, you look at Myth and JDG, at least at this point, they're going to provide a little bit of cover for each other, right? Focusing on Full Sense and 17 as they make their way in, as we look back at what Example was able to do. Couple of great shots there, gets back into cover, spots out the last, like... Man, there's a reason why Example is just so highly rated, and you'd assume that any, like very many other players in a 1v3 like that ain't going to pull off that play.
I mean, it's just the way he plays angles to make sure that he always has himself in the right position. Like, look at how he's just using UAS for cover time and time again, then finding an opportunity to take the shots, spots out everything at range. That tail end shot was on a moving vehicle at full, I don't know if it was full speed, but pretty high speed, and he still finds it. Like, this is a team that should just be generating so much more points than we've been seeing in the year.
Yeah. But it's PUBG, right? Like, sometimes you just can't bank on anything. Heather, he's banking on this Groza being the difference maker in this gunfight in a few seconds, but it's just 2 players left standing. Defex finds the angle, drops him down to 78 health for now, but this fight, you look at it, they're kind of being left to their own devices. Sosed's really far away as he's just now touched the ground, but if the 2 up Nemesis players can keep them busy, T1 could be in a ton of trouble.
And Nemesis is just showing themselves enough to be a bait for T1 to keep them contained into this area. Sosed's going to be crossing over, but now T1 is starting to make the push inside the building. I think that they've realized that this is a 2v2 setup inside of this position. As long as they can get the angles right, these buildings can be a bit complicated, but Type's now playing the opposite side from where Sosed's approach is, so he could be safe. But the longer he stays there, Sosed could opt in playing the other side, and also the longer this goes on, Full Sense and some of those guys on the hill might also look to third party.
Yeah, Type's going to get aggressive now, tries to pre-fire around the door frame, but he's going to get caught out. Defex swings across, Heather's there, but T1 are eliminated, and Defex manages to get himself the double. Elsewhere, Full Sense having a ton of trouble from JDG here, Matt, as nades are getting tossed in, and Full Sense, they've got their backs to the blue.
Yeah, they're just in a ton of trouble. There was nowhere to go. JDG is just doing such a great job on this defensive perimeter that they've got set up. 17 in shambles up to the north of them. Not too much else they can do. Actually, just going to get eliminated there. Going to be now a Myth at the closest range target with, I guess, a little bit of Falcons thrown in there, and Gustav still hiding out in his shack. So we've got a north-south situation that we are looking at. Depending on where this circle goes, is it going to stay centered up and go to the road means no man's land, where there's not going to be anything to play in? Yep, that's going to be exactly what happens as Gustav and his shack still going to be in play. JDG and Myth going to have to fight to the north. Probably Alpha, Nemesis, and E-Arena having to do some type of tango to the south.
Yeah, but those little veins, those valleys you see that Nemesis can kind of fall in, it provides a little bit of cover as you make your way into the circle, so watch for them kind of playing through those and waiting to see what else happens before kind of engaging with E-Arena. I'm looking though, Myth now have 2 solos in front of them, 1 player from the Expendables and 1 player from Falcons holding them back on their push. You'd imagine, Matt, that once these gunfights kick off, we'll see JDG wrap in third party?
Potentially. Also, sorry, Gustav was just next to his shack. He has now abandoned it in a little diggy hole that he's got there as Molotovs start coming for him. Does Myth have any idea? They still have an expendable player off to the side. See if Hong F can get a nade or anything else cooked there. Is no, rejected by the tree, and the Molotov is going to connect on to from Scappy on Hong F, so he's going to go down. Gustav's going to get some information on that. Looks like he's got the nade cooked and ready, but just like you're talking about, JDG hears this and looks like they might be trying to get involved. Nobody's going to want to come down this hillside. It's a terrible position to try to play for, especially where E-Arena's playing.
Yeah, maximize your points. Gustav throws a brilliant nade in, and does he, or is he able to follow it up with another one? Tosses it overhand, goes a little deep, a ton of damage done on the Baron as he bleeds out quicker and quicker, but there's a nade coming in from JDG, so Gustav getting focused by both teams. That might buy Jacob the time he needs to go for the res. Scappy dropping this one right on top of Gustav, but the airburst finds only 25 damage. Watch for that Myth res occurring.
That position Cold playing from is absolutely dirty. Trying to line in, hit a couple more shots on the low ground Myth, so that way they can at least get control over the north before they move. So Gustav's still just going to be a thorn in the side of Myth, kind of being their undoing. While this is going on, Alpha's also being more mobile and has moved due south, very close to Nemesis, and maybe the path Nemesis was wanting to go for.
Myth have doubled with their points from earlier on today. 6 they got in the first 3 maps. They've got 6 here already and looking to add a few more. If they can find Gustav, that's 2 more. They spot him out now. Scappy's cooking that nade. Can he drop it right on Gustav's toes? The answer is yes. Down he falls. And there are those 2 extra points, and that is the go signal now for JD Gaming, as they really want to push in. Just 1 player left standing for Myth. They have sustained a knock on to Nans, but as I said, every kill, if they can kill a solo, it's a 2-pointer.
Well, that, and then they move into the firing lines that E-Arena has set up. So JDG knows that they need to finish this pretty quickly. Are they going to make a commit to go for the solo or maybe a play across? Looks like they're trying to keep their vehicles, trying to prep them up for any movement. Jacob's just continuing to lob whatever he's got, but look at these angles that E-Arena has on any movement coming out from JD Gaming down that hillside. And again, the timing on all of these solos hiding out over here is just causing JD Gaming so much trouble. Jacob's trying to get a shot back in. If he gets a knock or anything else, it could be to the ruin of JDG. Maybe now starting to come out. Can he get anything on? Does manage to get the knock onto 1. Looks back up, takes a ton of damage. Tries to go, does get the second one. Jacob is demolishing. JD gets the 3rd before going down. December 12th manages to get it, but he has to get this res and run into a no man's land of cover.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is E-Arena not willing to give up their position to push on up. So despite their old teammate doing a ton of damage, they're not going to float because they realize this position is more powerful. Maybe Pons can get this one in. Come on, drop it in. 121 meters. Sends the mortar up through the sky. Is it going to flush out JDG? Does he have enough distance in it? No, needed more.
Yep. Nemesis is still kind of stuck down here next to Alpha, so there's a potential situation brewing between those guys. You can see everybody's just trying to avoid the firing lines set up for E-Arena. Remember, E-Arena's got that compound that leads directly into a hill, down into a road, so that's open cover that JDG is just running down into right now. That's most of the focal point coming up for E-Arena. They want to make sure that they don't allow JD Gaming to cross. They know that Alpha and somebody else is probably down in the south in Nemesis. They just don't know how close, and I don't think that Alpha and Nemesis really have a full idea of how close it is just quite yet. It feels like JDG has realized that they can't even cross the road, so seeing if maybe they can take any stabs at Alpha Gaming at range.
Yeah, the blue zone did its job. So said wants to get Defex back up on his feet. He puts the shield down so they can get into that crouch position to get those healing hands onto Defex. But you can see the fire coming down, and that will be the end as the Lynx sings out. Down go Team Nemesis, and we have 3 teams left to go. JDG, APG, and EA going to go head to head. And EA, they've played this position for so long, Matt. They got the compound early. They are... Look, they're going to get the chicken dinner, but how many points are they going to get off the back of it is the real question.
I mean, JD Gaming has just been absolutely massacring people. 11 kills right now. If they can find anything else, it's just money in the bank for them. They know that this is just a ruined crossing. There's nothing that they can really do. They've got 2 different teams that are just taking pot shots at them. Non's going to go down to Alpha. E-Arena's just seeing if they can make sure to secure these and not feed them over to Alpha, but there's just too much. Like, this little bit of a lower positioning is everything that Alpha needs to kind of steal these away. E-Arena, though, does manage to get the nade right on top, get the flushes, and pick up the kill. So that is going to be Alpha now lined up against E-Arena.
Yeah, and E-Arena hold all the cards. They've got center circle, they've got compound for cover. They can create more, and you can see that Alpha, they're just bringing in anything they can. Deployable cover being called in from the sky, but if you can get Lyrics on this roof and the information he's able to gather from just peeking over and seeing throw pawns on these windows, there's not very much APG can do to catch them by surprise. They're just going to have to brute force it with that Lynx.
I guess just trying to make sure that nothing was going on over there as it looks like it's going to be a vehicle push to see if they can get into closer range. Going to be hard. Lyrics, it's a great shot on the POW right off the start of this. Follows it up. E-Arena's just got too much control. Alpha, I don't even know what you can do. The swarm is starting to come for you, and there is no way to get into this circle easy. It's a matter of just which E-Arena player is going to be the one to get it. Need to finish it off, and E-Arena takes it with 11 kills.
Yeah, big win for them. 21 points, just guaranteeing the fact that we will see them playing in the winners tomorrow. But what a game that was for some teams that needed points. JDG dominated up on the northern side, picking up kill after kill after kill. And I'm going to bring you back in, Poro. Like, I was just really impressed about the way that JDG timed their flushing. Like, didn't rush in on the first knock. They waited, pushed into the fight when Falcons were weak, when Myth were weak, and picked up a bunch of kills off it.
Yeah, JDG looked decent in there, although, was it them that almost got 1v4'd?
Yeah, but it's Jacob. It is Jacob.
Okay, yeah, Jacob. It's like we saw example body Gen G a little bit earlier in that game too. But no, I mean this is the JDG we've kind of been expecting, right? Like they had a lot of success regionally, and it hasn't really shown on the international stage just yet. But they've started to show some signs of life, and taking care of Navi right there is a pretty good way to start off your game for sure.
Looking forward into everything on it. Go ahead, Toffies. I mean, Toffees, you nailed it off of that. I mean, it's so many individual plays coming in off. I think that we might have missed a little bit of it. Do you want to toss that back out to us?
Yeah, that's my bad. I didn't want you guys listening to me during the game. That said, I was blown away by the individual games. Jacob in particular, the fact that Poro literally was like, this is what happens with APEC. Jacob's gonna 3-piece and maybe get a 4 here because that's just the way it works. And then example, literally, do you guys remember that play in EWC, which I think was probably the play of the year, where he like got a triple and then ducked underneath a car that flew over him and then popped back up? Literally the exact same setup that he did in this game. He just didn't duck under a car. But like if it's a crater in the middle of the map, example unstoppable.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, right, with players like him, they just have a way. I think Matt called it out in the broadcast, but they've just got a way of putting themselves in winning positions in gunfights. They don't even think about it consciously. They just know, if I move a little bit to the right, I get the advantage on the peak, I win the gunfight. It's like a flow state these players get into. But let's have a look at the stats from our winners. A bunch of kills from Opons and Patampong, but I guess the sign of a good team is always to win the games you're supposed to. And the compound that E-Arena had, with the circles they got, they were supposed to win that game, and they did.
Well, it was also a dicey set of circles anyway, so it was kind of a gamble on wherever you were going for. So a couple of territory pieces that kind of went unclaimed because I think that some people just thought that they wouldn't, but E-Arena did manage to get to this point pretty early. Remember, they also had, if I'm remembering right, weren't they the ones that had to cross from the bridge, deal with a slight bridge camp, and then cut hard west immediately? So that's what led them to this game-winning compound. So it's not like they just got it for free. They managed to have to push their way through and kept multiple players up while everybody else was kind of fighting on the hillsides, because it felt like Poro, everything was about that JDG hillside, and it's no surprise that Cold 119 is our man of the match due to it.
No, yeah, they did a great job. Obviously, starting with that hold against Navi, but yeah, I mean the hardships going back down to the coastline worked out a treat for E-Arena, and as you said, Gibson, you got to win the games you're supposed to win, and they were supposed to win that. Sometimes you get compound blessed, but you got to get the W to go along with it, along with a nice little stack of kills for themselves. That should be them set for winner's bracket. With 2 games remaining, though, there's some pretty big names below that cut line, Toffees.
Yeah, let's get into that, because let's look at the overall leaderboards here in just a second. You said it, 2 games left to play. If you are below 16, then you have to go straight to the survival rounds, and you do not want to do that. You want to be in winners tomorrow, because that also sets you up for future weeks when we have to go through the same process over again. This is the only group stage you have to perform here. Let's look at that cut. Petrichor, Geek, Virtus Pro, these guys all looking very, very comfortable. E-Arena will join that echelon of pre-qualified in the norths of 40s. And you rock over to the other side, where you've got teams like Tyloo, Vitality, Twisted Minds here at the 28 through 26. Now, if I remember correctly, Gibson, you projected somewhere in the ballpark of 25. Is that correct?
I think it's going to be a little bit higher than that. I think anyone's legend are at real risk at this point in time. The question is, does it go kind of a little further north of that point? I don't know, you're asking for a lot of teams in the bottom half to have big games for that to happen. So I think anyone's Legend are the one that's really at risk.
Right, because it's not, that is a tenable point total. When you look at that and you're like, guys, it's only 15 and you got to get to 25. That is true, but you only have 2 games to do it. And how often do we see more than one team bop off with a 20 banger in a game, right? Or more than one. So that means in the next 2, you've got 2 to 3 teams that have that shot to play catch up. Sharper Image or Sharper Esports, not Sharper Image, gone, dusted. See you next time, buddy. You guys are cooked. That is the big question, though. Can anyone's Legend hold on to that roster spot? Because the chase is very good. That said, it can be anybody's game, Matt. There are some teams here on the bottom that have shown us glimpses of brilliance, and if they catch a circle or two, could very easily put up a 22-point game and qualify for the winner's division with no questions asked.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if the bottom if they've managed to feast up, we could see that point total be 28, maybe 30 points, a bit dicey no matter what. But we do have an interview ready with Nemesis, a little bit of insights on what it's like playing through the series right now.
Hello everyone, we're having Diffix standing right here from Nemesis, and let's say hello to the audience.
Hello.
Hello. And the question is, like, what the biggest turning point in the last match?
In my opinion, the most turning point in this match was that T1 gave us positions closer to the center because they wanted to fight on the edge for some reason, and we took it. And after this, there was basically no big chance for them to recover after this.
All right. So what is the biggest challenge today for you?
I don't think it was big challenge for us. There was even a challenge for us. I think we were just prepared and ready to take any actions which was needed to play well today.
I like your confidence. And next question is, what's your strategy for the rest of the group stage?
There is no specific strategy. We will play the same as we played last 4 games, because we want to practice, we want to play more just on the international stage. So yeah.
All right, maybe tomorrow's schedule is much more important. So that's all for the interview for Diffix. Hope you have behave good in the in the game. See you next game. Bye bye.
Bye.
That's a fascinating. Okay, it's a fascinating question. I'm not sure what's going on there, Jinxie, but what is your strategy for the rest of the group stages with 2 games left to play and 30 points already in the docket? And I think the strategy is, and I love that, just keep doing what we're doing. That is respectable because they have the ability to mess with people and they're not going to. But I will mess with some people right now, and that is Gibson and Matchroom. I'm going to send you guys back to the digital green room to rest up before the final.
Be gone!
Be gone! We banish you into the nether, which is the place below the Minecraft world. Anyway, I learned that.
Yeah.
Thanks. There's something called an Enderman. He's very scary.
We're getting some hot news, fresh off the presses on Minecraft lore. That's been around for forever. Well, there you go. Circle all the way into the northeast. Everybody's going to have to travel to get into this one, so that south side might get a little bit rambunctious, but honestly, I think this is who you got to have your eyes on, right? This is how E-Arena does is how the cut line's going to do. And so far today, obviously a win there for him in the last game, but before that, they had a 2nd place with 7 kills and a 3rd place with 4. So it's they've been pretty good all day long. It's not like they're resting on their laurels of just one good game of getting a compound. They could kind of start sponging up things a little bit here. Same with JDG and Nemesis. They are in a position to where they could make that cut line a lot lower.
I've actually been excited to watch E-Arena play. I do believe losing Jacob has, we talked a little bit earlier, has to just be a gutting experience to have your IGL yanked out from under you, moves over to Myth, which is a team that has just been a rival for you, and a team that continues to just perform well. And then all of a sudden, E-Arena, over the last couple of weeks, has just found a recipe that's starting to work for them. I don't know even who they put in charge of calling. I don't have that to hand right now. But whatever it is, their system is sort of back into place. And I think that if they keep improving or showing out the way that they have, this is going to be a strong team yet again, which to me speaks volumes to the value of the other 3 players. To say listen, man, that sucked. We lost a really valuable player. We're going to switch it up. And then to still be able to compete in a top 5 to 10 position on a regular basis is incredibly impressive to me.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've seen other teams that we constantly talk about that we constantly think there should be in the competition for top spot that make those roster changes and don't have that amount of success. So, kudos to them for figuring out something, at least to start off this. And now it's just kind of finding that consistency, right? Trying to get all the way to the end. But making grand finals, I think, was probably the bare minimum bar for E-Arena. And now it's the question of, like, how high can you go? A few more games like they got last time, and a little bit of luck they go their way, they could be competing for that top spot for sure.
I'm going to say that this may be the hardest hitting comment that I have seen in chat come through in a very long time.
What do we got?
Renee MW just got here, and I assume looked at the scoreboard for the first time and just said 2 points. Good Lord. And it's not wrong. It's not wrong, because this, Godlike not having the greatest time. And I do think do you think this is something where it's an out of practice? It's just been so long since they've been able to consistently play at this level because of the format this year that they're just getting their feet under them and they could still bounce back? I mean, because we're 5 games in now and I'm still not seeing any light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, you would have expected to see something, right? Like 2 points in 4, what do we have? 4 games, 5, and now going into the 5th game. So yeah, 4 games is not what you'd expect. Like, that's below expectation. Obviously, it's been a while since these guys played in any international tournament, and obviously this first time is a team that they're going through. But then you turn around, you look at Nemesis, right? Like, they have the same excuses, but they're finding success. So, something's got to change. Something's got to fix. Whether it's just shaking the nerves off, getting comfortable, getting confidence back, whatever it is, they got to figure it out. And they've got time. Maybe it's not in this circuit or series, but they've got some time to figure it out before PGC.
And for those of you guys who maybe are just waking up because we've ran the entire gambit of time zones here today, a reminder that it ain't welcome. At the end of today, the top 16 teams will advance to the winners series tomorrow, where the top 8 teams will go straight to the grand final. The bottom 8 teams will have a day off, Godlike, to figure out what went wrong and try to bounce back. And the bottom 8 teams from tomorrow also have to go to that sort of last chance qualifier. So it's not just over yet. There's plenty of time to adjust. I think a team like Godlike could actually do well sitting and watching, taking some extra time, saying, okay, now we understand the pace of the lobby. Let's watch aggressively today. Let's watch our tapes, and let's go back and say, with what we have felt, because I think that's something we underestimate, is the feel of a PUBG lobby is not something that you can just pick up. Like, we do events sometimes, and we'll bring in a new expert or an analyst or somebody to help out, and a lot of times it's just like, they'll say, like, that pace, the idea of how the game works and the level of play within that lobby is something you can't really wrap your head around until you've experienced it or just been around it for an incredibly long time.
Yeah, no, it's a tough game. It's a tough game at the highest levels. It turns into a whole different animal, and these guys know it. All of those guys on Godlike have plenty of international LAN experience, just not together, right? Like, it's for some of them it's been a little bit of time. But I mean, you talk Tony coming off that Brazil PNC winning team, so they've got a pedigree as well. It's and again, it's one day, right? Like, it's a very, very, very tough day.
It's a very tough day,
and just have all this time and sit there and if things start off poor, then trying to change the direction of the boat, and it's tough. It's tough. So yeah, you're right. I mean, I think it may benefit them to have that extra day to kind of just have a full mental reset.
I think it would, because I do think I enjoy this Cup series that we're doing and the way that it's creating a weekly performance-based experience for the teams in all the different regions. One of my worries about it is that I think that it's galvanizing metas across the globe, right? Because it's not your top couple of teams from the region, it's everybody else, and you're all playing each other in a competitive format. So it's not like scrim testing. And I think that you are starting to, we're seeing teams that are stuck in not stuck, but are playing exclusively regionally at this level, sometimes finding themselves stuck in a meta that's not shifting quickly enough when they do get the call up to the big 16, to the big 24. And so I think that is something that we see at these, where it takes time for our Cup teams and those out of the cycle to be like, oh man, just because it felt this way playing in the Americas does not mean it's going to translate two of the internationals with these guys who've been traveling, playing the best of the best teams for the last, 5 weeks they've been on the road, playing some of the highest tournaments, biggest paying outputs, huge events. That's tough to fight with.
Yeah, and don't think that we're picking on Godlike. Like Godlike, they've got a lot of excuses. I mean, look 2 spots up the leaderboard, T1 and Supers, a lot less excuses on that one. So that one is a lot more shocking to me for sure. That those 2 teams are not having success yet. But it's the same goes for them. Like they'll have this extra day to kind of go back to the table and sit down and talk with the coaches, talk with each other, and figure out how to go about the next few days. So,
yeah, I think that's really actually T1's interesting to me because this is a team that I think they got 10th at EWC and they got 10th at Games of the Future.
It's a damn good team, man.
Yep,
it's a really good team.
To see them with 6 points as a double 10th at big events, that's pretty wild. But let's jump over to Myth, where they are fighting right now with JDG yet again.
Yeah, and Myth below the cut line. Like that's
nuts.
I mean, you talk coming into this thing, Virtus Pro and Myth, probably the 2 names at the top of your list as far as like teams that you have your eyes on to come home with a championship, or not a championship, but the winning of the circuit. And this is not the way I think anybody expected these guys to start. So again, plenty of time to reset. So. You can only take so much in when you're playing your best of 6 throughout the course of 12 hours. Like it's a very tough day these guys are faced with.
I kind of also wonder so they were favorites coming in. Everybody was scared of them. The group stages at EWC were wild for Myth. Then they get into the main stages and they really just don't perform at the standard that I think everyone expected. And they go to the next one, they still finish top 8, but it's still an underwhelming performance. And I wonder if that takes a toll on the team when you're like, man, why are we so good except for when we get to the finals? Sure, we win these PGSs, and they did because they looked great on their honeymoon. But it seems like it has slowed down a little bit, at least in the form of KISS. And I guess my question is this dependent on when KISS is not having a great day, Myth is just middle of the road? Or is it a larger symptom of how the team synergy is developing as the honeymoon phase ends?
It's tough to say, isn't it? I mean, Jacob is an amazing player. Scappy, Baron is also an amazing player. KISS obviously gets a lot of the highlights because he's just that guy, right? Like he kind of finds himself in those positions. But I don't know, man. It feels like this is more of a symptom of where the game is currently at right now. It feels like it is so incredibly tough to dig yourself out of a hole once you find yourself in one. Like it's so hard. Like, and meanwhile, on the opposite side of that coin, if you start off good, it feels like it's much easier to build off of that just because of how everybody is playing and having to play. Be that because of the perspective or because of like terrain, destructible terrain, all that stuff, or because of hard shifts. Good God, the new land, removing land ratio, getting all these new circles and heat maps that guys have been putting together for the past 4 years now no longer apply, and you're still having to make those calls on the fly. Like it's really, really tough to pull yourself out of a hole. And this is where that experience comes into play, and having that strong mental fortitude really to kind of not let yourself get tilted.
This is also where I do my public service announcement that I do every once in a while. But these guys are on LAN, and we also need to remember that when you have a bad game, you're in a vacuum. When your team gets wiped, the 4 of you sit there with headsets on and a black screen in front of you, and you have to talk about what went wrong. And honestly, if you've ever hung out with any human for longer than 15 minutes, there's a good chance that at some point you're going to try to start to break things down and understand it and assign blame. And that can be something that is incredibly hard for teams to bounce back out throughout the entire day, because it happens once and you're frustrated. It happens 2, 3, 4 times in a day. And you just have to sit there as a group and be like, man, we stink. And that is mentally really, really tough, which again is where I think I lean into coaches in PUBG build a mental tenacity in their players beyond a lot of other games, because you have to survive those death spirals of just sitting there and living in your failures for 40 minutes at a time.
Absolutely. No, I mean, one of the biggest things in any competitive endeavor is, if you're in a team sport, it's how you give and how you receive criticism when things are going poorly, and that's one of the biggest parts of team chemistry, right? Like that's one of the reasons. I mean, honestly, if we're being honest about Gen G, that's one of the reasons why I think Gen G is having trouble, because we were talking about it earlier. Like, they have some of the best players in that region, some of the best players in the world that they put on this squad together. But if the chemistry is not there, it's not going to matter. Like, the tournament is just so long, and you have to be able to talk to each other and do it in such a way that everybody is going to come out feeling better about things and not get themselves tilted.
Oof.
There's a kiss.
What? There's kiss.
Oh, the double?
And
There he
there's
is.
the nade. Easy peasy, sir. He heard me saying, when's Kiss going to turn on? And he came out with the kiss of death. Beautiful little play there as he makes another move.
It's a human highlight reel. It's just, and that's, I mean, there's a number of teams that are like that as Nemesis will get eliminated, but I think they're okay. 36 points, they're fine. Yeah. But yeah, like this is the kind of thing that can save you, is when you have those superstar players that make those big plays like that, and kind of keep your head above water, right? So like that's a very, very nice thing to have if you're a team like Myth or a team like Navi. Here's Navi now find themselves in a scrap with 4am. Winda get taken down by Fairest.
Ooh, he did not catch wind of that coming as Ferris makes a nice move around. The nade bounces right behind him. He cannot get away. He's got to fall back. He's going to be crawling. His team's got a little bit of cover there. Hakatori says, come on, man. I'll cover you while you make your way in. Goes out, throws out a nice little smoke to slow down any advance. Saw the head peek. Sick, baby. As he taps the top of the forehead. He's got to get over there and try to get that res. Cooks a nade. Panzerfaust creeping up, dude. 4am is up to no good.
Spaceman with 1 HP. Shen just waiting for somebody to peek around. But the good work from Navi, throwing those smokes down, slowing down the process,
Classic
not giving Shen a free path in. Haven't gone for the res on Winda just yet. I think they're just really concerned about one of these superstar players from Navi coming in. But now you see more motion going on in the background as Myth is going to come and take the long building.
Myth's coming in fast. Shen running around showing everybody his Panzerfaust saying stay away, but it's not going to last as Myth gets long building. Comfortable spot up here to cause a lot of trouble. They're going to try everything they can to keep him out. I like that Kiss is preemptively blowing this entrance to making sure that they check every door before they push up to the high ground, because this is a notoriously difficult building to play.
As well they should. It's a good building to hold, but a really hard building to push, and Myth is going to be very happy that they end up getting that for free and maybe find themselves in a position where they can get a couple of points off of this Navi 4am fight that seems to have stalled out for the time being. I think the arrival of Myth maybe put both 4am and Navi on the back foot as the reses have come through. 4am still down one player, but actually no, they got all four up. Okay, we're good to go. It's a full 4v4.
Well, it changes the nature of the fight. Before they were using Longhouse as their base of like pivot out to make sure nobody took Longhouse. So they're fighting on the far side of the warehouse. Now that Myth has landed here, they're going to move the entire fight to the opposite side of the two warehouses. So what we saw is the leapfrogging as we reposition down towards that side, and that's where we're going to have to fight on the circle around with each other. The problem is you've also got a few other teams coming across that. I think it's Twisted Mind's going to be just over that ridge in a few minutes. Alpha is also going to be pulling through here in just a minute. So that fight, because it's not ended, is going to, I think, become a stalemate, Poro, where 4am is just going to be staring across the divide to Navi without either of them being too brave, because you have to push the middle now.
Yeah, both of them are very concerned about getting crashed, as they should be. Lou, I think, just waiting for word from his teammate about exactly where Alpha might be. Alpha has a mortar of their own.
Calculating.
Lou actually looking over towards Gen G, so maybe a little bit too close there for Alpha.
Calculating. The professor's mind is at work as Lou prepares to set that off. I keep waiting. It's going to be perfect. I know it's going to be perfect when he finally shoots it. There it is. Oh, calculating. Calculating. Come on. Come on. What a letdown.
Yeah.
That's a push mortar, right?
It very well could be.
Yep, I think it is.
The new circle has popped. They have to cross the road. They know that Alpha's over there. Full Sense does get eliminated before. I think, he just went down to blue. So before any backstabbing could be done. JDG, though, better dance around. Oh, they saw
no car for you. That was not a positioning mortar, I don't think. That was just a... Okay, wait, we got more! We got more!
Yeah, 157 meters. That feels definitely positional because you can see he's looking off in the distance. Just getting the call from Batu.
Yep.
And that should be a nice little spot there to play. It's going to put them right in throwable range of Gen G, though.
So
we'll see if Gen G is able to focus on that, though, because you got E-Arena making their way across and 17 coming up from the bottom as well.
That JDG mortar we saw to hit the car was to stop them from pushing this hole that they just dug. Because they knew that first hole was blown open, and if they did a second one, JDG would try to backfill that spot, I think. And so that was a beautiful grenade mortar to take that away from them.
Oh, nice. E-Arena will get that first knock on the Little Ghost, but the good news for Twisted here is that E-Arena is a little bit preoccupied with 17. Actually, it's just Nurens. The rest of E-Arena are actually looking over towards Twisted, so E-Arena, now that they have a little bit of a lead here, they can feel a little bit more confident in how they go about their business here on that western side. Twisted will keep that smoke wall down, play around it, slow things down as best they can, but now Gen G is getting involved, and now Twisted gonna have to dance around, hear these grenades coming, a little bit of damage come through, but no knocks just yet.
It went from a wild flight between 4 a.m. to Na'Vi to a camp fest, and now the hill is where the death reigns. Opon's on the low ground, does look across the ground. They got the knock on Batulin. There's no hope in saving him that I can believe is possible, as he's stuck on that side of the road. Opon's looking for the flushes up on top. The fights do continue as the rest of Twisted Mind's going to try to hold this position, but Gen G over there, and the nade's coming out. That's a double knock.
Yeah, I mean, you always felt like it was coming, didn't you? I mean, the arena, as long as they focus down in one location, then they could actually rip them apart. And there goes Twisted Mind. 17 is not going to be far behind him as Falcons backstab them. But now E-Arena, they focus so much on Twisted that it's allowed Gen G to start coming over here and catching them as well. So now Opons have the blue zone right on him, and Alpha. They're going to backfill Twisted, and they're going to do a boatload of damage. That might be it for E-Arena.
Nice move by Tycon with that spray coming out the gate. Alpha Gaming going to push forward real quick, like E-Arena is knocked out of the game as the fight continues. The real winners of this exchange has been Na'Vi and 4 a.m. as they're still trying to figure out how to get out of the warehouse. Nice pick and move by Pau there. Get a little drink. Diane stand-in, trying to help out here, trying to make a move, but he's walking to a very full... Does he know how many people are in here? Does he know?
That is ambitious to say the least.
That was very ambitious.
Gotta make that run. Well, Hackatori will eat that up every day. But this is good for Alpha, though. Like, it is... it just goes to show you what that team's capable of whenever things are going their way. But that's kind of the problem with Alpha, too, isn't it? It feels like they're live or die by the farm game.
Yeah.
And if they don't get it, then they find themselves kind of behind the 8 ball here as we see more mortars sailing over towards Supers. Godlike coming alive here a little bit. I saw them in the kill feed. Look at that.
Look at that. Things are looking up. They're close to qualify.
Couldn't look any further down.
Very true. All right, so Scappy, nice shot there as Myth is out here. They took that long build. They've been really working well with it. Alpha's going to come forward. Panzerfaust in hands. Good nade to open from Scappy. Not going to have the distance. It does. It was right in the hole, but it bounced out. Stupid pickaxe.
Oh, Scapperson. That was almost perfectly cooked here. Baron still doing their best to defend as much as they can, and that it is a firefight. Alpha does go down in the end. Gen G alive by a collective 5 HP, but that Scappy Mortar will take down D. Soul, the last player left alive, as Falcons continue to hold on this south side. They've been on this ridgeline for a while. They're up to 5 kills now, and this might be another one, as Soul is the last one left alive for Gen G.
I mean, this is awesome. Falcons has nobody to their south. They've been able to just get utility kills left and right. The question is, how much utility do they still have to continue throwing in here? The good news is once they clear it out, they can take the spot themselves.
That's so many crates there, too. So many crates there for Falcons. Well, Na'Vi finally taking the fight over towards 4 a.m. Winda has already been knocked, but Shen and HSM, or Hasameme, have a nice little fortification built for themselves, but look at this nasty little angle here from Hackatory. The only thing Navi has to be really concerned about is Myth. If Myth, they've left their long building, they're starting to try to take these flanking angles, and they could cause problems for Navi if they're not careful.
Look to the sky for Hackatory's death from above as he circles around. 4 a.m. There's the flash, comes in from the top. A little bit of a pop flash to buy some space. Hasameme with the Panzerfaust. They've been popping this around. I think Shen handed it over to him unless they got two, which would be crazy. Looking to get that play. Shoots it, misses. Not going to be up in time. It's just Hackatory harassing while his guys try to make this corner push. Oh no!
There's just nothing they can do, but Hasameme will spot out Booster before he's able to come in, but Shen's looking in the right direction. It doesn't matter! He takes the quick flick and will take down Fairest. Hackatory now on the roofs will be the last player left alive for Navi, but now Myth knows that 4 a.m. is in a tough spot, as actually it's going to be Heather from range going to take down HSM as Shen, the last player left alive. Myth still just, I think they would love to get more involved in this, but T1 is just making it so that they can't.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the outside of these. They're just holding down the outside of the warehouses. Hackatory does make a move on Kiss, though, outside. He's going to reveal himself now. Went for that flush, not able to get it as Kiss crawls back under cover. Falcon's going to go ahead and make Hackatory lay down.
Ooh.
Tiggleton said, those are my kills.
I'm saying Myth is very happy that Falcons landed those couple of shots there as the blue zone has arrived. Hackatory going to try to do a little bit more damage.
Yep.
But, yeah, he's going to finally drop that one. Picks up the shotgun, though. The Pumpy Shen trying to go for the flanking angle. Doesn't matter. Raining will be the one that gets him down, and Navi goes down in 7.
Navi is out. Somebody tell Navi that they have been eliminated because they're still trying to get points on the scoreboard. But I assure you, they are no longer with us. They exit. 4am left with 2 at the back end of the standoff, and Myth comes away from this situation as the winners there, as they still stand with 3 in the longhouse.
Okay, this stands to be a good game for Falcons. Maybe for Supers here, too. T1 actually finally finding their footing. 5 kills now, but it's still down there in 23rd place. That's just how bad today has been so far for T1 and Supers. Both of those teams desperately need to get some points here, and they know it. It's knocked there from raining onto Scappy as Shrimsy takes down Baron. Shen going to try to, or Hasameme rather, going to try to make the run across. Does manage to get there, but Kiss has that Panzerfaust waiting, and oh, he times it perfectly.
Too many Panzers. That said, a lot of the teams who are still standing right now are teams that desperately need it. We talked about the Falcons with an underwhelming performance so far in their first 3. In the last one, Soup desperate for points, T1 desperate for points, Godlike. I'm not even going to say desperate for points because it's beyond that right now. But the nades come out. The kills are hunting. A nice shot on Heaven drops down, and the Falcons look like they're going to be coming with full force.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, remember when we talked about the Falcons were able to take down Gen G, and they were able to pick up a bunch of utility off of that. They keep Godlike in this game. Fana, though, in that little dip, that could be problems if Falcons don't read it, but it looks like Shrimsy spotted it out. Yeah, they're not going to take that risk. They know to expect somebody in there. There you go. He's going to go into the smoke as Raining will try to hold down Myth, and he's going to do a damn good job of it. 2 down now, 1 left alive. Scappy will take down Raining. Heather and Type don't have the angles here. As Scappy, is he going to actually try to go for this res?
Nice.
There's no way he gets away with that. Good grenade. Type. Oh, he high pointed. He was going to try to run him over, but Scappy has to play around the outside.
They're going to go ahead and make the push here. He's got Type with the cover. Falcon's going to be pushing from the back. They don't have a lot of time because you know the Falcons are hungry little birds. Type's got to try to make the move. Slides to the left. Blue zone's going to push him backwards into the waiting hands of the Falcons as they prepare to push up on however this fight ends up. Scappy sets the grenade, or sorry, the smoke. Tries to buy himself a little bit of space. Molotov to zone everyone to the left, and he jukes around to the right side. Not enough though.
Oh no. The shotgun, the shotgun! He gets 1, he gets another one! Scappy! Myth is so much of a problem when they're down to 1, and T1 is now down to Heather, and Falcons are just collapsing as quickly as they can. They smell the win. 9 kills already. Let's see if we can make it 10.
Heather may have been the myth buster, but the Falcons smell blood, and they come all hunting from the high ground. They spray the smoke, they flush Heather, and they finish the job. Falcons walk away with a win, and a much needed one based on the first couple of games we saw out of them. But that is why the group stages are so chaotic. Any given game can be the one that puts you over the edge for the qualifier. Let's get Matcham and Gibson back in here. That was a pleasure to do that game. A wild start to finish. Warehouses, mortars, noob tubes for days, gentlemen. What was your favorite part, Matt?
Oh, man. You have to kind of give it to the Scabby hole at the end, but the other side of that, the technical positioning coming up from Falcons and just the way that they played that was so fun to watch. The way that they held the ridgeline, the way that it all kind of navigated through. But you're right, that warehouse, that was dicey stuff, man. What do we have, like 5 different teams kind of end up converging around that position at one point? It was pretty ridiculous. They were all there at the same time, but it was kind of take one down, pass it around there for a bit.
Yeah, any Portland Storm kind of what it looked like at some points. But the big thing for me, the takeaway from that is that was a great handbrake knock. But for me, it's the fact that a bunch of the teams that were in the hunt have done just enough to give themselves a chance going into the last map. Now, remember, this is PUBG. All of those teams could fall in the first 10 to 15 minutes, and you know everyone could kind of be happy that they're already in the top 16. But T1, they've given themselves a chance. They're definitely in the hunt now to get into that top 16, and that's what you want going into the final map of the day.
Well, I think most people would want to not have to worry about it, but yes, leaving yourself in a position where you are not out of it is 100% a desired outrun. Now, we talk about that. The other side is there's a bunch of teams that are qualified at this point, Matcham, that have to feel very comfortable going into the last game. A lot of them say they do their same system. They don't change anything, but it seems like at that point it kind of has to change because the teams that you're going against that are also qualified are not. It feels like you're not playing with the same skin in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's going to be some desperation for a couple of teams that are just going to be trying to find anything that they can conceivably get. Like Vulturing maybe playing a little bit more aggressive. You might even see a squad go, okay, well, let's just try to avoid like the first 4 circles and eat blue so we can come in late, be 4 man up. This is where the squads like Godlight, who could imagine having a big game, have held out all the way until the end and now have to make it happen in the last one. That's when the pressure is really going to start to mount, and it's going to start getting in the back of your head on every single decision that you're going to be making going forward through this round. That's why you never leave it until the end. Falcons rejoicing that they don't necessarily have to worry about that anymore.
I mean, look at that picture. You're telling me he doesn't have Unk energy? Living the dream. Shrimsy, 3 kills over there. Gustav, the new in-game leader, though it sounds like he's handling a lot of the sort of the fight calls while the team is still working together on the macro. I kind of like the way that this strategy is developing, Poro, with this, I want to say, a slightly more aggressive Falcons.
Yeah, it's a process, right? Like you've got to figure out how to actually communicate all that stuff. Like Gustav is used to doing things in a certain way from all of his years of experience, and that's why they brought him on in the first place, right? So now that he's here, let's let him do what he does, but we got to figure out how best to work around that. And when it's going well, like it was that game, it obviously is going really well as we see Scappy getting your man of the match. It feels like, I'll tell you what, Tobbies, it also feels like we're starting to see our star players are getting warmed up. Because we're starting to see some highlight reel plays out of these guys.
Scappy be looking real good. Match leaderboard, 19 points goes the way of the Falcons. T1, who also needed points, gets themselves 15. Godlike gets themselves 9. I mean, that's pretty super up there as well. This is great, Gibson, to see the teams that needed it. I think we're going to have a pretty good race here on the final game when we see this overall leaderboard.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We wanted a couple of teams to put themselves in a position to make a run in the last map. Now, let's remember, only 1, maybe 2 teams can make a run at it. Like, there's not enough points to go around for everybody to have a chance in the final circle. But as we look at kind of the teams that are in that top spot, like, everybody on your screen right now, they're playing at the weekend. You don't need to worry about these 12. We'll see them, sorry, not playing the weekend, they're playing tomorrow. It's those next few spots that are up for grabs. I think T1, they're really heating up now. They're my kind of team to watch going into the final map.
I mean, they were a team to watch this year that's been a little bit slow, but let's look at that. Okay, so 16 is the cutoff. You can see how it gets gray below that. 26 points is where we sit currently, and it is teams that have already played 6 are essentially done playing at this point. Anyone's Legend, you guys are right. Knocked out already at that 25. Not a lot of hope left. So the fight actually becomes maybe some of those teams on the left side aren't as safe as we thought they were. 26 to 28 across the board is pretty impressive for some of these teams.
The fact that we're looking at so many 28s is kind of insane, given that there is the potential when we look at T1, Alpha, Gen G, I mean, even Supers, there is enough points spread across that those guys only need, like, what? Supers only really need, like, 9.
Yeah,
that's a couple of squad wipes and some placement points. Gen G, not far away. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. I think Gibson's right, though. I mean, it's Vitality, Tai Lu, Foreign Men, and Made in Thailand. It's which of you drops the ball the hardest in this one that becomes at risk, right? So, and that's also, they have to also drop the ball. That's the hard measure for me, is that the teams who are on Chase still need those 4 teams to have 2-point games, or you know what I mean? And that's something that's also hard to get these guys to do. So it's gonna be a very tall order for our Chase pack, but they were able to set themselves up on the last game, and I'm not mad about it. All right, if there is a team that is below the 16th cutoff that you think has a shot at doing it, you can either say none, or you can tell me who you think is the team that can make the run. Poro.
T1. T1 and Supers, honestly. Like, they should have been above that cut line already, but it's just been a slog of the day so far. But now you see them finding success. They put themselves in good position. They were just straight up winning fights, obviously, with the exception of going up against the most dangerous thing in PUBG right now, which apparently is a solo player from Myth. You just don't want to see that in your screen at all. Or a car. But yeah, no, I mean, I think T1 coming off of that second place with 9 kills, like that feels like they've started to get the ball rolling a little bit. And with 1 game remaining, as you said, you only need just a handful of points to get up there. So I believe.
Listen, I don't have time for you guys to answer the question. I've heard that 17 is waiting to give us an interview, and I'm more interested in what they have to say. Let's check in with 17.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview part. We have Xiao Didi from 17 Gaming. Let's say hello to the audience in English.
Hello, I'm Xiao Didi from 17 Gaming.
Oh, that's good. It's like fluently. And the first question for Xiao Didi is, what will be your biggest focus before the next match? 就在下一比赛，就是你们准备怎么样去准备呢？有什么需要注意的地方？没有吧，我今天想早点下班，因为我们4个人都病了。We're because we were like get cough, get fever, so we just want to quit earlier. And the second question is, what's your message would you want to send to your fans? 有没有想对粉丝说的话？不要对我们抱有太大的期望，不然失望会越高。Don't expect Don't expect us so much, because we are not kind of stable enough. So I'm afraid to let the fans disappointed. Yeah. And the third question is if your team had a theme song, what kind of music would it be? 就是如果你们的队伍是有一个主题曲的话，那这个音乐大概会是什么样的？我就形容一种类型吧。就是因为我们队伍比较慢热，然后就是一种从下到上的那种，就从下到上的那种感觉吧。我也说不出来。Okay, I just can describe a feeling like from an underdog to the top, something like that. And thanks for Xiao Didi taking the interview and the last game. Hope you have fun. Bye.
You see with those hard-hitting questions. Thank you for the interview with 17. I will say this is my takeaway from that one, is your fans are hard on you. Chinese fans must be very, very mean if their players are up there going, I just don't want to make them mad. I don't want to let them down, Matt.
If you've never been to one of the Chinese forums after an event, it is the little bit of a Wild West over there where they get a little bit bloodthirsty. So, talking about the underdog song needing right now is that you got to rise up, get that Rocky music playing in the background, something else like that, because you got to get hyped up because they're in China right now. So they're going to have fans coming up and telling them to their face they suck if they don't perform well. It is brutal there.
Well, the good news, guys, is that we're about 10 hours into the broadcast and we have an equipment issue. So it's going to be a little bit longer while we work it out. That's not, I'm on my, how many cups of coffee, you guys? I'm on 8 for so far today, which, is ridiculous because it's big.
I'm alive by the grace of a single Red Bull.
No. Well, it's all you can handle at your age. Your heart will go out. All right, so let's pivot.
Damn, dog.
Sorry, I'm in the same boat. I couldn't help myself. I asked Poro which team could bounce back and get in. I got to ask you guys, since we've got a little bit of a delay here. Gibson, of the bottom under the 16, who do you think has the highest shot of making that cut?
There's a team that nobody's mentioned yet, and that's Myth, right? This is a team that they've won PGSs already this year. They're roughly in the exact same position as the likes of Supers and T1. So I see no reason why they can't make a run as well. Like, it kind of came out of no.
They're above the cut line.
Shh. I didn't see that.
There was a reason why nobody mentioned
T1, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that T1 team.
All right, it's my turn, and I can't say T1 because everybody else said T1. So
say godlike, Matt. Go on, do it.
I believe. I'm going to say Gen G, just because why not? I mean, it's not fair because we have, T1, Gen G, and Super, so pick a Korean team. Although,
Alpha, bro. Alpha.
I see what you're doing. You went for Gen G because of D. You want to keep that little bit of Americas in there, right?
You know, that. So, take this away for a second. I'm going to go back to EWC for a minute.
So we need the D in the finals? Gotcha. Go ahead. I just
He's got to come up big. It's hard for him. All right, so let's talk about EWC. One of my favorite scenes was there was this comm where it was like Liquid talking, and it was in their in games, and they wiped Gen G, and you could hear Kurt go, "Oh, that was Gen G. Sorry, Cowboy." And I'm 99% sure it's because him and D are friends and have played here in North America, and was like, we have to kill them because this is what we do. But also, like, they have those relationships from how often you change teams, where it was like, I can remember Cowboy just being like, man, I hope Gen G does well today because I really, I want my guy to do a great job. So I love those relationships. I'm going to go with Alpha Gaming. I think that, they're wild. They do crazy things. They've got a banger of a roster. It's only 12 points. That's not that hard to do, right?
EWC was good for them.
Fine. Yeah.
Man, that team, though, like, they're either gonna make you look like a genius or a complete fool and go out with 0 points. Like, they are just so feast or famine. Like, it's really tough. But like we see what they're capable of, right? Like the Vicious, when they were the Vicious, second place overall at EWC. Like, they're a damn good team, and it's weird to see them here sitting in 19th with 19 points because like they're so much better than that.
Here's my argument though, is I feel like that has become the story for every team in this mid pack, right? Like, we're talking about feast or famine teams that are
right?
But like Na'Vi is in 12th with 28. Like, I think 28 is still kind of low for where we're sitting here. There have been feast or famine. They dominate events or they get their butt kicked. Myth dominates events or gets their butt kicked. Tyloo just always usually pretty bad. Anyone's Legend could be really good or really bad depending on the day. And so I do think that's one of those things where we're seeing that in the mid pack right now, where a lot of teams are just this feast or famine lifestyle. Match'em.
I mean, there is also something to be said that this lobby is pretty brutal whenever we look at the skill inside of it. And a lot of the players have been talking about that there are some major takeaway teams that you're looking at that have like very consistent performances. But when we look at the top of the leaderboard right now, what it's Petrichor, Rogue, and DK, I don't think that anybody was really expecting DK to be up there. That's kind of the nature of the beast whenever we look at 6 games, right? But in 6 games, like, who would you eliminate from the top 16 right now? What, Nemesis, we know, has pop-off capability. JD Gaming, 17. Full Sense has been very wishy-washy. But, I mean, it's hard because then when we end up kind of punching down on poor old Sharper and Godlike over here because they're not one of those teams that consistently get into the top 16. So whenever we look at T1, Gen G, Supers, Alpha, and the performances that we've seen, the Expendables, it's not necessarily that they're bad, it's just that this lobby is actually very competent almost all the way down through it. And that makes it very hard whenever we're looking at 6 games to be any form of consistent and praying for that pop-off game because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, as much as I have given Godlike and Sharper a really hard time, you're right. They're only 15 points behind some of the best teams in the world on a 6-game lobby. And that is something that, often I overlook. And I say these guys are just not performing as well as they should. But at the end of the day, this is brutal. The circles have not been easy either, Poor. We've had some pretty aggressive shifts up to like the north, some real big, like 2 or 3 ping pong games where it was just back and forth, constant movement for everybody. But I mean, that's the nature of PUBG these days. I mean, I think it was Falcons at EWCA who said PUBG happens. And, that just feels like a lot of teams are having to take on or adopt that mentality. But it looks like it's time for us to adopt the mentality of rubber meets road. This is where you've got to kick the tires, you've got to light the fires, you've got to find the points to make the top 16 and get to play tomorrow in the winners division. I'm going to turn it over to your casters one last time for today. It's Match'em and Good Gibson.
In 12th place, we've got a three-way tie at 28 points, leading all the way down. No, sorry, four-way tie going all the way down. Tyloo just 2 points back behind that, and that is our 16th place team at 26. T1, Gen G, Alpha, Supers. Can you make something crazy happen here? Can you find some type of comeback potential? Because this is going to be an absolutely wild situation to look at.
Yeah, Matt, 6 of our bottom 8 teams are playing in this map right now. So there's a bunch of teams who have still in their own destiny. And realistically, nobody is out of the hunt just yet. If you're in Group C or in Group A and you're playing right now, there's still a chance you can cross that threshold. But there's still a lot of PUBG to be played here on Tago before we work out who will be taking those final spots. Plane path has finished. Everyone is out of the plane now as Falcon's going for a wide split. You'd imagine Kick's going to pick up a glider, the rest of the team going to wall song. But I think one of the things we spoke about when we were speaking about America's teams was that Falcon sometimes can be aggressive and then they pull on the brakes a little bit towards the end to try to get the win. They played a strategic masterclass. You brought it up in the desk. They played that perfectly in the last map to get that win.
Yeah, it's one of those moments whenever you just play the patient game and kind of lead it in. We talk a lot about Gustav and the IGL role, but remember that Kickstart's also having to move back into much more of a frag-heavy, also a secondary, a support role. And so there's a lot of learning that's going on inside that roster. So whenever you start seeing him make more technical, like mental plays coming out of that and showing a little bit more control, and we've also seen them be a lot more fiery in circles 1 and 2 and try to capitalize and pounce on positions and set traps. It's showing the fact that there's a lot more arrows that you have that you can pull out of the quiver depending on the situation to make sure that you establish yourself. And that's what so many of these squads need to survive inside of lobbies like that. This is one of the reasons we talk so much about Batulins. Yeah, we make jokes about the fact that he's always on the high ground, but he's always on the high ground because he's trying to figure out the exact best way to destroy everybody around him.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is they call him the GOAT for the reason goats like to climb. But I want you to look at the circle for a second, Matt. Does this look familiar to you? Based on maybe something we might have casted earlier today?
Yeah, and we've been getting a lot of these kind of southern wall circles. I don't know what's going on with Ouyang, but it is the place, man. I don't know if it's like they got low taxes there or what. The circle just pushing everybody down, and we are gentrifying that whole area, circle after circle, it feels like.
And look at the difference as well. Because Myth haven't hot dropped Hospital with EA have gotten on the rotate early and they've actually ran into Gen G, one of the teams that needs some points badly. Lyrics has got one in his sights. Can he hit him? Yes, he can. D is going to get knocked and D is going to get flushed. One player down for Gen G, and that is not what they needed early on. But again, the difference. This shows you how much of an impact a hot drop has to the timing of everything you do in a game.
I mean, yeah, Gen G, this is not the start that you're necessarily wanting out of everything, but I mean, you're at least in a pretty decent spot on the circle. The Expendables are going to be just to the west of you, a squad that's going to be on the hunt. Of course, E-Arena down to the south. Myth going to be coming into the north. 4 Angry Men a bit more on that eastern lay. Most of the other squads are still kind of starting their rotations, except for the guys that are on that northwestern island. Only T1's making the rotate. Falcons, Supers, JD Gaming, not necessarily in that big of a rush.
Yeah, and Falcons and the likes of Supers, they can feel this one. I think Supers, they want to probably play.
A little bit.
Yeah, but I think that they don't need to be in a rush, right? Sometimes the best way to pick up points, especially in the position they are, it's not playing for center circle early. It's coming into the phase at the right time, picking up a few kills and third partying when you get the opportunity to.
Look at this production. Thank you so much. Giving us the entirety of the leaderboard here so that way we can see how it's all going to stack out where everybody is at position-wise on this leaderboard. As you can see, Vitality, Tyloo, and that 28, 26, anyone's legend at 25. And so it's going to be those squads back behind. How big of a game can any of those guys get? Thank you so much for showing us that. I appreciate it.
And look, we're watching one of the teams, T1, that I think a lot of us expect to get over that threshold. But again, pointing out the fact that this is PUBG. Like, who's to say T1 don't run into Twisted Minds or Navi on the way into the circle and we see them drop really early on? It's just, in PUBG, nothing is a given.
Well,
one thing I want to... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, with T1, I'm just confused because this is a squad I would expect to be able to pick up 5 kills per game and qualify perfectly fine. This one just kind of breaks my brain a little bit because they have been so aggressive, but like tactically aggressive. They make sure to make the right play to push in and find these kills, and then find clutches whenever there's just down to 2 of them to find a couple more points. That T1 feels a little bit lost today.
Yeah, but they're only 1 point off that on average, right? You said you expect them to get 5 points a game. They're on 21 points, so they're averaging more than 4 a game. It's just things have kind of worked out difficult for them. I feel like the games they played earlier today, that was a really tough group to be in. I feel like this group that they're in now against Group B might suit them a bit better. But speaking of teams rotating in, we're seeing Wembo get wiped by 17, and that's an easy pickup for Twisted Minds, who, you know, they're in 30 points as well. They've not had the best start to this PGS.
I mean, well, we've seen across several events the frustration that has been kind of mounting with Twisted Minds. It's, I don't necessarily want to say a fall from grace, but it's just a matter of trying to figure out how to make the things that made Twisted Minds so just dominant fit into this new environment of mortars and crazier rotates and BRDMs. We can see the fact that they're starting to figure out more of the BRDM and how they want to use it, but there's so many things that have happened since last EWC, if you think about it, that have just been kind of rolling out, that it feels like Twisted and these more cerebral teams have to try to go, okay, what are we looking at? How are we going to figure all this out? Uh-oh, Supers, this is not an easy rotate for you. You better play this one a bit safe, as it is going to be JD Gaming in front of you, waiting to see if you make that cross.
Yeah, now they're going to have to hit the brakes and rotate a little bit further away. So the important thing for Supers was they didn't lose anybody. Didn't get a point on a kill, but all 4 players are still up and alive. They're actually going to go straight over the same bridge. They've kept an eye on Team 1. I spoke about the trouble they could find themselves in here, Matt, and they're going to lose too early.
That is terrible for T1's chances. The squads that are needing it, and Gen G, T1 taking casualties early, and Alpha is starting to feel like there is an opportunity building as long as they can just stay alive.
Yeah, and this is the thing now. How do you play as a 2 from this point on? Like, they need points, but they can't afford to go really heavy and aggressive now with just 2 players left alive.
And 17 is pushing into the exact same spot that they're at. It looks like 17 is going to stop just a little bit above them, but this is terrible news for T1.
Have dodged it. 17 have gone on, so T1 are fine for now, but Twisted Minds may yet decide that they want to push into this position as well, because it's a pretty good one. You've got the fields nearby. Elsewhere though, Matt, teams that might need points looking towards the very south, you've got Alpha Gaming right on that coastline. They've went past Full Sense. They're about to go past GAM, the Expendables, another team who need a bunch of points in this map. Like, we could see something pop off between those 2 pretty soon.
Couple of shots now being exchanged, waiting for the new circle pop in about 5 seconds, and hoping that Alpha's praying that none of their tires pop in this rotate, as being along the coastline could be a problem. New circle reveals, and it does go down the south. That's going to be great for the squads that you're talking about. They're needing some points right now. Alpha now gets to play along the coastline, feeling great. The Expendables just on the outside of Hospital. Going to be loving that. Tanvu, you can see regrouping, even Godlike. It's got themselves a bit of a plateau that they can play in this more open section to the north on the hillsides, but in the due north, you can see that it's just going to be a little bit more dicey to rotate. Myth, Navi, all these guys stacked on top of each other, and it looks like they're sending towards the center right by E-Arena.
Yeah, and Alpha have managed to get themselves a little deeper into the circle, and that could be big for them inside this one as well. On 19 points, Navi, they have managed to successfully intersect with the position being held by E-Arena as they send it south of Hospital now as well. And it's all very clear, right? Hospital and further south is free real estate for a lot of these teams, and I want to see who's going to play it safely. Matt, this is the question I'll pose to you, and obviously you're not a player, you're not a coach. But if you're one of these teams that are on the wrong side of the cutoff, are you thinking kills are going to qualify us, or are you thinking passive, let's just get into the top 8 and see what happens from there?
It's got to be both. Unless you're one of them that's right at the cut line, like let's say T1 or something like that. If you're Godlike, you got to have both happen right now. And there is a open section of the circle that is down into the southeast that is got a lot of footpath potential that you can navigate. It's got a lot of terrain that the way that these circles have kind of popped, you're assuming that it's not going to stay inside the circle, but it gives you a lot of control on approach and maybe gives you the information to try to scout out and get those kills. Because I think that whenever we're looking at it, that stack of squads that are at 28 points, are going to be a problem for you if you're trying to qualify. You have to pray that they're going to go down, and that's not happening. It's all the squads that are trying to qualify that are losing people.
Yeah, Supers rotating in through the blue. You can see that they've got themselves a truck full of loot that they can use later on in the game. You'd imagine it's got a couple of spare helmets and vests, and you know what I love to see? I love it when they have a mortar. You know, keep one in the truck in case you need it a little bit later on. But their rotating's pretty safe, Matt. Like, looking at the map stream, they're finding a way into the circle where they're pathing. Godlike might be the team that could be the problem for them, but they're another few, 500-600 meters ahead. Yeah, there's the mortar we were speaking of.
Because here's the issue, though, is a lot of this is kind of fields. So even if you do manage to bypass where it's going to be Godlike, you're going to have to run closer to the Myth line, the Gen G line. Even if you make a send into Ouyang, that's where T1 is kind of repositioned into. It looks like JD Gaming going to do a little bit of scouting and a little bit of roaming down below. This is a setup so that way you can get some information on what's happening inside the circle, because whenever it's hospital set like this, there could be a lot of weird ways that it's going to play out, because now we get to see in about 2 more seconds who gets favor on it, and it stays south again. That is going to be big for those squads. That's going to be Alpha in the Expendables.
T1, they've got themselves back up to a full 4. That's worth pointing out as we watch Pat and Pom putting in the work on the Supers. 2 fall. D is going to get another one, but is this Supers falling to the losers bracket?
I mean, where do they even go? They're just getting splatted across that hillside. Everybody's just running through the death funnel where Supers are at. E Arena, Godlike going to be roaming over here. 17 taking some shots from everything from the outside of it. The Expendables also caught it to it. Supers do go down. They don't find the points in the round, and they're going to be playing for survival. Gen G now down 2. Wow.
Yeah, Gen G just got ran up on by Myth, so we've lost 2 of the teams in the chasing pack, so the picture gets a little bit clearer for those that are in the hunt. Myth, they've lost Jacob, but they've got themselves a position they can hold, but you've got Gam pushing in. The Expendables, they need these points, Matt, and they think that Myth are there to be taken.
Bounces on the nades are a bit hard to hit on that hillside, especially given all the explosions, so you got to make sure you bounce it just right over the side. Ooh, that was close, but Baron holds it. Trying to keep Myth in this for as long as possible. Are we going to see any external factors start to be more aggressive? JD Gaming looming around the outside of it, but here come the mortars. It's been pretty quiet on that front today. But are we going to see it whenever it matters?
Yeah, it looks like it's just a little too far away, Matt. So Myth getting an extra life. Don't run towards the mortars, Baron. You can... Right, that one was 2 shots. So Baron just about getting away with it. Shrimsy elsewhere gets a knock on to Tian Tian as Falcons start making their push into the circle, but let's stick on with this one. E-Arena still battling with Viet and Thailand as these 2 teams just have a knack of running into each other.
We're about to get some new friends in that Falcon 17 off of the mini-map. You can see they're stacking up as Falcons making a committed run in. Shot's going to connect Gustav and Little Ghost both as they just annihilate each other. 17, the defenders in the situation. Falcons come in very fast. It looks like 17's going to opt into playing the external wall while Falcons are going to go for the cover on the inside. Tig goes for the spray, doesn't quite connect, but he's got a follow-up in friendship. Got to be careful. Tig does get the knock onto Shrimsy, so 2 up in Tiggleton and Kickstart, but Tig's a bit isolated. He's by himself. Kickstart's playing the outside of this building to try to defend him, but this is just going to be set up perfectly for nades to rain down. Tiggleton knows it, and he's got to get away from that window.
Yeah, he's taking a ton of damage off that blue. Kick is a bit far away up on that rock, and up on the hill we still have Myth battling it out. Tig gets knocked by the nade from Xiaowu, leaving Kick as the only Falcon member standing. Can Kick get an angle? It looks like he can, but it's not going to be him that gets the kill to confirm it. It's going to come from elsewhere. But can Kick get down now to get a res? Because here come the nades from JDG, and they wipe him out.
Circle prepping to pop, and we go hospital heavy, so that means the Godlike in a great position. Na'Vi, 4 angry men, the defenders, T1, in their survival mode, did manage to get their players back. I don't know what the loot situation that we're looking at is, but 4 players up for T1, so the dream stays alive for them. They just got to figure out where they're going to do in this very nasty circle. As outside of it, Alpha Gaming to the south have to figure out how they're going to try to get in. Gam the Expendables over in the west, similar mindset, but potentially easier.
The risk reward of these mortars as well is if you don't actually hit your mortar strike, you're creating lots of little hidey holes for players to play in. This is a replay of how we lost Supers a little while ago, and Gen G just following them straight out the exit door. Salute tried a seat swap, but Kiss was just better at that point in time. Back into the action though, Matt. Twisted Minds getting active here onto another team who desperately need the points.
I mean, Alpha's creeping up there, 19 points. You can see one player alive, make it none. Alpha can't quite manage to get it, so it looks back down the leaderboard. How big of a game can we see Gam the Expendables, Godlike, maybe have in this, because they're both in decent enough spots. It's just going to be, do we see any of the guys that are trying to play along this falter? You can see T1 creeping up. They don't need a whole bunch more, and they managed to get themselves into the comfortable position into the circle.
Yeah, Godlike extending out. Big 2-2 split inside these buildings inside of Hospital. They're sitting on 11 points, so, you know, to expectation set, they really need a victory in this map if they want to be the team that qualifies through. The Expendables, a little bit of a better situation for them, but I always feel like when you have a team like Na'Vi not too far away from you, it's a dangerous situation to be in. They're already safe, like I'm going to say it, on 28 points. They're more than likely safe here. Two teams aren't going to pass them out, but they'll third party any fight that kicks off.
Full Sense rolling into the wrong neighborhood here. Is Lou's going to make that one look clean, easy, and efficient. Good defense in that southeastern area that I was talking about, and just, you can see that there's so many foot push potentials, it makes it hazardous for vehicles to come into this point. Now Full Sense has got to figure out how do they go around this defendable position that Twisted Minds has just got complete control over.
Lou with the nade at the ready. He's going to throw it up, but is it going to bounce far enough? It bounces a little bit too far, actually, as Belmoth will stand on the other side. Example's trying to get the off angles. He throws another nade in. Belmoth still standing. The moth has not been drawn to the flames just yet. That nade, though, cooked just right, and Belmoth will be the next to fall.
Other two players for Full Sense are playing over to the east. This firefight is drawing the attention of a squad that wants to go for some kills, though. The Expendables don't have the easiest path in the circle. They aren't looking Hospital like everybody else. They're looking more to the south. That's going to put them very close to this twisted positioning just due to the fact that this is the more open section of the circle. There's a reason why nobody's wanting to play down here. If the circle baits it, it could be big, but keeps a decent chunk of Hospital in. So now the Expendables, what do? You've got a ton of crates you can kind of hold down, but looks like they're going to opt into maybe pushing in right in around that position close to where Na'Vi and Nemesis could have sightline.
Yeah, we're still watching Twisted Minds in Full Sense. Full Sense are trying to get on the retreat here at this point in time. Heather's fallen for T1, which ain't good news elsewhere around the map, but Batu just will not get that knock onto Rushy, who's managed to just flee the scene. Twisted Minds now securing the south almost all of entirely for themselves, with Gam not too far away either. This is starting to heat up here, Matt. We've got a couple of teams in the hunt still alive with 11 teams left.
The hardest one right now is going to be Gam the Expendables. Yes, we do have Chloris with a bit of a foothold, but you can see it's not much, especially given the fact that what everybody else is working with. Godlike still has a full building that they can work with. T1 as well. Raps now starting to come in from more into the east from Myth, JD Gaming, as well as 17 Gaming also need to figure out how they're going to get in the circle. So this little bit of a, I guess, dip that you can see the Expendables playing. Good from one angle, terrible from another, and that's going to be the twisted approach that could spell their doom. Myth, where are you going? Just running around the side of Hospital. There are so few options. Can you find a building that's free? Four angry men are trying to deny it. Can they at this last shot? No, barely. One member of Four Angry Men does manage to make it into that building and next to Shen.
Yeah, Myth are making the push into this compound as well. Scappy's on his way, so HSM has to be very, very careful from this point on. 33 players left alive. Scappy manages to get inside. He's got the sawn-off ready, but the stairs are being held here, and he's going to have Peeker's advantage on Scappy if he takes a step or two further.
Four Angry Men look like they're trying to regroup closer to Shin's positioning, but, I mean, HS doesn't have any option. He just kind of stuck here, dealing with Scappy, and this is at least very isolated. You don't have to worry about the third party whenever you're having to fight in the stairwell. You just have to worry about the stairwell. So it's going to be pretty much a headshot angle coming up from HS, while it's a shotgun approach looking like the side on Scappy. Enough stuns coming out. When's he going to go for it? That's kind of the bait and switch. You can see just trying to go for whatever he can get out of it. Nade is going to pop off in his face. That's going to do a lot of damage, and he has to retreat.
Even then, though, that's so well played by Scappy to buy himself a little bit of time. Now here come the rest of Four Angry Men, and they are hunting Scappy. He's going to hop out the window for now, as they know that he's probably tucked in. Now, the thing is, Scappy can only play this position because there's just about not enough of a sight line for Twisted Minds. He'll see one, there's a Panzer at the ready. Scappy, just get out of there, man. Try and save yourself, but Spaceman gets him.
Hey, this is going to be a pretty easy pickup. Not much else that can happen on the other side of it. So Scappy's going to go down. The rest of Myth just doesn't have the angles to defend. The circle pops. Stays onto this hillside where we're getting a lot of our focus, specifically from 4 angry men. Great position. Now, Nemesis has got to move a little bit further in. Godlike's got to move. T1's got to move. And Twisted has a mortar waiting on the outside that looks like it's focused in on the Expendables position.
Godlike do have the main hospital building itself to move into if they choose to do so, but they might get distracted by noise made by Nemesis because we're getting in towards the part of the game where they start realizing we could have a big game here. We need to start getting kills on the board. I think the Expendables may be showing a bit more experience on how they're playing it, Matt. They know that a win is enough for them, so they want to keep their noses clean for as long as they can.
Sosa just punished the hell out of that. Didn't get a knock on it, but that's going to feel really bad for Godlike, who's just going to be moving into more blind angles the further this goes in. Navi punishing on the other side of it is there's just nowhere to go, and it feels like Godlike just can't find a path that feels good. They're at least in the circle, but the longer these shots and the focus comes out, that's going to reveal more positioning that T1 could maybe exploit.
Yeah, Boostic just peeking towards Godlike, but they got to the hospital main building. Now, this is going to be really tough from them from this point on because these buildings can be so tough to clear. Like, look at the wolf packing from T1. They're wolf packing through with a Panzer at the lead. God help the person they run into first.
Well, decent opportunity on that one is going to be Godlike. You can see that they are waiting on approach. They've got to be careful. Pushing these hallways is always incredibly hazardous. Nemesis, though, a bit more of a skirmish on the outside, and this is big because the Expendables need a lot, and the Expendables down to 2. Nemesis, though, just has 1 in Diffex, but Diffex has been putting up some punishment. It is going to be Tanvu that manages to get it while everybody from the Expendables still alive, trying to rush over. Can they get the res? Narrowly gets there in time.
The healing hands arriving at the right time, but can they get Huang up on his feet as well? Shots from Twisted Minds was holding them back, but you'd imagine they'll get into the car and send it over on the other side. T1 have made their way up on top of the roof line as Godlike will stick together in this bottom corner. 7 teams left alive with 25 players up. Phase 7 shift though, Matt, it's 35 seconds away, and if this goes south, it's a bloodbath for these two teams.
Look at the point totals right now. Cut line right on it. T1 23 points. The Expendables 20. Looks like they are going to try to secure up that res. So the Expendables should be coming back into this, I believe, with all 4 players once this finalizes. So Navi's firing line, 4 Angry Men's firing line, going to be incredibly strong. T1 Godlike still stacked on top of each other. All right, Gibson, is the circle friendly? Does it try to help out these guys trying to find enough points to qualify? It does keep a smidge of hospital in play, but if I'm Godlike and I'm T1, that doesn't feel good.
If I'm Godlike, I'm thinking, can I get to that next building as soon as possible? It is only held by Shen at this point in time, but if you don't get there first, you open up the door for someone like T1 to make that move first. T1 actually looks like they're going to send it to the other building that 4AM are playing. Heather takes a bit of damage and Barnes got the shotgun at the ready.
Just gonna have to run it. No other options. Baron tries to lean in with Shoddy. Can he get the knock? No, it is gonna be a Raining that manages to take him down. SMG coming up big. T1 spotting out more information at range, but Ferris is gonna spot out Hong F. That's a knock, and the Expendables are in trouble. Twisted is playing the same hillside as them, and this is exactly where the Expendables wanted to move. Now Navi is taking shots at them while they're on approach, and they still have to deal with Twisted right in their face if they get there.
Yeah, the nade doesn't quite get the flush, and the Expendables smartly try to move away, but the second nade will find one on the other side. Do you go for the res? I don't think the opportunity is there. You've got to stand and fight and hold your own. Nade tossed, underhand, lands in a good spot, finds one, and here comes the cavalry.
You've got to make this firefight happen if you're the Expendables, and it's just nade upon nade raining down from you. You're so terrified on the other side. It looks like Navi is set up. They're throwing a nade right in the middle of them. Big explosion. Navi ruins the Expendables, and their dreams are done here. They're playing through the survival stage. T1, what do you got left in the tank as you're now fighting Godlike?
T1 are in there for now. They're in 16th place, but it could all change if Godlike are able to put in some good work. Another couple of kills confirmed by Godlike as they get 2 on the board, leaving it down to Heather and End. End, though, with the shotgun. He gets himself 2 on the board. Heather on the other side tosses the nade deep, and Godlike are eliminated, and T1 make it to tomorrow.
Oh, to take down Godlike to qualify. That's going to put you in a great position. It feels like our leaderboard has settled down. Full sense being the cut line that we can see right now, as it has just been absolutely chaotic for everybody fighting their way through this stage. Looking down, I believe I'm trying to get a feel for where the positioning's at with T1, 31 points. Look at trying to get the overall for it. Actually, it says T1's at, no, there we go, 17. Nah, I was going to say they got the points now. 13, that's right. Don't bait me out like that.
The maths are mathing now. We've got there in the end. Navi, they're still holding the center of the circle. They've got 5 kills on the board. They lost Spiro a little while ago, but they're still going to be pretty happy. I never look at the percentages below the numbers because we know anything can change depending on who fights who, but all Navi have got to do is hold, right? Twisted Minds, they've got to step up over this plateau in a little while, and as the observer is so beautifully showing us, once you high point yourself, there's not a lot of cover until you get to that building.
This is a very interesting setup. So we've got T1 that's trying to push their way into the circle. Crossfire potential could be coming out from Navi as well as Shin. See, that's why there's so many smokes down. Twisted does have a hillside, but it doesn't feel the best. It will give them a track to get to that center dot if we go into Circle 9, though, because given that this is kind of an urban ending, it doesn't necessarily feel that way whenever we've been watching a lot of this external firefighting, but in the middle of Hospital, a lot of people have just been having to cut their way a path through all of these buildings. So, Navi, who's been comfy cozy over here, now starting to get a lot of friends, starting to look their way as T1's going to be right on top of them, but Twisted has started playing more to the east.
Yeah, and I think that's the pathing for Twisted Minds. Don't go directly towards Navi. Find another path to the circle. T1, you know, you got to say at End was a big reason why they've made it through. Those couple of shotgun pumps getting the kills on the board. A few more gunshots kicking off as Twisted Minds try to focus their way in, but everyone else kind of holding position for now.
Right. So, Twisted doesn't have to move just quite yet. Everything's kind of settled for the next 20 or so seconds. It's uncomfortable up in the northwest as 4 Angry Men are starting to regroup more onto this angle where they've been hearing T1 kind of navigating. So, the referees on the outside of this are going to be Twisted. The one with the compound and I would say closest to center dot control is going to be Navi. T1, the odd team out, got to figure out how they're going to navigate this. They're going to have to go through one of these squads. Nothing else feels good, but Navi gets a good beat onto Batulins, gets a knock in the flush.
Yeah, as I said, Twisted Minds in a rough spot. I love the crow's nest that's been created by 4AM up on top of that roof as well, using the deployable shields to cut off lines from one side and focus on T1, who are making their move in towards Navi, jumping over the coop, getting as close to the window as possible. Twisted Minds don't have an angle on End. He gets in, and what a nade from Heather.
Okay, now you've got to navigate everything coming out from 4 Angry Men. Ian has managed to make landfall right on top of him. Heather's going to get there as well. 4 Angry Men are circumnavigating, coming a similar path to what we saw T1 go for, but they're taking a more direct route to get there. Looking through the windows, are they going to opt into the exact same pathing as everything is just stacking onto this position? Nades now starting to come out. Looks like they might be going for a smoke, or was that a blue? I couldn't quite tell off of it. Now what do you do, 4 Angry Men? You're the odd team out now, and Heather manages to hit the shot onto HS.
Yeah, there's another kill confirmed. This one End's got a shotgun of his own, but he's caught out by a kill.
Oh
this
God.
is just shotgun on shotgun on shotgun on shotgun.
Oh
there's
my God.
another pump, another knock, another kill confirmed. He can see them in the smoke on the other side, but that's Navi here, Twisted Minds at the angle. Hello, goodbye. Shen takes out Heather, and then there was 3.
The cost was high, though. Panzerfaust running forward. Spaceman gets the knock onto Perfectix. The charge for the low ground going to be continuing out as now Navi's going to start jumping down right into the waiting shotguns, just popping them. 4 Angry Men making these shotguns do all the work for him. Navi trying to come down from up on top. There is nothing to be had. Shotguns reign supreme as 4 Angry Men take it.
Oh, what a performance from them. I can't remember the last time I see as many shotgun kills in one game. We questioned if T1 could do it. They made it over the line. 4 Angry Men finish it with a win. But man, I'm going to say it. I'm going to ask Like Toffees. The way that T1 used the shotguns through the hospital to qualify was excellent, and godlike, unfortunately for them, were the first team to really taste those slugs.
You know, I loved how not only did T1 make those moves and qualify, but they eliminated every freaking team who had a chance of catching them. Even to Godlike, they were like, you know, maybe Godlike would pull off something crazy. You know what, let's go in there and throw our lives away to make sure they die too. T1 played out of their minds to make that qualification.
I mean, yeah, you love to watch T1 whenever it was functional. This is the T1 that I was expecting more of. And there's the running joke that somehow it feels like whenever T1 loses a player or two, suddenly they become massively stronger. I mean, does the meme still hold true, Poro? Because it kind of feels like it.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, they knew what was at stake in this game, and they lost 2 players early on in rotation, but they managed to get those blue chips, bring them back up. Remember, we talked about this before, how it feels like if you don't destroy those blue chips, at some point that might come back to bite you. And this time, T1 gets their guys back up. They managed to make that run. Which, I mean, let's be honest, we were all kind of expecting it, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, I was expecting Gen.G to probably make a run as well, but that one kind of caught me off guard with how crazy that ended up, Toffees.
I mean, I think the whole end of this was actually banana. I was trying to look at the final scores and see if they've come in just yet, because that starts at 28th slide off actually became very, very scary for a lot of these teams. I mean, it got to a point where I'm not even sure. I think Team Liquid just barely got in by the skin of their teeth at the end of that.
I was trying to do caster math, and I couldn't figure it out there at the end.
No, they took them away from the little leaderboard. Dang it.
We went to the top 4, and I just had no idea.
Yep. We don't do math.
Object
good.
permanence is not a strength of mine.
Wait, Gibson, you're not from North America. Did you figure it out?
Am I not? Am I not from North America? Okay. Yeah, I think so. Obviously,
wait,
T1
are you from
made
North
it.
America? Wait, is it?
I don't know. I work North America. I work, therefore I am. Is that how it works?
Yeah, he's got one of the
that is the
Wisconsin
American
accents.
mindset, right? American mindset is if you work, you're American.
Yeah. But I think they've done enough to get it. I think they've got over the line. They're inside. They'll be playing tomorrow. They've bought themselves that next chance. But it was tight. Like, you think about the push that we saw at the end from like T1. It could have very easily been godlike making that same push if the shotgun from end didn't sing out the way it did.
All right, let's take a shout to Shen here. Man of the match, 6 kills. 4 AM puts up a little bit here at the end. You know, I will say they looked a lot better, Poro, than they did for me at EWC. They have had some big plays, and they seem to be working better as a team.
I mean, that was a pretty low bar, wasn't it? I mean, they finished in dead last, so, you know, but they did, you know, again, 6-game set, so it's hard to really make any you know, sweeping assertions about their skill, but like they looked great at the beginning of the year. This looks like a little bit of a return to form, especially after what was a very regrettable EWC, as you mentioned. Like the fact that they're able to kind of shake that off and come in here today and do what they did is a very good indicator for the future there. We like that for 4AM.
Let's take a look at the match leaderboards. We get ready for the overall 17 points go the way of 4AM. Very nice. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi get up at their 16 and 12. The impact that we saw, though, T1 pulling up 12 points, and then Myth making sure, as you predicted that they would, they qualify for the next round. So they're going to go ahead and get a bunch of points on the board there as well. And here is the overall leaderboard. Now, for those of you watching at home, we are very proud of Petrichor for what they've done, and Geek as well. But it doesn't matter, right? Like, at the end of the day, all that matters is being in the top 16, so you come back and play tomorrow. So as we go through, we can jump over to the next page as soon as our production team deems it necessary, because that 16th place is where the cutoff is. The race is going to be incredibly difficult. There it is. 28 did end up being the final number. Vitality just barely holds on as Tyloo tries to close that gap out, and Team Liquid ends up eking through in 15th place. That was one heck of a last match, Gibson.
Yeah, it was. And it kind of kicked things off, like seeing a lot of the teams fall early that were in the hunt. It made the path kind of clearer for the likes of T1, the Expendables, and Godlike. But if you're the Expendables and you're trying to qualify, the last thing you want is Twisted Minds in front of you and Na'Vi to the side. Like, they just got caught between a rock and a hard place. They were never going to qualify from that point. But looking at the damage dealt, like Perfectix did really well. Like when you consider where Twisted Minds were in that circle, they fought and clawed and bit and chewed and got as many points into that game as they could as well.
I gotta jump in for a second. How many of these kills from Shin happened in like the last 30 seconds of the game?
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
I feel like most of them, like what, 4, 3, 4, something like that.
Was it 4 Panzerfausts and the rest were trench guns? Was that what that was? That was
Shotties and Panzers, baby.
Shotties and Panzers.
Custom lobby rules.
Right? I would say that if you learn anything from this event, that's what you should take to your lobbies from now on. Panzers and shotties. That's all you need if you drive fast enough. All right. Winner stage, this is who is going through. They will be back tomorrow, and after that, the top 8 teams from the winner stage will advance directly to the grand final. The bottom 8 teams will have to fight again in the survivor bracket, or the survivor stage, against the teams who did not qualify today. So no one is out. At this stage, the first round, you get 2 chances. And so these are the teams who have a shot to go straight through, and I think most of those teams would really prefer to do that, Matt.
Yeah, it's just a punch to the gut is really what we're looking at, is all these squads in Tyloo, Anyone's Legend, Gam the Expendables, Alpha, Genji, Godlike, Supers, and Sharper. You just got to shake it off. You get a day to shake it off, but that's still going to be a mental hurdle that you now have to overcome, because we're going to have to deal with the winner stage tomorrow, as we're just going to move into 5 games of goodness with our top 16. The bottom 8 will then have to fight those that didn't manage to qualify the day after that, and then that's how we finally get our final stage, right? There's so many different words. It's not grand finals. It's just final stage, because the grand finals happen on week 3.
There you go.
Yep. Finally, we'll have the truth. Tomorrow's matches, we come with 5. We start with Orango. We finish with the Grassy Pastures. We got Miramar, Tego, and Rondo in between. Tego was entertaining today, to say the least, but I'm excited about Rondo with the new changes. Additional pathing. Should be interesting to watch the teams adjust. I wouldn't say it was a huge map shift, Poro, but it was enough that I think the flow of the mid-game might be changed a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they play around it. Obviously, only 5 games set, but I don't think I'm ready to call Rondo a wild card map again. But yeah, there'll definitely be some new things to watch out for. But I don't know. What do you say about our teams at the top? Not even Matt. Let's get an interview.
Check in with the teams at the top. It looks like Yixi is ready to talk to our players right now.
Hello,
let's head over to the stage.
Welcome to the post-match interview. Congratulations, Orange, and we are having Orange from E-Arena here and our interpreter. Congratulations on earning 53 points. It's like an impressive high score. So did you expect to score this many points before the group, before today?
ก็ไม่ได้คาดหวังครับ แต่ว่าเราก็พยายามกันมามากๆครับ จนคิดว่าเราสมควรได้รับครับ
They didn't expect the score today, but they always keep hard working, so they think they deserve the high score.
Glad to hear that. Yes, hardworking, I always get that. All right, and the second question is about the winners bracket. Among all the teams in the winners bracket, which team do you think is your biggest threat?
คิดว่าเป็นทีมเวอร์ตัสโปครับ เพราะว่าเราเคยได้วัดแชมป์กับเขาครับ แล้วก็เราได้พลาดได้เขาไปครับ
They think their biggest threat is VP versus Pro because they won many tournaments before, and once they have met before, that they think they have the opportunity to win, but at the last they won the champions. So this make they cannot forget them.
Yeah, I see. It seems like the story is still going. Continue. And the last question is, you actually performed really well today. What will you do to keep this momentum going to tomorrow?
ก็จะเล่นด้วยความมั่นใจครับ
They will play with confidence and keep hard working.
Yeah, keep hard working. Glad to hear that. And thanks for the translating. Thanks for taking your time, Norings. And that's over today's interview. See you in the winner stage. See you. Bye.
right, it's done and dusted. The winners stage is next. We got a little bit of a feedback from Nerds on their day. Again, EA, without Jacob, has been sort of a waiting to exhale moment. And I do feel like at the end of today, I can say maybe they finally caught their breath, Matt.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a good day. I'm not going to argue that they came up getting into third place overall, I believe is where they ended up at. But it's still like an uphill battle. Whenever we look at the group stage, I don't want to necessarily be like, hey, everything's great. Now we will run under the winner's bracket, E-Arena third place yet again. It's going to be one of those, how much did they manage to scrap in different sections? Because they did find some consistency at the start of the day. I mean, they were 11th place in our first game, right? That was pretty bad. But then third, second, they had to skip off 3, then got first after that, then it fell back off. So it's like the meat of the sandwich of the day was really good for them, but the bread, a little stale.
Yeah, but who hasn't had bread stale? Sometimes you just got to eat the day-old bread. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's talk end of the day. We got to look back on what we saw. Group stages where players obviously tired, but having to deal with it. There's no excuses in PUBG. Whether it's RNG, whether it's late flights, whether it's changes to the meta, you got to survive. That is what this game is about. Adjusting, surviving, and be the sole survivor at the end. So today, what stood out to you guys? Were there any teams that you looked at or you said, you know what? I'm really impressed with what I saw compared against their previous performance. It's kind of our final thoughts moment. So let me jump in, Gibson, start you off. Final thoughts. Also, congratulations, first PGS. Glad to have you on the team. Looking back on this day one, what do you think?
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Look, 4.5 years, we finally made it. But for me, day one highlights, Petrichor Road looked really good. We saw Ming Ming showing off what he can do at his very best. I think they've put a good, strong foot forward. The new, this new Petrichor Ross. I say new, but it's kind of been a bit for a while now. I think they're feeling pretty good. It's in China. They're going to have a lot of fans behind them. They've got a good chance going into the weekend for this first kind of bit of the circuit.
All right, Poro, final thoughts?
Hey, welcome back, China. Good to see you. It looks like they got 4 teams in and only 1 team out, so a nice little reversal of what we saw at EWC. And then on the other side of that coin, Vietnam. We'll see a lot of Vietnamese teams in that survival stage, but again, 6 games, really hard to make any broad conclusions off of what we saw. So now that these guys have a day under their belts, I expect to see everybody come in tomorrow fresh as a daisy and ready to go.
Matt, final thoughts on the day?
My side of it, bit sad for Korea as well. Whenever we look down here, I mean, Supers, Gen G, it wasn't going so well. I mean, yeah, Geek on the other side of it. Let's go, Geek. Yeah. I don't know where it came from, but sure, give me more. It was fun to watch. I'll take it every single day.
You know, my final is I think that our teams now know what they have to deal with. I think the meta has shifted at EWC and maybe a little bit more at Games of the Future as teams have adjusted to the changes. And I think those teams that have been playing nonstop are showing the value gained in those tournaments. So our teams that are playing catch up like Godlike and Nemesis, I do think they will continue to grow, but there's not a lot of time left to do it. And it's even harder to do when you're exhausted, because as much as this day was long for us and long for you guys, and I appreciate you hanging out the entire time or as much as you could, it was even longer for the players. Having the split shift, having the 2 cycles, having to watch everything, you can't just sleep in, has to be exhausting for them on their mental. So the channels tomorrow, who comes back in winners, who has the mental tenacity to make the top 8 and get themselves a break before the grand final, we will find out. On behalf of myself, Matcham, Gibson, Porosaurus, and our entire production team, as well as Crafton and the players, thank you so much for spending your day with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, aren't you mad? I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake. I've been bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I'll beg your pardon, caution. I'm looking nauseous, I'm all in this room, my homie never option. One of them breaking necks, we can put the double take. When I can taste the strength, no with the pressure, elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase a second pace. I'm a 5-star click from the cradle to the grave. They wanna see me in the shining flash. You got this hella pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. Partake with a face. I don't like that, you're a mistake. Repeat again. You're a shimmy
꾸며 봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해다 쓰러져 domino 원인은 building yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 슈팅 비상 산책 가듯이 눈에 티타미 판이 so boring 내가 할 말은 peace out
Locked and loaded like my gun, I told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. The sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamonds can stir up the pot, pretty face, don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk
Got
on.
a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. Partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, breaks mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
A bargain, I beg your pardon, caution. I'm making nauseous, I'm all in this room, homemade for auction. One up, I'm breaking necks, we can put the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase, set the pace. I'm a 5-star player, from the quick to the great, They wanna see me in the shining flash. You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, cause you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a fake.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 꾸며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해다 쓰러져 domino 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책 가듯이 눈에 티타미 판이 so boring 내가 할 말은 peace out
Locked and loaded like my gun, I told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. The sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamonds spoon stir up the pot, pretty face, don't let it fool you.